Conversations with King. We back Friday, Freestyle Friday. We start early like I usually do. If you notice, I've been starting on time lately because you know how they usually say it. To be early is to be on time. I don't want to say the rest because fraternities don't pledge anymore. It's illegal. I'm going to say time. I'm just going to say that. Right? It's to be early is to be on time, and everything else is completely unacceptable. That's it. With that being said. I'm so glad to be here with you. You know, when I have Kim on board, she always brings the heat, very professional, doing her thing. Go follow her page. I'm not happy. I need her to have more subscribers than me. She needs to be at 2,000 by next week. So please go and support her. Today is going to be a good day. I'm calm today, but today is going to be real lit and spicy. I'm just enjoying my lemon, ginger tea, peppermint tea lemon, ginger, and peppermint tea because I'm a little bit recovering from yesterday. I had a beautiful time last night. Amazing outing with someone special. So it was beautiful. And then I want to just keep the energy. Also, I had a great day today. Cleaning, just relaxing, and also working out. You know, I do 4 or 5 times a week. Shout out to Just Being Jazzy Podcast, Cool Short Clips. What's up? How you doing? Welcome to the Garden. Shout out to all the moderators. Loverboy Lensky, we know the captain of the ship. Shout out to Chris. What's rocking, Chris? Shout out to Queen Nita and everybody just coming in. We appreciate you. Shout out to Holly just saying. And I want to say thank you. We are doing well, and we're only doing well because we have people like you supporting us. I appreciate you. So please share this. While you share this, I just want to, have Kim introduce herself, and then we go to sponsorship, and then we get to the meat of the topic today. Today is a very spicy, long topic. There's so many levels to this, and it's going to be something that you're going to love. Shout out to my alma mater, my original alma mater, Boston College. Let's go Eagles. Let's go Eagles, BC, Chester Hill, Massachusetts. And is where I got my first 2 degrees, bachelor's and master's from. People always associate with me Columbia, but this is my alma mater, Boston College. But I am a graduate of Columbia University, Ivy League, and gangster. Anyway, Kim, what's up?
Hey y'all, what's going on? Garden, hello, happy Friday. I am the Upleveled Approach on my channel. We talk about a bunch of really interesting topics, right? And we get together, we have some conversations that help us figure out the lessons that we learned and how to take the up-leveled approach to every situation in life. So that's what we do. Super, super happy to be here in the Garden, conversations with King. It's going to be good, y'all. I'm so excited. Thank y'all so much for the support.
Thank you so much. Before we jump into this, I want to drop something for the sponsors. Shout out to Terry for creating this for us. Holden Cofield, shout out to you. Once again, please, if you follow me, follow Kim. She's going to be on my show more often now because I want people to start going to her channel because she is actually going to drop some content that's going to be very beneficial to you and how you live your life, how you see things, and how you can conduct yourself moving through this world, not just the YouTube world, that's the virtual world, but real life in general. So I want you to go and support her for that. It's serious. This is why I had her interview Tara, because I see her potential, and I want you to, she's going to most likely interview most of celebrities I bring on here. So if you don't have membership, then you might not see it, but she is. So please go and support her. Shout out to the Glow Code. We have a show tomorrow at 5 o'clock on the Glow Code Nikki page. Please, sis, I'm cute, whatever. I'm big, I'm handsome. I ain't cute, I'm handsome. You could call me pretty because of the Nuke thing, but I don't really take that. I'm a gentleman. I'm handsome. But at the end of the day, I want everybody to understand. Please go to Nikki's page tomorrow. The Glow Code, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. It's the King and I. It's a discussion between me and her, and we're going to get into depth about who I am and what I represent and what my views on certain things. And it's going to be like me, oxymoronic. Like, so if you know me, I have duality to me. So you're going to get those answers. Shout out to everybody else that's coming to the page right now. We're going to shout you out after we drop these sponsors. I got to get this out the way. Because if I don't get out the way, then we can't start the show. And that's not what we're aiming for right now. So shout out to the sponsors. Let's go. Let me see who I got sponsors. The same people, but the people love us. Shout out to Conversation with Kim. We got Ripple. Please, if you don't got Ripple, go and get all the flavors. Revive, Dream, Relax, Boost, Power, Focus. Please go with Zero Nicotine Power Plant. We support them because they supported me when I first started. Do I make a lot of money with them? Absolutely not. Do they help me out and give me some products, some here and there? Yeah, but it is what it is. Also, get our books, Love and Life, The Eyes of Travel. It's on Amazon, Kindle, Book Baby, and everything else that you can, you want to support. Also, remember with the Ripple, go back, it's 50% discount, the Ripple King. Then we have Love and Life. Oh, we have Love by Willie D. I'm clicking everything now. We have Love by Willie D. Please go and get that. It's on Amazon. That's my brother. That book is amazing. He supports me. I support him. And it's a great book if you have children. Please. Shout out to Terry Maria. We appreciate you. She designs everything for me. I mean, everything for me, from designs to shirts to clothes. Please look out for her. She's amazing. She's down for Harry Winston. If you don't know about that, fly. Also, please go and support my KWK clothing on Bonfire. Go to the website. Beautiful t-shirts, hoodies, sweaters. Please go and support. It's something that if you love this show, this channel, this is just something to support. Being Great is a new petty. It's a lot of work, a lot of stuff you can pick, a lot of different colors of hoodies, crew necks, t-shirts, just to walk around, clean your house, and just chill and watch the show with us. I appreciate you. And it's going through Bonfire. I'm not making these clothes. Bonfire is. So if you have an issue, go to them. Also, shout out to members only. Those who want to get the exclusive content and stuff, go to members only. It's called King's Court on YouTube. You get the emojis too while we're talking. Get to have fun. Make sure you get the golden and silver crest and get the rocking, and that's it. I apologize. My first time going to the new one, but please forgive me. We'll get it correct. We'll get it correct. With that being said, Ripple. If I forgot about Ripple, please forgive me with that. That won't happen again. But Ripple supports us. Can they support us more? Absolutely. But the one thing they do is support us in the beginning when no one had to. And I appreciate that. So use the code and go and support Ripple, because I always smoke Ripple. And when I do, it's about to be a serious session when I start smoking this. And that's basically it for the sponsorship. I appreciate everybody. And yes, Kim is giving us hair lift. Yeah, I told her about that was crazy. I saw her. I was like, yo, look at you going to Starbucks. And then she did something with her lip. And I'm like, oh, you're on Vogue magazine. So she's dope. Yeah, shout out to her. That's funny. Why is can somebody block Leo? We don't do any homophobic jokes here. I want to make sure that's known. We don't do any homophobic. If you have a problem with Bruce Jenner, that's on you. I don't want any problems with that. You feel me? That's on you. You have to deal with him. Don't watch him. We're not talking about him today. That has nothing to do with me. I don't have any hate towards the LGBT community, LGBTQ plus community. I don't have any issues with them. I don't want any issues with them. They don't have issues with me. I'm straight. They love me. I love them. That's it. It's really simple.
All love.
You know what I mean? All love. I don't know, Kim, how do you feel about that? Because I don't want to,
Same. All love. We are an inclusive garden. So
yes, a very inclusive garden.
Inclusive, yep.
Very inclusive garden. I don't play those games.
Not at all.
Most people that try to talk about them, sometimes I think they battling who they are. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. And it's funny because I remember we have our private chats with the Queen's Court, and they were surprised that I love art, right? I love museums, I love theater, I love burlesque. I never actually went to those, they call it, my favorite movie, if y'all know movies, my favorite movie is Paris is Burning. If you know what that movie is about, it's about the underground world of voguing started in New York. And the language associated that everybody uses now, like T. If you say T, that came from that community. Mm-hmm. Certain words comes from the LGBTQ community that we use in hip hop today. I hate when people get this whole this machismo thing, but all the designers that we wear, they're from that community, or the luxury. So if you're wearing certain luxury, just know that you're wearing a community that you talk about. Me, do I participate in the sexual activities like that? Absolutely not. I don't. But do I hate people that do? No, that's their prerogative. I'm not in their bedroom. I don't care what you do. That's what you do. What I do is what I do. So, you know, we always want to be respectful because if hate is hate.
That's right.
Hate is hate. I don't care how you put it. You know, I don't do it. But yes, thank you, Nikki. It's called ballroom. It's called ballroom. So me, this is something I love theater. I love opera. I love burlesque. I love strip clubs. I never went to a ballroom show because I'm not going there. Why? Because the gay men I've been around have been they're aggressive. So I don't want nobody touching me. I'm an attractive man. So I don't know how to handle that.
I'm sure they can behave themselves.
No, the ones, man, one time I was walking past, I was like, yo, I said, whoa. But I don't, you know what I mean? But, you know, I'm happy because I'm glad most of the gay men I know and saw, they're handsome. And I'm saying, thank you. You left more women for me. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Most of them be handsome, so good. Keep all the handsome men, leave me all the straight women. So I'm happy for that. But with that being said, they said drop the links to the pages. Please drop the link to the pages for Holly just saying. But with that being said, you know, we definitely appreciate everybody. This is an all-inclusive garden. Yes. I wanted to say I watch voguing on TV when I'm so passionate because my favorite part of voguing is when that guy who's always screaming, it's to me it's hilarious. It makes me laugh. So I watch it and it's funny, but it's entertaining. If you know, most of them are really good dancers. Like dancers that do what they do, the suicide drop, the duck walk, that's a good dance. Would I do it? Absolutely not. Would I go to a ballroom? No. Would I watch from the comfort of my phone in my house? Absolutely, I watch them dance like that, and I laugh and I enjoy it. It's no big thing because I'm secure in my manhood. Period. And if you like Pretty Woman, you know Pretty Woman always have gay friends. Always. The baddest chicks have gay friends. So if you're really into Pretty Woman, you got to know how to associate with them. You know,
and just diverse, right? Because it's just all different types of people in the world. So. It's always good to know a little bit about something, and you can enjoy parts of different types of culture. You know what I mean? So I think that's awesome that you shared that, King. We were definitely surprised, at least I was. But then when I thought about it, I was
surprised.
I guess it's something that I wasn't even aware was on your radar, I guess. I don't know why. I don't know where that came from, but just kind of knowing you and just knowing how you feel about art and how you feel about things that might be looked at as different. Like I could just definitely see that because you have a very diverse personality. So looking back on it shouldn't have been surprising.
Right. So if you see me outside, like I'm not the guy that's gonna wear a rainbow flag and go to a parade and everything like that, but I watch ballet and some of the men, not all, are part of that community. Mm-hmm. So you know what I mean? Like, what do you want me to do? Like, lie about it? Like, I watch these men actually are great performers and dancers.
Right.
So I don't care what sexuality. I'm here for the performance. Right. And once you're here for the performance, you can erase the sexuality of a person, right?
Yep. You're there for the art. You're very cultured.
Yeah, I'm cultured, and that's basically it. But shut up. Get out of here. Get out. You know who came to join us today?
Who?
TLA.
What?
TLA said he was going to come up today. He's coming up. The
22nd of November, and we stand to show many things. I love my man with no honesty, and I know he cheated on me.
Listen, you know, I really do appreciate TLA coming to join us for a few minutes. I fuck with TLA. Today's gonna be a spicy show. Don't worry. I was just drinking my tea to warm up. You think I wasn't setting that up for something? Y'all bugging. Today is going to be a spicy show. I have so many surprises. Shout out to TLA 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. That's the guy I want to be. I want to be the guy on the mic saying shit like that. That shit is fire.
Yeah, when you're on the mic, you're controlling the crowd, right? You're getting the vibes up. So I could definitely see you. Yeah, you do that. You get the vibes up for sure, just like you just did.
Listen, I'm telling you, the lady attorney, tell him I want all his subscribers this year. I want his subscribers, and I'm telling him that I'm coming from in a respectful way, and that's just jokes. We never diss in that community. We love that community. I love that community. But the lady attorney, I would like to have a dance off for him. I would like not a Vogan dance off, but like a real dance off. You know, that's how
you think you got him?
I kill Diddy. I'm nice. I could dance. I really could dance. Shout out to the ill doctor. What's up, baby?
I believe that.
Does it make me worldly or suspect that I know that was Femme Vogue? No, I just talked about an ill doctrine. I actually watched that. I don't participate. I don't go to the boardroom, but I love when they vogue, and I love the guy on the mic. An all-inclusive garden. Those who don't like it, that's on y'all, baby. You know what I mean? Can't only Harlem shit. Yeah, I can only Harlem shit. You know, it's funny. I was the man in college for that. Did I tell you?
Word. I learned dances late, so I feel like I could do it, but I never do them like on trend. It takes me just like a little bit longer, and then when I get comfortable doing it, people ain't doing it no more. So right. I just two-step and twerk. Those are my only two. That's it. And
that's what you have to do now. Afrobeats is big. Also, it's two-step and twerk. You, I don't see it. You're too
I'm from the South. I'm from the South, and
but you're too sophisticated. I don't see it.
You can be sophisticated. I do a little.
I don't see you twerking. You look mad sophisticated. I don't get it. I got
to twerk. I'm from the South, and I grew up in like the 90s when like, you know, all that music was out, and just that's it. That's how you learn how to dance. So
that's how you learn how to dance.
That's it. That's what I do. That's my default.
Okay. So, you know, let me get to it. I don't know. I think I had another thing I had to share. Hold on. Let me before we begin, she said you're not the only one with duality. She's funny. I don't know what that means, but shout out to Nikki. No, don't get Kimberly to twerking, please.
Please don't make me do it, y'all.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna play this. This is gonna start the conversation while you get everybody in the room. Please get everybody in the room. I beg you.
You're Tristan Thompson right now.
Oh.
Make it make sense.
Wow. Make it make sense.
He's ill.
Make it make sense.
I like Tristan's attitude.
Why?
He's wild.
So anyway, okay, let's just say you're him right now and you are trying to get Chloe back. What advice would you give him?
How? Didn't he just have another baby?
That's the point,
That's
right?
what we're talking about. He just had another.
You think it's over?
She love it. She gonna take him back in the flash.
Ooh,
she love it. She's
so?
A glutton for it. She loves it. She loves it. She loves black men. She loves everything black men do. She loves it. She wants to be around it. I mean, that's just my opinion.
So you think she would take, okay, but all right, you're giving Tristan advice.
How many times he got it back already?
No, this time she's acting like she's not going back.
No, she said.
Every time she was acting like she was not going back, right?
Okay, I don't know why the picture is not showing, but hopefully we could fix that, Terry, because that's what I had on my thing. And thank you, Vanita, for the wonderful, generous donation that you gave to Cash App. She's funny. She said, here's for a bag of ice. Chill with TLA. She is funny. She is funny. She is funny. And I have a special request from Jen. She wants to see a 6-foot woman twerk. And actually, you could see a lot of that in the strip. Not saying you, but I know a lot. A lot of my friends are tall, professional dancers. A lot of them.
Yeah, there are quite a few.
And they make the most money because it's like an Amazon type feel, and that's why you think and that's why they get these long heels. Everybody know they love tall exotic dancers. From just my personal experience on that.
That's what they say. That's word on the street.
Yeah, that's what they word on the streets. So I'm sorry the pictures didn't show up. I hope everybody heard it. Basically, that was an interview from Lip Sync with Angela Lee, and it was basically interviewing Jim Jones. I apologize that the video did not show, but they were interviewing Jim Jones, and he was asked, "Do you think that Chloe will take back Tristan?" And then he said, "Absolutely." Based on the fact that the Kardashians, particularly Chloe, love black men. And that's what she wants. She knew what she signed up for. With that being said, and I love that show too, Kim. With that being said, what do you think, Kim?
Is she going to take him back? I mean, I think the past has pretty much shown the way she feels about him. And whatever they have going on, it definitely seems like a lot of stuff that's a deal breaker for some people or just not a deal breaker for her. I think she's really sold and bought into the idea of a relationship, and specifically one with him.
Right.
So it's very probable. It is very probable that she'll take him back. I think him knowing, or at least thinking that she'll take him back, is probably what allowed him to be so uncareful to conceive a child with someone else. I mean, I think if he really thought she was going to leave him, he would probably not have done that.
Right. You know, it's funny because people think because they have money, they don't have feelings that regular people have.
Mm-hmm.
And that feeling is common. When you have children by somebody, or when you're in love with somebody, or infatuated with somebody, you take them back, even though they might appear to be toxic. So before we begin this conversation, I want to ask you, do you think Tristan is a toxic individual? Mind you, he kissed and slept with people that were close friends with her. So what do you think?
I don't think he means her any good. And I don't know what her intentions are as far as he's concerned. But what I will say is that she is not out there doing stuff like that to him. So I don't think he means her any good. I think sometimes there's a disconnect. People can feel the feeling of love, but they don't put forth the action of love. And to me, one big action of love is respect.
Right.
And just, I mean, I think the stakes are way higher for him because people are going to follow him around, stick a camera in his face, so on and so forth. But we also know that there are affluent men in Hollywood that cheat and we don't know about it. So I feel like if the deal they had, or if that's the kind of lifestyle he wanted to live, he could at least not embarrass her, but like he stays embarrassing her. So I don't think he means her any good because he won't even do what's necessary to keep some of that stuff under wraps. Now, should he be doing it? No. But if you're going to do it, don't get caught. Then he just keeps getting caught. I think he doesn't care. That's what I think.
You think he doesn't care, or does he tend to? I don't think he doesn't care. I think that here's the thing. Before we get into why women take back toxic men, they can't help it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's toxic.
What is okay?
I want to say why I don't think he's toxic because I think I kind of agree with Chloe. Mm-hmm. I think he is messy, he is sloppy, he is disgusting, but he's not toxic.
Okay.
Chloe knew what she was getting herself into. This is not the first time, and she took him back. Mm-hmm. And clearly, he's a man that doesn't want to admit to the fact that he can't be with one woman. Mm-hmm. Is he a liar? Yes. But is he toxic? No. The first thing he did when he apologized and said, yes, that's my child, he bought his daughter some flowers because he knew how much he affected his daughter from Chloe. Mm-hmm. And he said it. And I'm not going to say he's toxic. I just feel like it's Chloe's fault. They get mad. So I took my red pill. It's Chloe's fault because you know who he is and you constantly take him back. So whose fault is it? If I rob your house, right, and you still invite me back, and I rob your house again, then you invite me back, and I rob your house again. Whose fault is it?
Okay, fault and accountability. We have to kind of separate that out because we can be accountable for something and we can be responsible for our healing, but we're not at fault. Now, the continual taking back, yes, she is accountable for allowing him back into her space. But each and every time he cheats, that's not on her, that's on him. Because he made an agreement with her. It was not a vow, but it was still an agreement. And my thing is, why are you continuing to re-agree to something that you broke initially that you know you have no intention of? To me, the core of what he's doing, that's the toxic part for me because it does not come from
What's the core?
Who knows? A lot of times it could be inadequacy. A lot of times it could be an esteem issue. You know, I think if he were just a polyamorous or person, or if he wanted to be a polygamist, he'd be like, yo, Chloe, listen, this is my deal. This is what I like. Even if he wasn't like that in the beginning, after the first infraction and he knew he wanted to be with other people, he should have just kept it real. and he didn't do that. So he continues to lie, and she continues to be accountable for allowing him back into her boundary, and he's breaking it. So, I mean, I think we really got to be very clear in who's accountable and who's responsible, because each and every time he is responsible for telling her, I want to be with you and only you. And then he's going back out there doing what he's doing. So at this point, whatever tie he has on her, she needs to break it. She needs to sage or do something, cut some cords, something, because he doesn't mean her any good.
First of all, he's a Pisces, so shout out to him. I gotta stick up for my Pisces. Tristan's a Pisces. And shout out to my favorite Pisces family in the world, Mr. and Mrs. Dean. Shout out to Han and her beautiful children, Suhan, Celine, and Jihan. We appreciate you. That's the first family. We love them for real. For real. With that being said, it's her fault. She's actually the toxic one, and she loves it, because if you forgive a man for doing that, right, and you can forgive a man for cheating. Mm-hmm. You can forgive a man for lying. Mm-hmm. You can forgive a man for maybe missing a bill, one bill, because I believe a man has to, like, that's what you at least do that, right?
Okay. Yep.
But when you out here getting women pregnant,
that's a whole nother thing.
You're getting women pregnant, and I don't mind him doing that because he can afford it, right? But you're getting women pregnant, and you're not even marrying your main woman,
or marrying those women. That's
no. So there's a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy. So everybody's the same to you. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, he's treating them like he's not treating Chloe like she's special at all. That's the thing. Like, he's not treating her like she's special. So him going out and doing all of that, to me, that's the toxic part. That's him being like super toxic, because whatever it is that's making him do this, he's not operating in truth. You can tell when someone operates in truth versus when they're operating the way that he's operating. And something about that is duplicitous. And that's why he's toxic. I think she's confused. I think she's misled and misguided. I don't think she's toxic. And I'm not just saying that because she's a woman. I'm saying that because he continues to be like, I want to be with you. And then he goes.
But he does, though.
Somebody else.
That's not a lie. He does want to be with her.
But he doesn't want to be only with her, and he doesn't want to be with her the way that she wants to be with him. And it's not just important enough to be like, I want to be with you. We both have to agree that we are going to carry on this relationship in a way that we both see fit. And it seems like that's something that they've never really been able to do, because things keep happening, mainly on his part, but things keep happening.
So I don't think you take into account that he's a 6'8", extremely handsome, well-built, money-making man that plays for the NBA. Mm-hmm. His testosterone level must be up to here. And that makes you more sexual. Believe it or not, like, the higher it makes you, when you work out, you want to have sex. Like, you want to have sex.
Yeah.
So shouldn't she know? Not making an excuse.
Right.
But shouldn't she be at every game smashing him every night?
That's still not going to do it, because in that circle and in that culture, she could be as accessible to him as she wants to be. That's not going to stop the issue. A, because I believe it's an internal issue. Right. And B, because that's the culture of where they live. That's the culture of the NBA. Right. That's the culture of being an affluent, attractive, rich guy. So I don't even think if she made herself accessible for all that would even do it, because he wants something different. Mm-hmm. So to me, the best thing he could have done was just said, hey, I am interested in maybe having a child with you. Let's do that, but I can't maintain a relationship. Because a lot of times, a lot of this, thank you, OG Patrice, a lot of this is you knowing yourself and not having to put yourself in situations where you find out stuff about you. Like, I think that's one thing about himself he should have known, and he should have told her that from the jump.
Right. To me, like I said, I don't think he's toxic. I think Chloe is more toxic. I think when you do the same thing and expect change, you have an issue.
Now, I agree. I do think that she is not without accountability. I do definitely think she has an issue. I think the root of whatever she's got going on and the intention there really needs to kind of be evaluated heavily, because it's something in the milk ain't clean on that side either. But it's like, at what point, like, who's going to stop it though? Because who's accountable,
Right.
responsible. So at what point are they going to be like, you know what? Yeah, this is not working. This is not good.
Right. This is funny. Holly said the way King said extremely handsome sounds like Tristan's his preference. No, Holly, Tristan is not my preference. But when someone is handsome, they're handsome. I say it all the time because it's a tribe of handsome men that I'm the chief of. So I just want to know. I just want to let you know that's a member of my tribe. That's all. This is what I mean. Like, why can a man give another man compliment without being like, you know, like
that's so confusing to me. And I know that it's a societal
joking.
norm.
I think Holly's joking, but just, you know.
I know, but still, I don't like stuff like that. I don't like that because it does not push us forward, because women can call one another beautiful all day and they can compliment one another. I don't see why a man cannot say another man is handsome, because you know somebody handsome or they ugly. Like, everybody knows that. Right. And I just don't think that that's a part of the culture that is uplifting and that it's not getting us any further. Because King, you are a lot of things, but a hater you are not.
Yeah, I'm not a hater.
I don't, you know, I guess it was a joke, but I think it's off brand and I don't like it. So Holly, whoever you are, I mean, maybe you joking, we can't tell because this is written, but I don't like that. So stop.
Right. Yeah. So what happens is, like, you know, when I was a teacher, you see a young kid, so that's you're a handsome young man, right? So I think when you say to somebody you're on your age level older, like today, I shout out to RP to Sidney Portier. He was a handsome man.
He was a handsome man.
Like, we mature.
We grown over here.
Yeah, but that's her opinion. Holly, we have, like I said, it's an all-inclusive room, so we respect your opinion. We don't agree with it
at all.
Yeah, we don't agree with it, but we thank you for sharing it. But to go back to the subject, Tristan is not the toxic one. Chloe is.
You keep saying that.
Tristan, you know who Tristan is. The Scorpio in the frog, or the Fish in the frog, whatever store you want. That's who he is, right? So today we're going to talk about the reasons why women come back to toxic men all the time. And I'm going to give you some factors that play into it. Me and Kim are going to talk about it. If she has some facts, she could drop it. But let me go through this real quick and tell me what you think. Those who are not in the room, get in the room real quick, because I don't think I'm going to be going over this. This is going to be a major show, and I'm feeling kind of ill today. So I don't know what's going on, but I think people try to get me sick. And I hope I didn't get anybody else sick. All right, let's go. First thing, factors. Can y'all see it? Oh, no. You can't see it. I don't
see it a little bit.
Can I make it smaller? How do I make it smaller? How?
I don't know.
How do I make it? I feel like I made it smaller. Hold on.
You're making it smaller. Yep, it's getting smaller. Yep, there we go.
Oh, okay. It's zooming in. All right. I'm sorry. She does a great job. Shout out to you. Oh, I get it, because it's an MP4. I'm such an idiot. Check this out. Oh, it's gonna keep on doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Keep on doing that. I gotta work this out. I gotta really work this out.
Not now. Maybe
no, it's coming in smaller. Now.
Yep, getting smaller.
And what I'm gonna do is gonna pause to when it gets to the right spot. And it's about. This is good. All right, perfect. Factors that make women go back to toxic men. Number one, and we're gonna go over this list. Let me know what you think, people. She said penis. That's one. Nikki is funny. We're gonna go over this list and let me know what you think, because this is a very important list and I want everybody to be involved. First one is wanting things to go back to the way it used to be. Shout out to Shannon Ross. Happy belated Founders Day. One, wanting things to go back to the way they used to be. Two, you really want it to work. Three, scared of being alone. Fear mongering again. Fear mongering, we see all the time. Four, lots of empathy and compassion for your partner and none for yourself. Wow. Five, which you all know, low self-esteem. And six, the manipulation in the relationship is real. Wow. So we all know these rules, and I'm going to go with the lovely Kim. And I want everybody to please, let us know what you think in the chat, and also, sign up and tell what you come up and see if you have any opinions on these particular factors. So the first factor is wanting things to go back the way they used to be.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Kim? Because I have a lot to say about that.
So I was ready to disagree with your list just off GP, right?
Right.
Tell me why I can't disagree with anything that's on that list, King. Because I think that is so spot on. And I think as people, I feel more and more that we are nostalgic.
Right.
And I don't know if women are more so than men, but that feeling is real with wanting things to go back to the way they were.
Right.
What I think we have to realize is that when a major event like that happens and it's a trust breaking event, I'm not saying that you can't trust again, but it's never going to go back. It's never going to go back. It can maybe be better in certain ways, but that thing happened and we can't act like it didn't happen. And I think all too many times women, like you said, because we don't want to be alone and because we have empathy, we are trying to ignore what happened and we want it to go back, and it's not going to happen. I think we have to put on our brave face and say things are going to be different. And if we choose to stay and that person chooses to do the work, we should hope that it's going to be better, but we can't have that expectation that it's going to go back because it doesn't.
Right. So we want things to go back to the good times, the good old days. And I just want people to realize that I'm going to give y'all some secrets of being a playboy that I've acquired that I'm stopping now because I want to get married.
What?
One thing we do, playboys, is we create these histories, these beautiful experiences. And every time you get smart enough to leave us, we remind you of the times we spent together that meant something. People hold you in bondage with history. They make you try to think that your future is bright because your history was strong. And you as a woman need to be strong enough to know, no, things don't add up. The math ain't mathing, like you ladies say, right? The math ain't mathing, right? With that being said, I forgot to put my watch on today. That's what I'm probably saying. But at the end of the day, the math ain't mathing. And I think every woman needs to know that. Every man needs to know that, right? Sometimes women also make you hold on to history. We have a common experience together, and we need to go back to that. Now, it's one thing to go back to a prior experience to rejuvenate what you once had, but to use it as a crutch to mistreat your lover is manipulative.
Yes.
So be careful when you want to go back to the good times, right? Because the good times should be consistent times. And that's how you know the good times. The good times sets the bar high. You don't go back, you don't reminisce about the good times, because those good times were supposed to set the bar high, the measuring tape higher. So, okay, you know what? We spent time at Central Park together. Remember that time we was walking Central Park and you tripped, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's 5 years later. You still talking about the good times in Central Park? Why we didn't go to a park in Paris? Why we didn't go to a park in Turkish Caicos? What's going on? Where's the elevation? Where's the growth? Where's the consistency? Right. So be mindful of that particular factor of, wanting things to go back to where it used to be. It's a manipulative tool. The second one, you want things to really work out.
Yep. And I think a lot of the fear mongering that we have now, all of these statistics and all of this craziness that we got going on, I feel that it holds women in bondage because we don't want to be alone. A lot of times we don't want to look like we failed at something. We don't want to look like we ran some man away, as taboo as it sounds, the insult, why can't you keep a man, is really a very personal, very specific insult. And that's something a lot of us don't want to hear. And in our minds, in our subconscious, we're like, I can keep a man. I'm good enough to do this. Yeah, he messed up, but here we are. So yeah.
And I agree with that. How can I say this? every man knows that if they don't have a successful marriage, they look down upon. You can't if you can't keep your family together, what type of man are you?
Really? Men feel really? Now, is that, and I'm not trying to be funny at all, is that in African culture or is that like in African American male culture? Because
I think in men culture, but particularly, African culture, it just looks crazy.
Okay.
Right? To me, at least my tribe, right? It just looks crazy in my tribe.
In Black American culture, that is not the case.
I'm Ewe.
I know.
So I don't know. But my thing is, woman, the pressure that it goes with women too, if you can't keep a man or your family together.
Yep.
And that's so corny, because why is your womanhood based on keeping a man?
Exactly. Who knows? Well, I do know.
Where did that start?
History. That started, again, a lot of the relationship standards we have were based on a time that we no longer live in. And a lot of it was based on survival. So there, gone are the days, no matter what people say, and I got some stats here to prove it, gone are the days where women were like starving without men, starving without being attached to a man, without being attached to his provision, without being attached to his protection. Right. Women were just not making it out here alone. And so I think to keep people in line and to shame them from wanting to leave their husbands, actually leaving their husbands, realizing that they weren't in good situations, the whole "you can't keep a man" thing kind of evolved.
Right.
Because I firmly believe that, yes, you should be an active participant, but why would you want to keep someone that does not want to be kept?
Right.
That's what it turns into.
Right.
And that's a losing battle. You can't win.
So before we go to other factors, let's see how we can apply it to Chloe and Tristan. Okay. The first thing we talked about is wanting things to go back to the way they used to be. Clearly she did, because that's why she took him back.
Right.
Clearly.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. Men work so hard to get you back, but they don't work hard enough to stay faithful.
Exactly, to keep that whole thing from happening in the first place. I feel like men, instead of being proactive, sometimes they are reactive and they also become retroactive. Right. And it's like all this energy that you're putting into getting me back, keeping me from being mad, all that kind of stuff, like just sprinkle it into the relationship as we go along and half these problems won't exist. But sometimes you got to learn by trial and they got to learn by fire.
Right. And then what about she really wanted to work? Of course she really wanted to work. She took your bum ass back. So now she doesn't make it work. She looks like an idiot. See, this is what men do. Like, and it's crazy to me because you worked hard to get her back. She gave you a chance, and you made her look like a fool. That's not happening to me. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
She's in a different situation because of her beauty, affluence, and financial status. So the first time he messed up, she could have pieced out and went, and nobody would have looked at her any kind of way. And she would have had no problem finding another man that was on that level or higher.
Right.
So that's why I really don't understand where she's coming from, because she's not like us regular people.
Nobody's gonna want her because everybody knows Chloe. When Chloe's younger, she had her fun, right? And she had fun with Wall Street dudes when she was younger, before she had her body done. And she had fun with athletes. Like, nobody wants to be second, not those top echelon men.
I disagree with that, because they're all second, because they all sleep with the same girls.
No, I mean, who's gonna marry her?
Still, and a lot of them.
What's the end goal, right? The end goal is to get married.
Right, and a lot of them marry girls that have been passed around, like, and I hate using that term, but marry girls who have been involved with other people in their circle.
Right, I get that, but who's going to marry her?
Somebody will. I'm very sure of it.
Well, guess what? Does she want that person? That's the thing. There's so many variables. It's so many variables.
At least not right now.
And Kim, you are like every other optimistic woman, and you right, but then y'all wrong, because y'all go, I could get married. You absolutely can get married. You can. Mm-hmm. However, can you get married to the man you want? See, that's a different conversation.
It is.
Like she get married, but can she get married to the man she wants?
But at some point, then it depends on how she's feeling, because she either wants to be with the person she wants or she wants to be married. And that's something that a woman has to like figure out. Do you want to be married or do you want to be with the person you want? And you have a choice to make. So once you make that choice, then you can act accordingly. Again, because of her social status, because of her money, because of the types of people that she's around, she's going to have a better go at it than I think another regular woman would. That's my opinion. I think she's going to have a way better go at it.
Well, Shannon said a good point. He said sex versus wife. Women conflate the two very often. And this is what I'm saying. She can get a man, but me dating a Kardashian, it's a come up.
Right.
They put themselves in a position where no man, they could never trust another man. Because every man that gets to the Kardashian, they come up.
True. But that's a part of the game, I think. Like at this point, I don't think she is like really genuinely looking for somebody to genuinely love her. Like she has too much to offer. So now if she's way more optimistic than I, at that point, I would at least know, okay, I know that there is something about this person where they are using me for some type of access or something. So you have to find a way to be okay with that, because that's just the bottom line in her particular situation.
Yeah, that's a sad life to live.
It is. I think it is. I really do. I think it's a lot going on there. And that might just be why she keeps trying to get with Tristan and trying to make it work with him.
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's sad.
I don't know. Back to the list, the factors that contribute to the fact that women can't leave toxic men. We hear this all the time. The fear of loneliness overpowers everything else. Women are simply scared of being alone as they get older.
Yeah.
How real is that fear amongst women? On a scale of 1 to 10, be honest.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I think that is probably a good 7 to 8 for most women. There are some women that care more. There are some women that care less. But I think we really have to kind of delve into not being alone versus being married, because you can have a village, you can have friends, you can even have a partner that maybe you're not married to, so you won't be alone, quote unquote, but it doesn't necessarily have to be married. So I think individually, women need to kind of sit with that a little bit and understand what loneliness means to them and understand some alternatives to it. Because and I know someone else brought this point up, you can still be married and like die alone because your man can die before you.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. That's a fear for both men and women.
Talk about it.
It's a fear for both men and women, because I thought, I'm getting sick now. I don't think it's definitely not COVID. It's probably like a little cold. Because I sleep naked. I sleep at night. I sleep naked. So sometimes the AC might hit me in my chest.
Gotcha.
Too much information, but I just wanted y'all to know. But what happens is, who's here to take care of me?
Nobody.
If I get old, my old knees won't be able to go up and down my duplex, right? Right? Who's going to carry the groceries for me? I could order online. You know what I mean? But Amazon Prime or DoorDash but you need someone to take care of you. And I don't have any kids, right? So fear of being alone is a big factor, right? I see how my mother loves my father and he's ill, and at least he has one person. Whether we're not there, he has my mother, right?
Yep.
And so it's very important that we understand the fear of being alone is a powerful tool, but also is a manipulative tool that people use, and people use on themselves.
Yes.
See,
exactly.
Don't worry about the men doing it, because most men don't say, well, you're going to be by yourself. We never say that. We might say you can't get better than us, but we never ever say, oh, why you then be by yourself forever. We don't say that. I haven't heard a man say that ever. Have you?
I absolutely have. Now, not in real life. Not in real life, but like on these YouTube streets. Oh yeah, that's absolutely the going thing. And it's interesting because the statistics are proving and going towards a lot of men being alone and a lot of men being single. So I thought that was very interesting that you even admitted that it was a fear, because the way it's positioned, you would not necessarily think that. Like 52% of Black men are not married compared to 7% of other men that are not married.
Say that again, please. Say those facts again, please.
So 52% of Black men are not married. 37% of other men are not married. So Black men are outpacing other men as far as being not married is concerned. And I found that to be interesting, because all of the stats you hear talk about how many single Black women there are, but there's a lot of single Black men as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Question: are there more single Black women than single Black men?
I believe so. And don't get me to lying, because I did not record those stats because I was very interested.
No worries, because lucky for us, pun intended, Lucky is coming in hopefully later to drop some stats and then hopefully we could go over those stats too, because it seems like this whole being alone and fear thing, it might be a farce, or it might be something that we really need to pay attention to.
It's not a farce, and we need to pay attention to it. But the way it's positioned and making it seem like it's just for the women, that part of it is a farce. It is for both. It is for the Black community in general. Our birth rates are down, everything. I have a whole bunch of stuff. I'm stats crazy. But I just think it's interesting because it's not the kind of stuff that you hear, but it's the kind of stuff that's available. And I just find it interesting how people have selective research skills and they don't want to talk about the entire picture. We kind of just want to center it on Black women. And I'm glad that we're so loved and so important. But I think in order to heal the community, we got to talk about everybody.
Everybody. All right. Shout out to Love Crosses Borders. His name is also Mostly Money TV. Please give a shout out to him. Go follow his page. Him and his lovely wife. We appreciate you out in Colombia. Next thing. Lots of empathy and compassion for your partner and none for yourself. That's funny to me because people feel like they're doing you a favor when they, like, I really believe some women feel like, if I don't take care of you, who is? So come back. You're my little project. You're my little abandoned puppy. You can't help yourself. Come back. You know, the man, baby, I don't know what it is. It's something internal. My father was a cheater. He was a Rolling Stone. So I'm a Rolling Stone. Well, let the Rolling Stone go off the fucking cliff.
Facts.
Who made you God? Who gave these women God complexes? They feel like they could fix everything. Shout out to Mr. Best in the World coming up real soon. After I finish this, let me I got one more thing, and you coming up real soon, my brother, family, over everything. But at the end of the day, who gave you the God complex?
So I do think because women, we nurture so much that we fool ourselves into trying to nurture people who are beyond that phase. Because here's the thing, when a man is in that stage of his life and he is acting in that way, it's beyond the nurturing of a woman. He needs some additional help that we just are generally not there to prepare. We're not prepared to do. Right. Also, I feel that women sometimes, and I can speak for myself personally, I've been in the situation where I wanted to save someone from themselves. I could see the path that they were going down, and I could see how their actions were just not going to lead to anything good. And I'm thinking, okay, if I can just try to work with them, try to be more patient, try to get them to understand what they've got going on and just find themselves here in this space, then they're not going to go out and continue that. Right. And I mean, perhaps it was a God complex. I just thought that I was trying to protect that person. But, you know, it's limits to protecting grown people. And if somebody's outcome is going to be whatever it is, and it's not good, it needs to be far the hell away from me. Exactly. And I had to learn that. And it took me a very long time to do so. But now that I have learned, I think that I'm better for it. But yeah, it's a nurturing thing. I want to be patient. And I'm going to go ahead and say this, and Nikki, Glow Code, don't get mad, sis. But I think some of the attitudes we have towards love and relationships comes from religion.
Whoa.
And comes from things like long suffering.
Long suffering. You could waste your whole life on that.
Your whole life. Long suffering. Not intermittent suffering, not seasonal suffering, long suffering. And while I don't know what the text meant, I know the interpretation of that is almost all the time not the best thing for us.
Okay, she said you're not wrong.
Thank you, sis. I want you to get
two more with the best of the world, because we want to. This is our little workshop. Low self-esteem.
Ooh.
You know, you think Chloe has low self-esteem?
I tread lightly. On evaluating other people's self-esteem, because I think so much in this society we see certain things and we be like, ooh, you don't love yourself. Ooh, this, ooh, that. I mean, we could say because of the relationship with Tristan, we could say because of the plastic surgery and as Nikki said, her getting a whole new head. Like, we could say all those things could lead to her not loving herself. And I don't know if she does or not, but I do know low self-esteem coupled with other issues can really make you feel like you're stuck and make you feel like the person you got is the best that you can get. And so you might as well stick beside him.
Honestly, is Tristan the best she can get? Because I'm going to be honest with you.
You going to say he is?
He's not the person that had the most money. He's not the tallest.
No.
I think James Harden had the most money that we know of.
Right. Forgot about him.
He's not the tallest, Lamar Odom.
Nope.
He is the most handsome, though.
Yeah. I think Lamar Odom was her person. That's what I think. I think Lamar was her person.
I don't know.
I think it was. As messy as that was, I wish that both of
He
them
was on drugs, though, right, at the time?
Huh?
He was on drugs. What's going on? Why aren't they around these men to see what's going on with them personally? Like, why aren't you at the games, every game? Why aren't you sleeping with, like, this is my thing. Like, why aren't you seeing your man every night to satisfy him? And that's the problem. Women, I had a woman tell me one time, women don't want sex every night. I said, maybe, in my mind, I didn't say it to her, it's like, maybe you didn't want sex from them every night. I know women I've been with that want sex from me every night.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
Right. And so if you're not a woman that's gonna give me sex every night or do something to help me release almost every night, every other night, then I don't want to be in that relationship. That's concerning to me.
So I get it, but when people are like serial cheaters, when you were in, again, that culture, that NBA culture, even if she was there every night, even if she was on her knees, on her back, on the ceiling fan, on the balcony, every single night, that wasn't going to do it, because the culture is not only having a lot of sex, but having a lot of sex with different women, with having it's out there. So that's why, like, I don't think accessibility to her was really the issue, because she could be there and she might have been cock blocking, but he was going to get away from her and around her and still do his thing, because that's the culture. That's the name of the game. Now, generally speaking, I do think that men and women should have more conversations about the difference in libido, generally speaking, but also I would love for men to know that there are women that have high libidos as well, and that every woman is not holding out. Every woman is not interested in sex. I think that we are definitely very sexual beings. So I would love to see some of that kind of break out, because women are not a monolith, especially when it comes to our desires.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. This is the last one, bringing Mr. Bestenwood up. The last one, before I say that, I want to say this.
Mm-hmm.
I love sex every day if I could have it with someone I find attractive.
Okay.
And I would love them to find me attractive enough to have sex with me every day. However, I don't want to make it seem like a chore. See, that's the thing. A lot of times women feel like it's a chore, right?
Sometimes it's going to be perfunctory. Sometimes. And if it's perfunctory, maybe once out of like the 7 days of the week, like who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like that's just one day. Now, over time, if it becomes that way, that's different. But I also think that it comes from not only being attracted to you, but it comes from that desire. And something that I think men are missing, and maybe the reason why they don't get as much sex as they would like, is that with a lot of women, and not all, with a lot of women, it is mental. And I feel like they put maximum effort in the bedroom, but minimal effort in the other rooms of the house, minimal effort in making sure that she's mentally stimulated, that she's relaxed, that she has all these other things. Now,
but that's not for us to do.
It's not what?
It's not our responsibility. It's your responsibility as a woman to teach us how to love you correctly. Like a lot of times y'all want us to come knowing how to romance you and love you.
Okay.
No, you know your body better than we know your body. You know your desire better than us. So show us. And once you show us, then it's up to us to continue it.
But I think before you get to the body stuff, it's the mental stuff. And and I think a woman can guide you in the mental stuff. But what I think needs to be there is the understanding that some of that mental stimulation has to be there. I mean, it really could be to where you just give her that look. Like she comes to the party ready. You don't have to warm the car up because the car is already hot. Like that can happen. But it has to happen in tandem, and it has to happen when both people are checking in with themselves and they know their desires. Like when women know how their bodies work and know what they like, they tend to have better sexual experiences and tend to be in the mood more often. And if we want to talk about some of the reasons why women don't know their body, it's a lot. It's just the fact that, you know.
And if you're busy and she's working, like I said, if she's working full time, you can't ask her for sex every night. She's tired. She has a child. This is why, you know, I always, it's not the case now.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's God telling me to humble me. You know, the woman I tend to fall in love with have children, but I always wanted one without children because I know when you have a child and you work, it's hard to have sex on call, right?
King, no. If that woman knows herself and if that woman likes having sex, she don't care about their job. She gonna tell that baby to go watch a movie or put his or her butt in the bed. Like, again, don't paint us with such a broad stroke. You have to get that woman.
So you're telling me a woman, if she has a child, grown or infant, y'all don't have scheduled sex?
You don't have to. No, you don't have to.
You could just do it randomly.
It depends on the woman. It depends on her libido. It depends on her body and if she knows it. Yes, it's possible. It is very possible.
I gotta meet this woman.
I talk to me and my homegirls have conversations. No, and then too, there's all kinds of changes that happen in your body after you have a baby. And I know we talk a lot about like postpartum depression, and it's super big and it's super important. But then also knowing that not every woman goes through that. Right. And depending on if she's nursing or not or whatever, she's feeling a way. Because remember, her hormones are readjusting from having a life in her to not having a life in her, and that affects women different ways and it hits different. Right. So it's best to just, you have to know the kinds of questions to ask a woman to know how much she knows about her body and her desire, and you can like vet her out that way. Because I think you would be very pleasantly surprised if you had the right conversations with women. And kids are not always a deal breaker, and kids don't always mean that women don't want to have sex.
Right. So with that being said, the last one we're going to bring Mr. Best in the World. And keep in mind, I'm still learning and I want to make the right decisions. And me not having as much sex as I would like to, it makes me work on other parts of the relationship. And that I appreciate. And I feel like I'm going to last longer because of that, right? Because usually with sex, it's important to me. Now I'm not getting sex, but I still fucking like you. What the fuck is going on?
That's good. That's a good sign.
Yeah, like I still fucking like you. What's going on here? Last one, the manipulation in the relationship is real. I think we talked about that. People gaslight in a relationship. The emotional manipulation that goes with a partner when they want to come back to your life, and also manipulating yourself to think that partner is going to change.
Yeah,
you're going to change.
Gaslighting is real, and I don't think that.
Can you explain gaslighting to those who don't know what gaslighting is? Shout out to Mr. Best in the World. Can you explain to gaslighting?
So gaslighting is when a person comes to you with something and they're telling you, hey, you did this to me, you offended me. and you are steadily telling them why you didn't offend them or why they shouldn't be offended by whatever it is you did. It's pretty much like someone having a grievance with you and you're turning it back around on them, making it seem like it's not a big deal or that it didn't happen. And to me, that is a tactic of manipulation. And that is something that you definitely see on both sides in an organization. And Ray Perkins, yeah, I tend to roll that way as well. I think it's better to do that anytime, you know, your man wants it within limit and reason. I don't see why that should be a problem.
Yeah, but some girls don't stay moist like that. Like, I'm not trying to say anything nasty, but
I got you. But
that's the thing. Like,
you got to know your body.
Yeah, that's why like, I'm just glad that, you know, don't start nothing with me if you ain't gonna keep it up, right? But also don't get mad too, because for me, it's like, how do you expect me to function as a man? And that's the thing that I'm 41. Like, I probably, like, you know, I want to do it, you know. But maybe it's a hard lesson I'm learning, right? Maybe it's a hard lesson I'm learning about humility and how to cultivate other parts of a woman fully, right? And usually I cultivate those other parts of women just to get to sex. Now I'm learning how to cultivate and massage those other parts of women mentally, emotionally, and sex is not the end goal.
So that means that you have invested this into your life because you had an area that you needed to work on.
Right.
That's what it means. Okay.
And that's what I feel. But I still want it, like, when I pull it out, let's go. You feel me? I don't have time. Like,
you gotta find her. And something that people don't know and realize is that like mid to late 30s, approaching 40 is when women reach their peak. So like those years kind of building up, and a few years after, it's like a bell curve. So I know they be talking about the 22-year-olds, and no disrespect to them, because I was 22 once upon a time. There are women who, again, are reaching and approaching a sexual peak. So those would maybe be good women to try to partner with if you know that's a need that you have, and if you know that those women will more than likely be more sexually active and interested in you. So again, I always take it back to science. Look at the science.
And also about too, because a lot of times, you know, they probably dealing with me. And just like Chloe, and I think one of the things that we didn't talk about is maybe the sex is just good. That's why she keeps on taking him back.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's real.
I have girls that come back to my life because, or maybe she loves him, but she's one of those women that constantly complains about you're a cheater, and it's a mental block. She could find him attractive, whatever, but she can't get aroused because she has her mind she's getting played, right? Which is a point.
He is a cheater, so she's not lying.
But then leave.
Facts.
Then leave.
Facts.
Let's not waste anybody's time. Mr. Brestenwald, thank you for being patient. Talk to us.
Most definitely. What's going on? Salute to Kim, Up Level Approach. How you doing, sis?
I'm
Salute
well.
to you, King.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah, what's going on, family? Listen, okay, look, I'm gonna. Which one should I cover first? Okay, I'm gonna cover Chloe and Tristan first.
Well, hold on.
Yes.
All right. You see it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so you need that up or not?
Nah, I don't. I already know what I'm about to say. Yeah, listen. I mean, I think as far as their situation, I think, you know, she's just addicted to what he does sexually, honestly. You know what I mean? Because he's already shown the character that he has, and she already knows that. So that's evident. I mean, when it's in the news and it's public and you see it over and over again, and he ain't denying it, right? He's standing on what he does. He's standing on who he is. You know what I mean? So in my retrospect, like, you can't hate the player, you gotta hate the game. You know what I mean? Like, he got it. You know what I'm saying? And he really got it. Like, he got it. Like, I ain't mad at him. You know what I mean? Not at all. But at the end of the day, you know, if you don't want to deal with somebody like that, then it's your choice. You know, she is a grown person. She's a grown woman. You know, she's not a child. So it's really her choice to deal with this behavior or not. You know, I'm not gonna blame it on him, because you're letting him back in your life. You have other options. It's clear that you have had other options. You've had plenty of options before.
Right.
You've been able to move from one man to another. You finding a man is not a problem. But, you know, she's probably insecure. It's not even that she's insecure. She just like what he do. You know what I mean? Like, he doing it. And a lot of people like what he do. He got it going. He Will Chamberlain right now. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. Sometimes and what makes it even more is that he has money too. Like that's just like a lethal combination. Like you got money and you delivering in the bedroom. Like it's like, yo, you can't. It's almost just so bad that it's good. I hate to say that, but that's just really what it is. Salute to OG Patrice too. Good to see you, sis. With that being said, I think that as far as like intimacy, it has to be something that is a united front, right? Like both people have to be into each other. If you both really into each other, you ain't worrying about no schedules, you ain't thinking about no kids, you ain't thinking about none of that. Like you're like, yo, let's get it. You know what I'm saying? You don't really gotta say much. You know what I mean? You just look at each other, you know what time it is. You know what I mean? She know what time it is, he know what time it is, and it's going down. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be said, but when it's too much communication, when it's like, oh well, let's schedule it, oh well, blah blah blah, then that person is not into you. I mean, that's just really what it is. I'm just gonna be blunt. I ain't trying to be mean, but they're not into you like that. They're into somebody else. Somebody else is stimulating them because we all know, we all have in our mind, men and women both, people that we are really attracted to.
Right.
It could be somebody famous. It could be somebody that we know. It could be anybody, right? But if you're really attracted to somebody, you know what I mean? And we all can name one person that we're really attracted to. You can name anybody. You can name somebody famous or whatever. You know what I'm saying? For me, it's Janet Jackson. That's always been for me. Can't help it. Now, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, King, I don't know who it is for you. Kim, I don't know who it is for you. But you know who that person is. Like, hey, right there in your mind. Like, you don't even got to think about it. You're like, yo, if they ever, I'm with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't even thinking about nothing. You'll leave your job. You'll leave everything. You know what I mean? Just for one night. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's how it is.
Wow. So, Mr. Beston, what about the list we had?
As far as the list, like those are all factors. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that a lot of times when people are in relationships, sometimes, you have a view of, we all have views of what we want the relationship to be, right? So I have a view of how I want my relationship to be. Right. But is that reality in a relationship that I'm in? That's really what it boils down to. Like, is this real? If it ain't real, then you gotta have conversations or you gotta switch up. Like, you gotta leave. You know what I mean? Like, you can't force somebody to be something that they're not gonna be. Right. You know what I mean? But if you're both willing to work on it and you're both willing to be, that for each other, right, then it's fine. But there's certain things that you can't force in a relationship, right? Like chemistry, whether or not you want to have kids, you know what I mean? Where you want to live, like those things, like you can't force. Like you either on the same page or you're not. You know what I mean? So that's just really what it is, man. And the reason why people get manipulated in relationships or used in relationships is because, you know what I'm saying, they don't value themselves, honestly. Like, you're not valuing you. If you value you, you won't get manipulated. Like, nobody able to take advantage of you if you stay on your square. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are afraid to do that because they're afraid to be alone. Honestly.
You know what's crazy about this whole situation, and that got me a little bit upset with people that claim he is toxic, is the fact that no one wants to say to Chloe, with all the resources you have and all the examples you have around you, because mind you, you can hate her if you want, but Kanye and Kim are married. And I believe her other sister, Courtney, was married before. I believe so. To Scott, I think she was married, right? Was she or wasn't she? I want to make sure.
I don't really follow them that much.
Okay.
I know they were together.
So Garden, please correct me. And the mother was married.
And got remarried. Yep. And Kim is remarried.
Why are we, and this is why I said he's not toxic. No, Kim, are you referring to yourself or that Kim? Because she already has somebody. No. Every time somebody's up here with me, they think we're a good couple. That's funny.
We are attractive, though.
Why say that again, Kim?
I said we are attractive. We are cute.
I am. I do find you very attractive, but you're taken.
I said we, but yes, no, yeah.
Right. So with that being said, why are women allowing men to impregnate them without the security of marriage. Marriage doesn't mean he's going to stay around. You could get divorced. He could pass away. But why aren't they requiring men? And this is why I said he's not toxic. He's disgusting. I say he's disgusting because you're impregnating women without giving them a strong family structure and culture to help the young ladies that you're producing know how to vet men after you are gone. He's disgusting for that. And I know a lot of my friends who I have friends are doing that too, and they could get mad at me, but I love them. But we should make sure that you marry a woman as soon as you become older. And my friends have become older and they are marrying the ladies that they get pregnant. When they were younger, they moved crazy, but they are marrying those ladies. They matured into that in their 40s, like me. Fortunately for me, I didn't have any kids, so now I'm 40, I just want to get married. We need to stop impregnating women without marriage as men. We need to honor our woman with marriage if we get them pregnant. And yes, it doesn't stop him from cheating, but we could hold him accountable because technically he could say, I love you all he wants. But there's no legal repercussions. There's no communal repercussions. There's no religious or spiritual repercussions when he does that. So he's not toxic. She's stupid. She is stupid. And when you feel like you could take care of a child on your own, you're foolish. Now, if a man marries you and has a kid with you and then he falls off, then that man's going to feel the karma. From whoever you worship, universe, whoever, your family, whoever, he deserves to feel the karma for not taking care of his responsibilities. But as women, you need to protect yourself. Make sure he marries you before he gets you pregnant. Because what happens, he gets you pregnant, you end up taking care of the kids, and he goes and marry another woman that says, oh my God, you produce beautiful kids. I love them. Because he's not telling the new girl that he don't take care of you like he should. He's not. He's not going to tell a new girl, yo, guess what? I didn't give my daughter or my son certain things because I don't have it because I took you out on a date. He's not going to tell. He's just going to pick up the daughter when he bought the daughter or son when they buy them some new Jordans or some new Balenciagas or some new fucking Alexander McQueens and say, yeah, this is my, I take care of my kids. They take the pictures with the whole outfit, but not with the snotty nose and uncombed hair. This is why I'm trying to tell you, we gotta stop impregnating women without marrying them. Now, if you have done that in your past, cool. But moving forward, black men, particularly black men, moving forward, marry the next woman you get pregnant. Please. Don't have her out here looking like a fool. Because what happens is, I talked to a girl one time. Thank you for that. I talked to a girl one time and I said, you got three kids? She said, so your baby father? She said, no, correction, my ex-husband's. There's a difference. Every man married me. Any kid I had it within marriage. But you got divorced. Relax. They had to pay. There's no free rides here. There's no free rides here. I'm not just happy to be with you.
Mm-hmm.
And some girls, I'm like, oh my God, that's kind of like you kind of looking down on women that never got married and have kids. I'm not looking down. The fact is, I had a husband. It didn't work out. We had kids. You had kids, and I don't know if you had kids to keep them or you had kids because y'all wanted to. I don't know. It's a difference. I think we have some classism within women. It's a classism thing. Okay.
It is. It definitely is. And I feel that the men see it as well because a lot of men, everybody now doesn't want to be a stepfather. They don't care about people's children. That's their choice. But
what's up?
But the men who are
community.
Hey, but the men that are open to it, they are more so open to it with women who are divorced or widowed. is what I'm seeing. And I get the sentiment behind it, because it's basically like you required the ultimate type of commitment before you brought life forth. And while that's not going to guarantee a specific outcome, it did guarantee that you at least required it beforehand. And it's hard.
Whoa, Kim, that's real, because I had one, the girl that told me that, right? She said, she looked at me, she said, let me tell you something. I said, you had 3 kids, 2 or 3 kids three kids by 2 different men. No, 3 kids by 3 different men. How did you get them to all marry you? Because that's the standard.
Yeah.
She said, you know how hard it is to ask a man to marry you when you got somebody got you pregnant without marrying you? He's gonna feel like an idiot. He's going to feel like an idiot. And you could talk your way around it, but the only way he's gonna overlook it is because he has never met a woman like you. Give him peace. So he's not. When you give a man peace, he overlooks that. Like, okay, fuck him. I'm with you now. But most men who get married look at that, and they want to see what I don't want. Every man wants to. If you gave him head, you better give me head. If he bought your car, I'm not. Okay, that's the standard, right?
But King, like, all right, listen. Like, so there's no essay involved. Like, he's not taking advantage of these women, right? They willingly land with this man. Like, they're laying with him, right? So if you willingly land with somebody, you know what I mean, and they're not taking advantage of you, you know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at like the Black Chinas of the world, right? Like, she keeps having multiple kids by multiple guys, right? Because there's an incentive in it for her. So a lot of these women, they think it's an incentive. They're trying to get that bag. They're trying to get some money from him. It's an easy come up. You know what I'm saying? And if they know that he's dumb enough to do that, to get them pregnant, and now he's basically liable for that child for 18 plus years, then a lot of them will do that. You know what I mean? They probably do know that he's not going to stay with them. You know what I mean? Like, he's already kind of shown that he's not really going to be loyal to anybody. So
right.
I'm sorry, they're not making that the standard, though. Like, their mindset is different. So I think Mr. Best in the World, that's the point that we're making. Like, they're doing the opposite of what could be done, because they might not be getting the best outcomes if they continue to meet guys. We don't know what their dealings are, but those guys might not offer them some of the things they want to offer. I actually remember this. I'm going to try to not give all the details of the story, but there was a gentleman that I was dating a while ago, long time ago, actually. And I asked him to do something. He didn't want to do it. And he asked me, he said, do you require this of every person you date? Now, me being stupid, I was like, no, I am just asking you to do it. And he was like, hell no. Now, of course, that ultimately was a deal breaker, and I decided to no longer date him, but it taught me a lesson, and it taught me a lesson about standards and about being prepared to have conversations about them and explain them. And yes, you can change your mind, ladies. You can change your behavior, but once you make that change, then it needs to be consistent. So what I asked him to do, I consistently began to ask other people to do, because in the future, it was important to me and I wanted it to happen, but like no one had ever put it to me like that before. And I don't think he was resistant in what I asked him per se. I think he was just resistant in like, okay, so what's the change up now? If this isn't a standard, why are you making me jump through additional hoops for X, Y, and Z? So I think it's good to hear it from men sometimes, right, so that we can understand the power and consistency.
Okay, look at the honor in that. Just my 4 cents. Thank you for the $2 donation. It was actually $4. I appreciate that, because everything counts. Little raindrops eventually make an ocean. Thank you. I'm $2 to $4 closer to my G-Wagon. Thank you so much. So what I want to say is this. Look at the honorable statement she says. 20-year marriage, son turns 18 tomorrow. That's honorable. That's honorable. We talk about honor, not snitching, holding your man down, ride or die. That's honorable. That's commitment. And I'm not blaming a woman. I'm blaming the men. Because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, we don't have to keep on. You can have. I didn't say stop having sex with these women. I never said that. I'm saying don't get these women pregnant if you're not going to marry them. Don't get them pregnant, not because what happens is that's where the resentment comes from. You got me out here not feeling like number one. Because that's how chicks. I was at funerals, hood funerals in Brooklyn, when the side chick says, "Yeah, man, was still in my crib. The man is dead." And the side chick's like, "He was in my crib." He said, "That's my husband, though." That was it. Argument done. That's my husband.
Game over.
It's nothing to talk about. He never married you. Yeah, he lived with you. We didn't get along. He lived with you, but that's my husband. Give your woman the crown if she gives you a legacy. That's a good trade-off, right? Men, I'm talking to the men here. That's a trade-off. If she gives you a legacy, give her a crown. But here's a question I'm going to give to Kim. Because you believe what I believe in, what advice would you give a woman who didn't get married but had a child by a man, but she wants her next man to marry her? What can she say to him to make him feel at ease?
So it really depends on the man, because I think that all mindsets of men regarding women who have children or a child is not the same. I think that it would benefit her to explain that to him and to say, at one point in time, I did not have this standard. This is what I learned from not having it, and this is the standard that I now have. Now, I think a simple conversation is enough. I know there are some people who think this woman has to like grovel and beg and do. I don't think that's necessary.
Yes.
I think it's a simple conversation of, this is how I have changed, this is what I've seen, and this is now what I require. I think if the man sees her sincerity, and if it's something that he believes in, he'll rock with it. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. So I think the best thing that she can do is to be honest and to be forthcoming about it. And I mean, really, the rest is up to him. I mean, I don't necessarily think there is a guaranteed outcome, because there's no guaranteed outcomes with any of this stuff. Like, we just kind of do the best we can. And the best we can is just her just talking about it and just keeping it real.
Right. Legally, Ploy says, no, we won't, because she didn't require it from my baby daddy. But
that's because you won't legally employ.
Right, at one point, I wouldn't either, but you know what it is? I used to think like legally employed, but when they make me feel at peace,
right,
it's different, right? Now, and I say I'm not going to still think like him, but there's certain women that that get that exception. I'm not going to lie to you.
They should, because we bring so much, and that's something that's so hard to put in words. Just the essence of a woman and the essence of female energy and the essence of what we bring. I think it goes beyond words. Sometimes it's more of a vibe, especially when you vibe with that person and you guys are close. I think the same thing for men. I think men that have children, or men that have ex-wives or baby mamas or records or just whatever, I think that when you get with them and they have a genuine conversation about it, and you guys have that vibe and you appreciate their essence, there are things that you can overlook. That's why that part of who we are exists. Because if we were just looking at what we were on paper, it would be very transactional, and there would be far less people that are together, in my opinion.
Right. So so now we see that, I still believe women should have a standard, and I think moving forward, men should move a certain way.
Yes.
Moving forward, and everybody's allowed to make mistakes. So if a woman has one child out of wedlock, cool. One baby father, cool. But when it starts getting to 2 or 3, you can't require that for me.
And I think that's fair. Whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's fair. And I think, I mean, at that point, that woman might have to continue to look. I mean, it might be somebody out there for her.
Right.
Just by and large, you know, she might have to come up with a different way to have a partnership, because that does not mean that she's going to be lonely. Maybe someone won't marry her, but maybe someone will still be in a long-term relationship with her. So at that point, I think you have to widen your horizons, because there are choices that we make and we can't skirt around the outcomes.
What y'all talking about is like standards, right? You're talking about standards that people should have. But the thing now is there really ain't no more standards. Really, kind of like everybody kind of doing what they want nowadays, right? So, and we implore that. We say body positivity. We say, you know, being what kind of relationship you want. Hell, soon it's gonna be you can have as many partners as you want. You know what I'm saying? Like that's coming down the pipe too. They already making TV shows about it. So at the end of the day, I hear what you're talking about, and I do believe that can be successful. Yes, we should have standards. Yes, it would be nice if, you know, a man marries a woman. You know, they have the two dogs and a cat and the white picket fence and, you know, the nice house and all that. That would be great. You know, the 2 cars in the driveway. That would be awesome. But nowadays, you know, that's really kind of not reality nowadays. Nowadays, everybody's out for themselves in a sense. So have we basically allowed so much freedom that now the traditional relationships is kind of passé? Like that's what I'm asking.
I disagree, because I don't think having a standard automatically equates to having a traditional relationship. And I also think that sometimes what's popular is overinflated because we see it so much on social media. So that's why I enjoy being in a space like this, right? Okay, yeah, I guess YouTube is social media-ish, whatever, but I'm like talking to real people. You know what I'm saying? With real informed opinions and experiences. And I think that there is enough people out there where if you want to have a standard and you want a spouse with the standard, I think it's enough people out there for you. And then if you don't, then it's enough of those people out there too. Like, I think sometimes we forget how big the world is and how you have little pockets of people that just move way different than what we see out here and what's popular and what's on social media. Because I think the reason we see it so much is to get people who are not doing it to be influenced by it. I don't think that that's everybody. And I'm not saying, but I think it's enough people who were like, this is going to be my standard. And I mean, and I'm not caping for religion necessarily, but you have different types of people who operate within their religion. They operate according to those rules, whether they really truly believe it or not. Their actions and their outcomes uplift that doctrine. So I think it's way more people out there that are still kind of doing it according to the standard that they have set, either by themselves or by their religion or whatever.
Right. Before we move on to the next thing, because according to Holly, this topic is fried. That's what she said. Holly, I watch everything, Holly. I'm telling you, every time the chat, I see everything and I respond. And we call people out a lot of times. But listen, the Glow Code, OG Patrice, shout out to OG Patrice. We love you. The Glow Code. I know women past and present that I know their husbands are and did cheat, and they ain't going nowhere. They put in too much time and kids, and they're getting that pension, social security, right? And this is what I mean, ladies. You mean to tell me you had 9 months of pregnancy, and you don't want that pension? That's yours.
That's missing the bag to me.
Like if you don't want to marry somebody, at least focus on the bag. Cause I'd be damned if someone gets you pregnant. If I was a girl, someone got me pregnant and married someone else, and they got that, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want you to have my last name. I want you to have security afterwards. I want you to have my properties afterwards. I want you to be okay afterwards, right? And to me, when I say honor means honor your woman. That means make sure she's good when you're not around. And the only way to legally do that, outside of a will and insurance, is marriage. It makes everything so much easier.
I agree.
So my thing is this, y'all. So has capitalism ruined the way that we date?
Well, explain.
Yeah.
Like, is it like basically everybody's in pursuit of the bag a lot of times? You know what I mean? Or at least that's what's marketed, right? By media or whatever. So about getting that bag. So are we taking that as well into our relationships? Are we allowing that to influence our relationships as well? just to be capitalistic and opportunist. Like, is that influencing the way we date?
I think that's a different and separate issue, kind of, because we're not talking about dating. We're talking about creating a life and creating a legacy with someone. And I really struggle with that because it's like, do you got to marry somebody just because you had a baby? But then it's like, but why are you doing baby making stuff with people that you don't want to marry? And again, I think people are like, well, if you have sex, you can have a baby. Yeah, but let's be real and let's be real grown. More times than not, when a child is created, you are having a different type of sex that is a little less careful and cautious than it could and should be. So it's like, why are you having that type of intimate relationship with somebody if your intention is not to have kids, or if that's not a person that you can see yourself marrying in the event that a child is created? I think when you think about the outcomes for the children and the fact that children who come up in marriages kind of fare better than other kids most times, I think it's something to be considered. And I think it's something that we should just kind of have a separate look at. Because just as a guy, and I don't want to be crass and I don't want to be nasty, but I'm just kind of like, why are you like, oh, I would never wife her, but you shooting up the club? Like, to me, that's just inconsistent behavior. I don't understand.
No, because you give men too much credit. Men are savage by nature. They want to smash. This is why I stress, have that man marry you. Because most men, not all, are smashing anything that comes their way.
But I'm talking about more than smashing. Like,
you hear what I'm saying? They smash anything that comes their way. However, they're only going to marry one person.
Right.
So why not have the title of wife? Because, like you said, they won't marry her. So why won't you be the one they marry? I'm confused. So I don't want the icon on your beautiful hair today. I apologize for that. Why does a woman want to be those? You know how to go, I'm not one of them? Yeah, you are. You are one of them. Because you're not married.
Because I think the way that we pedestalize marriage and the way that we romanticize it, you want him to just be head over heels in love with you. You want it to be his idea. You don't want it to be because we have created this life and a family structure is the best thing for this child. Mm-hmm. So I think, and again, I mean, it would hurt my feelings too, right? But then I would also have to say, okay, deep down inside, what do I think is the best thing for my now growing family that I decided to bring here? So I think a lot of women don't want to marry because they feel like the only reason why we're getting married is because of this kid. And a lot of people, so many people think that that's not a good enough reason. But I think we got to unpack how you got there to begin with, because at some point, it was a possibility with certain behavior and you didn't stop that behavior. So then now that you have the outcome, now you're thinking, okay, well, this person ain't the one for me, but you wasn't thinking that when you was shooting the club up. You weren't thinking that when you let him shoot the club up. You weren't thinking that when you missed your pill or when you whatever. Like, we're not thinking those things then. And that's the time to think about it, not actually after it's already happened, in my opinion. Well, and it's very nuanced and it's very difficult, but I think we got to come up with something.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. This comes back to the fact that, and I say it's Chloe for it again. Tristan is not toxic. Chloe doesn't have standards.
Can it be both? Can he be toxic and she don't have standards?
No, because she has standards, she wouldn't attract toxic men.
I think they're both toxic, honestly.
Why you say that?
I like it.
Because they both allow behaviors and they both do behaviors that are egregious. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see his track record, everything he's done. You see her track record and everything that she's allowed and done as well. You know what I'm saying? So, and of course, when you're toxic, toxic people don't have standards or they don't really value themselves or other people. You know what I'm saying? So, I think she needs to, I honestly think she's not over the Lamar Odom thing. That's
She left a toxic man to go to another toxic man. That's what happens when you don't have standards. And also, let's be honest, maybe she just wanted Tristan for his genetics.
Maybe.
Some women actually have babies by men because your genetics plus mine will possibly create this.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. You know what I mean? That's why y'all always say, "Oh, King doesn't like black women. He doesn't take." No, because most of them that date, they look at my genetics and say our babies might look like this. I don't know why my black sisters, my dark skin black, don't want to come to me because I want a dark skinned son. I told you I won't be able to function if I don't have a dark skinned son. I don't know what, so I want that, But if women look at men as, oh, I want those features, I want those virtues, I want those assets that he has, and I'm gonna have a baby by him, whether he likes it or not.
Well, I mean, I kind of think that they all have something, most of them have something in common with the people that they've chosen, and they've chosen to mate with melanated people.
Ooh,
so
look
I
at
think
this.
that's a whole thing.
That's why she wanted dark. I said she wanted his genetics. They want to be blacks sometimes, right or wrong. The Kardashians, they don't front. They want certain type of kids.
Yeah.
Married, and they have beautiful kids. They said biracial babies is a cheat code for beauty. That's what they say.
Not all the time, and that's no
disrespect. That's what they. I don't. It says just my foot says marriage costs $90 in Pennsylvania and doesn't require an officiant. No excuse. Get married and worry about the big celebration later. So with that being said, bingo, bingo, bingo. I always put these topics up, but it leads to something that's really deeper because we always go into something deeper. Why is it so hard for black men to marry women? Or women to take marriage from men, accept marriage from men, when it really doesn't cost that much?
No.
But y'all want this big $100,000, $200,000 wedding that you're still going to be in debt with. You could have bought a house with that or put a down payment on a house.
Yep.
Why can't? So if a man says he can't marry you because he wants a wedding, a big wedding, he's fronting. And ladies, if you tell your friends, "Oh, we're waiting to get married because we want a wedding of our dreams," you played yourself. You can still have a wedding. You can still have the wedding after being married. And technically, you're supposed to be married before you have your wedding, a couple of days before, a week before. So knock it off.
You technically are once you get the license.
Knock it off, ladies. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling me. Kim?
It's how we're socialized. As Jen said, it's from the time that you're a little itty bitty. You'll go in the store and you see like dress up clothes, and a lot of them is like a wedding dress. So like you are socialized to see this wedding. You're socialized to see this day. I think even people now are socialized to be a bridezilla. Like people are just terrible and terrors when they're planning a wedding. And so I think a lot of women, I've heard so many women say it's my special day. Now, how you're starting your life with another person and it's your special day, and you tell him to show up and you tell him what to wear and he pays for it. That's the culture. Even the thing with rings, and even with an engagement ring, that's the culture. So I just think it's the way that we're socialized. And I think we pedestalize the wedding and we don't pedestalize the marriage part.
Thank you. And
that's what I see. That's very, very, very
why, so I know you got to do something, but this is why I say to women, if he doesn't marry you because you have a child, you're playing yourself. It doesn't cost that much to get married. Don't have that man have you pushing out a kid and he's not making sure you're good with his pension. And I know a lot of street dudes that say, I don't want to do the government thing, and I get that. But you got to tell him, listen, don't have me out here looking crazy. Don't have me out here looking crazy. And that's what a lot of you women are looking like. And hopefully it's not. And if you don't look like a bad one or a fly thing, it's going to be hard for a man to accept that. Like, I'm not going to lie. I tend to lean away from women with children because I want the first childbearing experience to be new for me. But I make exceptions for someone who's super pretty and who makes me feel at peace. I will make an exception. Now, if you don't have that luxury to make a man make an exception, you better get your baby daddy to marry you straight up. I'm dead ass.
Man.
If you don't look like something, or you don't have certain resources, because you see Chloe, she got surgery done. She got money. any child comes from her womb is going to be okay, and she still can't get a man to marry her, or she can't get the man that she wants to marry her. That tells you something. That tells you something. That tells you something. So, ladies, please take care of yourself. People worrying about you spend more money on the baby shower than the wedding. Aisha, speak on it. Y'all spend more money on a baby shower. Y'all rent out the hall for $500, catering for another $500, a band, and then you have, you get the Burberry shirts. That's another band, the shoes and everything, and then y'all can't even go down to New York. How much? Who knows how much a wedding license or certificate costs in New York City? In New York, can someone tell me that, please?
I have no idea. I will say, as far as the marriage scene, I think that like him was saying, a lot of times they're programmed, you know what I mean, from the time that they're young through media, you know what I mean? You always see the shows about getting married and all that on the Life Network or whatever network it's on, you know what I mean, E and all that. So, you know what I mean? They're programmed to believe that they have to be a certain way or that they have to have a certain wedding instead of focusing on what's really important, which is building a great foundation in your marriage. You know what I'm saying? Which should start once you're dating.
Hold on. It's $35 to get a wedding certificate in New York City. Can somebody, Glow Code, Nikki, can you check that out? It's $189 in Vegas. Can somebody check this out?
It's inexpensive. It is inexpensive. And you don't have to have a ring either. And
wait, hold on. $35 in New York City.
They really want
you to get married. Hold on. Because I'm about to have a little monologue here. If I find this is the price, if this getting mad, if it is, I'm giving how much does it cost in New York City to have a wedding? And give me some other states. We know in Vegas $189. So lucky no one's marrying you because that's $189. That's a lot of money. I'd rather take you to. I'd rather just buy you. You can't even get you anything with that, really. I can't even take you to dinner, but you know what I mean. I pay for parking, okay, cable or phone bill, whatever. It's $85. It's $35.
It's $35.
And Louisiana is $27.50, and nobody's getting married
because they're afraid of what they'll lose when it goes wrong.
But they don't have it anyway. Let's go back to how much the men. I read articles today. I can't wait till Lucky come up. Men are not making that much money like they think what's going on?
It's a commitment, though, King. It's a lifelong commitment. You saying forever.
So what's a booty? What's a baby?
Exactly.
Why you got pregnant?
Because I mean, it's two different commitments, though.
Huh?
Like marriage is two different. It's different from. Like if you have a
It's
child, that's one commitment. If you have a child, that's one commitment, and if you get married, that's a different commitment. It's two different commitments altogether.
No, because even when you have a child with
someone, hold on, everybody, hold on 1 second. It's $60 in Illinois. It's $56 in Georgia, but $16 is proof of premarital education. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Fresh haircut, looking good. Yo, I don't know what's going on.
Hey, what's good, bro?
Is that easy?
Yeah.
But someone said, Mr. Best in the World, they said commitment, but what about the tax benefits of being married?
Yeah, the tax benefits are cool. I'm not even gonna lie. They are good.
Some of the articles we read, they say, and this I'm talking about Chloe now. Chloe needs marriage because she makes too much money, first of all. Some of the articles say that you actually make more money. Men make more money when they're married.
What's good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's good, bro?
What's good?
Michigan, they say it's $20 around.
Yeah, it's inexpensive.
Is that true?
Let me tell a quick story, brother.
Okay.
When I had my first son, I was 19 years old. His mother was 17, right? So she was a senior in high school. I wanted to do exactly what you guys are talking about. I talk about this all the time.
Right.
I came to her. This is before, I really looked up to Big Meech and Terry. At this time, I looked up to
Is this the doctor girl from Jersey that you was dating?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, she Jamaican. What's that little thing called? Jehovah's Witness. They was not having it. Right. You can't even masturbate.
Unless you're Jehovah's. Bible study.
It's over.
Kingdom Hall.
Yeah, she masturbate, you're done. You're out the whole shit.
Just fellowship.
Exactly, disfellowship. That's what it's called. But I tried to take the young lady.
You got the lady looking at you now.
About time, man. About time. But on some real shit, I tried to take her to court and really like get married. I wanted to do that at the time. I wanted to get married while she was pregnant. And what I kept hearing was no. Like you should be able to afford a bigger wedding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm thinking, all right, I got a regular job. Like what y'all really what the fuck y'all want me to do? I remember asking her mom, like, you must want me to get out here and sell a fucking brick. You know what I'm saying? Because like I got the money to marry your daughter right now, but it wasn't about the marriage. It was about what it looked like to the public. It was about Jesus, like I want to say pride and ego. It wasn't really about, all the bush. And plus her Camila mom is an AKA, Michelle Mary. Shout out to the AKAs. But so she was very high maintenance as well. She wanted a lot of stuff that really at the time I couldn't provide for her. So that's part of the reason why I told her a lot of women like don't get married. And yesterday I brought up Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler is my favorite story to talk about because he was drop dead fucking poor. He talk about that all the time. He couldn't even afford a fucking computer. So his fiance bought him one because she believed in his vision. Next thing you know, he fucking what he ended up writing? He wrote Fruitvale Station, Black Panther, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what does that tell you? Like, and they end up getting married. A lot of women don't really believe in men's vision. Like a lot of women don't believe in men's vision at all. That's why they don't get married. And like we all watch Power. Look what happened with Ghost and Tasha. I wanna get out of the drug game, wife. I want to be something better, wife. I want to be a better man morally, wife. No, I want you to be the biggest drug dealer in New York City. What ended up happening? Baby girl in foster care, one daughter dead, Tariq in jail. So like what ended up happening is it's like
that's what happened.
Literally, bro. So it's like when a man says he wants to go this direction, believe in me, a lot of women don't, but they're willing to like lay down. Like Tasha was willing to fuck Jamie still, but she wasn't willing to believe in him. That's what happens with us a lot of the time. And we can get pussy all day long, but even when we showing and proving, it's not enough. And yeah, that's to me, that's what happens. As far as the $20, like small license stuff, a lot of women, they're not going for that shit.
Okay, so I'm glad Darrell came on because he said something very important. The onus goes back on women. And this forced narrative or this Disney fantasy of weddings and not marriage. You had a young man graduating from college, and typically Alphas marry AKAs, legacy. These for me, Qs, Deltas, Sigmas, and Zetas. Kappas be to everybody. So at the end of the day, Sigma to Gamma Rose though. With that being said, this young man wanted to do right by this lady, and they were worried about the wedding more so than the marriage.
That's a fact.
Women are doing. That's why I say. That's why I didn't blame Tristan. I never blamed Tristan because the way Tristan is moving right now, getting girls pregnant, I promised you, he tried to propose to Chloe. She said, no. You got to do it a certain way or we ain't going to get it done. I promise you he did that.
But so it's a double-edged sword, right? So when it comes to the whole potential thing, this is another topic, but hey, we here. It's dangerous sometimes to enter into situations, pregnancy, marriage, whatever, with people that have potential because potential could go either way. Now, I think it's better to vet potential to be like, okay, not only do you want to do this, you're actually making steps to do it. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but at least you're on the path. I think that type of potential is a little bit better than saying, I want to do this, but you have like no way of like reaching out and like putting your hands on that. So, I mean, it really is a gamble. It really is almost like tossing a coin because you kind of don't know how and where it's going to go. Now, to Daryl's point with his story, that's a story that we hear very often. I think it's easier to build together when you're young. And I think if you are building, that's possibly the time to do it. But I know a lot of women and a lot of women's mothers have unrealistic expectations, and they will say, this ring is not big enough, you don't love my daughter. This wedding is not big enough, you don't love my daughter. I think that is super misguided, but that is also what we do, because we have this whole I deserve thing, and you do deserve, but sometimes you've got to put more time in before you see the outcome of deserving that. So
let me do this. I want to put this up just for my 4 cents. You are bringing heat today. Thank you. Marriage certificates will get a woman more rights than a big ring. A marriage certificate is like a 20-carat ring.
Facts on facts.
But they don't see it that way.
Y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want me to go and pay 35. Y'all don't want Darrell to pay 20, but y'all want the big ring and us risk our freedom.
Some women do.
So you're marrying somebody for $25, $35 anyway.
It's a status thing, because we get to be like, my ring's bigger than hers, my wedding was bigger than hers, and it equates to my man loves me more. And now that I'm in a particular season in my life, and I kind of look around at my friend groups and some people, a lot of us kind of did things different ways, and we still have different outcomes. Like, some of the people that I know had the most expensive weddings are not together. Some people that had the cheapest weddings or went to the courthouse are together. And then some of those people that went to the courthouse, they're not together. And so it's a mixture of outcomes. But I do think that we are remiss in thinking that those things really equate to love, because as you said, King, it would make more sense to take money and buy a house, or if you're super young, rent an apartment. Like, what's wrong with wearing a wedding band, or what's wrong with not wearing a ring at all until you get what you want?
I know people that's married that don't wear their rings.
So do I. Yep, so do I.
And they've been married for a while. They're like, what are you talking about?
What's the point? Right.
You know what I find out, Kim? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
I find that since I've been dating, it's easier to attract women. It's easier to buy them $1,000 gifts than it is to get women to really marry you. A lot of women are just simply afraid of marriage. Like you were saying, when they're younger, marriage is sensationalized. As they get older, it's the exact opposite to me, especially in the Black community, because a lot of us are raised in single parent households and households that was never even married, right? And then when you hear about it from a male perspective, you hear about men getting their shit taken, right? You hear people, and shout out to Kevin Stammies, but he said this before. After divorces, women get the kids, women get all the assets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when you have this type of rhetoric being popularized, that scares men to like it's like, why the fuck would we want to get married? And on top of this, the flip side for me that I always argue is, shout out to L. Nixon. Why would I spend 10 years outside, like after high school, getting all my resources together, and then I'm in a position where I got 50 bad women, they all feel the same. They all in shape, they all look good, they all want to give me head, they all saying the same thing. Why would I settle with one? That's what women don't understand. That's why I bring up Ryan Coogler's story, because a lot of them, they come into a man's life out of nowhere. And just like April Mason said, they come with a lot of nothing, but they help you lose everything. They come with a lot of nothing, but I haven't met too many women that's saying, hey, I'm going to invest into you like Ryan Coogler's wife did. And that wasn't even his wife. She invested $1,500. That man, they're making $1 billion movie. $1,500, $1 billion movie. But you don't want to work like that.
Well, but I think she.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. I know you have something important to say, but we want to make sure that we hear from the lady attorney. So please.
20-second
One, two, three, four. Hit the floor, hit the floor, hit the floor. Wow. Yo, shout out to the lead attorney for always giving us his wisdom, his 20 years of legal advice. He always comes through for us, and I appreciate him. When you see the lady attorney, the lead attorney, tell him I'm here. Whenever he wants to talk about what he wants to talk about, I'm willing to accept this apology. And you know, not just for me, but for everybody he offended. You want to make sure 2022 on these YouTube streets, we are. And shout out to LGBTQ plus community. I love the ballroom. I never attended it. I won't attend it, but I do watch it on Instagram on my free time. Shout out to y'all. At the end of the day, shout out to the lady attorney. I'm here whenever you're ready. But going back to Kim, talk to me.
Whew. Let me get centered again. Okay. So, no, what I was saying was the whole thing about potential. And yes, Daryl, like I feel you. I think that in a relationship, again, especially with one starting out where you're building yourself and building your resources, it is important to build one another up. But then the flip side of that is that you have so many women who spent so many years building men or trying to build them, and it never equated to anything. So I think that there's gotta be a way to kind of vet that out a little bit more, because I don't think it's equally wise for a woman to just continually pour her support and resources into a man that doesn't want to do anything. And there's a plethora of those out there. Just as many men that are like Ryan Coogler, it's some that are the opposite. So like, how can a woman vet that out? I've got some ideas, but I am not a man. So like, what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that is, the way I would tell my daughters is like this.
Mm-hmm.
At that point in time, 19, 20 years old, how many of us is doing what we plan to do at 19, 20 years old?
Hardly anybody.
No fucking body.
Right.
So it's not that many plans. That's why I hate when people always bring up, oh, I need a man with a plan. If you got a plan, most people plans don't work out the way that they fucking plan. So
at 19, I didn't know what I was going to do next week.
Exactly. For real, bro. And for the Christians, I hate that whole plan and shit, because then they would say this: walk by faith, not by sight. What the fuck are you talking about? Right. So you can apply that to your relationship as well. And this is why I always end up just not really going that way with that religious stuff too, because if you really walk by faith, then apply it to your relationship. Have faith that God gonna bless your relationship, because you are doing the right things. You are getting married, then you having sex, then you having a child. But we do it the opposite way. Show us the money first, then you get the coochie, then have the kid, and then maybe after doing that for a while, you might get married. But I'm telling you, like, I've bought women fucking Gucci purses before they want to get a fucking marriage license. They just don't want those different things. I'm telling the women these days, like a lot of women, they're not like you, Kim, right? You know what I'm saying? They're not more, and I know you consider yourself modern, but you're modern tradition, right? To me, you're like a modern traditional type woman. You would come home, you would probably cook, clean, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of women not like that. These women are going to keep their options open. I'm the kind of man that believe that every woman, in my opinion, when they're dating, not every woman, I shouldn't say that, but most women, they got like a side nigga ready, like Issa, Lawrence, and Daniel. You know what I'm saying? Like they all got a Daniel just laying around somewhere. And that's in my opinion. So like they be distracted. It's a lot of reasons why people don't get married, in my opinion. But let me see what Sherelle said. So King and Darrell.
All right, so let's talk about it, Darrell. Let's talk about it. Let me go first, because I wasn't always up like this. I wasn't always up. I had to earn this, and I did it illegally, and I'm doing it legally now. Every man goes to their downs, and they come back up, and they go back down and come back up. That's an entrepreneurial spirit, right? That's an entrepreneurial man, right? Now, my down nowadays is not like before, where my pocket was tapped. My down nowadays is like, first of all, I don't have any downs nowadays, but if I had a down, it was basically I can't go out as much. You feel me? I gotta relax, but all my bills is paid. That's my down. Just my bills is paid. I covered everything. I'm cool, right? Cheryl, the only way to make sure that, first of all, you shouldn't be dealing with men that don't have. But if they don't have, you need to look at a man and see what he has outside of money. Now, if you have a man that's college educated or has a trade, then at least you know he can't make money. It's just that the market out there is tough, right? Also, you want to see who he's around. You judge a man by his friends, because usually if his friends are go-getters, 9 out of 10 chances he's a go-getter too. So that's two things. Does he have education, or does he have a trade and his network? This is how you tell if you could give a man a shot or not. Then you look at his family. Is his family, can they family vouch for him? Can they validate him? Basically, look at his father, his uncles. Are they go-getters? Right? Because when you marry him, you want to know that those people don't lean on him, or those people give him inspiration to be better. Right? You have to look at these things, because not every man that's down on luck is a bum. They're just down on their luck. And sometimes being down on your luck could be, it won't be a week, it could be years. We saw that thing, Acrimony, that film. That's a real story. That's like a real life situation where that man had an idea. That lady gave him everything. And the day she left.
Bro, the same thing happened to Steve Jobs. You know, I got the whole Steve Jobs biography. For the first 4 years that he started Apple, it was unprofitable.
Right.
Baby mama left him for his best friend.
Damn.
His baby mama left him for his best friend.
Say that again?
His baby mama left him for his best friend. That's why he never claimed that child, Lisa. He always
happy birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're taking me back. Simpson reference? All right.
Yeah.
To the point where I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but he came out with the Lisa computer. You know what I'm saying? It was a major failure. But at the end of the day, that story is one that I think about too, is like he had a company, he went to college, etc. He was completely intelligent. He was working on Apple, and then eventually would make the first Pixar movie. We all know it, Toy Story. His name is on that fucking movie, right? If you go to executive producers, Steve Jobs is right there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Steve Jobs made fucking Toy Story.
Wow.
My whole point is like,
no, I didn't know that. This is why, like, when you have men that are entrepreneurs, they have information, and then with information comes power. Information is the new oil.
Yes.
Remember that. Information is the new oil. Those who have information and knowledge about particular subjects are the ones that usually become well off. So don't tell me you can't find a man to marry because he can't flip your tax returns. That's not somebody you want to look at, right? You want to look at, like I said, that man and his network, right? And that man and his credentials, right? So let's take me and Darrell, for example. Me and Darrell are part of fraternities. So clearly we have a network. I don't choose to use my capital network to succeed. I don't know what he does, but I don't use them, right? But at the end of the day, I don't ask them for nothing. You feel me? Because I'm one of people, like, you know, when I get it, they're gonna be on me and they're gonna come and I'm gonna help them out. That's what I want to do. But you can look at my father, the crop that I come from. You can look at the degrees I have. You can look at my friends. You can look at my lifestyle. I want to live a certain way, so I'm going to find a way to live that way, right? Your best chance is to get with man when he doesn't have it. See, the problem is women don't want to put in that work or that money because they scared that man's going to leave. And that's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you think like that, it ends up becoming like that. Why? Because you start treating him like that. When I was a teacher, self-fulfilling prophecy. When I thought a child was bad, I would treat him like he was a bad child, and he would behave like a bad child. When I start treating him like a good child, he started behaving like a good child. See, you treat men, y'all come into these relationships, don't want to make these investments because you want to be played. And I get it. I totally get it. I get the apprehension. But this is why you're taking these chances with the wrong men. These men that you're picking are not the ones you're supposed to be taking those chances with. Why don't you go and find somebody in Harvard that doesn't make any money, right? And say, hey, and take a chance on him. You're taking chances on men that's surrounded by other men that's not doing anything.
So you're saying more so making a better and a more calculated risk, because it is a risk. And I agree with you. That was my point earlier when I was saying, like, you have to evaluate potential from a person that has the tools to do something and a person that doesn't. Because it's almost guaranteed, if you don't have the tools, you don't have the network, you don't have the family support, it's almost guaranteed you won't do anything. However, at least if you have those things at your disposal, it's still a chance you won't, but it's a greater chance that you will because you have those tools already right there at your disposal. So no, I completely agree with you. I think that as women, I don't necessarily think it's bad to date and to marry and to be partnered with potential. but I think it's bad the way that we're doing it, and I don't think that we do it the proper way. And I think that you just dropped some serious gems in what you just said, because I think that that's a way to do it. And I don't want to compare cultures because I don't believe in that, and I feel like people do it to death. But I do know in other cultures, they do something very similar when they're vetting men for marriage. They're kind of looking at the tools he has in his network and his family support. And I think that that weighs a lot. So I don't think that that would be something bad for us to try to adopt into this culture and into these standards that we need to be creating as a community.
And a lot of times, you know, I hate to say it, do you know how to talk to a man? Not you, Shelby, because I know you're very intelligent. Everybody knows that. But do women know how to talk to a man on certain levels?
If I
Like, you know what they do? You know what they do when they get with a man that's successful and they try to speak themselves up, and then you know what men like us do, like.
If I may, can I answer Sherelle question real quick?
Yeah, talk to me.
Yes. I would say for that question, you know, you just have to have moral standards, boundaries, and a timeline, right? If you're dealing with somebody and they're not where you think they should be, give them a timeline and stick to that timeline. But don't get involved in something that you're not ready for. You know, make sure that everything's outlined. Make sure that you know where they stand, they know where you stand, and then you just go from there. Because if not, you're going to wind up in a situation where, yeah, you will be used or you possibly can be used. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it will happen, but the potential of it is very high. So, yeah, just set a timeline. Just set a timeline, you know what I mean? Set up moral standards and boundaries and then stick to them. You know what I mean? And, you know, if that person is not willing to fit into that, then, you know, you have to ask yourself, are you willing to deal with that? You know what I mean? Are you willing to take that on? You know, and only you know that. Nobody can actually tell you that.
I like that timeline idea. That's something that I have personally done when I was younger. I definitely worked on the timeline. I don't know if it served me well or not. I think it did, but I had very clear outcomes that I wanted to achieve. And if a person wasn't trending with me at the same time, then I just felt that that was not good for the relationship. So again,
I want to say this. My bad, Kim.
No,
to address what Lucky was saying back and forth in the chat. When a man, so listen, the reason why men are like the way Future is, et cetera, is because what are we getting in exchange, right? If I have to make sure that I go through, so what she said was like, talk about your accomplishments. So if I go through 4 years of school, I work in cybersecurity now, right? What do I have to compare that to? Like, you can't just bring your ass and titties and say, well, I have ass and titties and you went to school for 4 years. Like, what are you bringing and comparatively that other women are not bringing? You know what I'm saying? And to that point, like to what King was saying earlier, there's a lot of men like myself, even with kids. I can go date women without kids right now.
Anybody you want to.
Right now.
Anybody you want to.
Thank you. And that's just,
though.
Thank you. No, that's facts though. I'm handsome, et cetera, right? So the reason why it was always hard for me to really find a woman and really break down like why I want to get married is because they never really brought anything else to the table. They said, your resume have to be long as hell. I'm like, cool. What are you bringing? I am the table. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy because, you know, we talk about potential with men, but I don't know 5 years from now, you're going to look the same. I don't know 5 years from now, your body going to look the same. Your ass going to look the same. Your titties going to look the same. So for me, like women talk about, we don't want to marry on potential all the time. What the fuck? It's not like y'all stay the same for the next 20 years. We understand potential too. You have the potential to have a child and get fatter. You have the potential to have a child and not be able to do certain things, you know, sexually. You know, you get it. You get what I'm saying? You talked about this a few days ago, how women don't stay the same. You know what I'm saying? When Nikki and them was up here, women change all the time. So why must men put themselves in a position where we must prove every single thing? That's why I like Ryan Coogler's story and other men who have wives like that, because usually what these people are, and somebody else I bring up all the time is President Obama. President Obama couldn't afford Gucci bags and all that shit. Michelle talk about that in her book all the time, how they went to a fucking restaurant and she had to pay for him. That's in her book. You get what I'm saying? So,
and she also said, he said, I think it was a conversation they had, and they said she was interested in somebody else, and she said, so if you didn't marry me and you married that guy, what would have happened? He said he would have been president.
Yeah.
You see, you get what I'm saying? Like you get what I'm saying? That's the type of mentality. Whoever I married was going to be. I made him.
That's a fact, man.
I made him. Our girls ain't making nobody be asking for what y'all be asking for. But I keep quiet. You feel me? I don't say nothing.
I think that's a certain sector and certain population of women, because I get exactly where y'all are coming from. That's why that whole little, and I'll be cheeky sometimes, the whole what do you bring to the table? I will flex and say I am the table because I think I'm the shit, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman having things outside of her body that she can contribute. Like, I think it's important as a woman to know what you bring. I do. I think that's important. And I think it's important to be able to say it and to verbalize it. And I think, because if you're getting into a relationship, I think that you guys both should want to know what you bring, what your goals are, what the future could possibly look like, how you could attribute to that. Like, I don't think it's fair at all for women to not have a stake in that conversation. I don't think that's why.
No, I just think it's weird for people to say
that conversation. I think you have a stake in the conversation, but it's not realistic, right? And everybody
say valuable things. I don't think that we take enough time in self-discovery to know I bring you peace. I bring you my education because it can earn money, or it can.
No, you're going to teach my child. You're teaching. Right. You're the first teacher to my child. That's very important to me. So, but this is my thing. You're first nutritionist to my child, right? That's why I take girls on grocery dates. I want to know what you're going to feed my child. I want to know the difference between a Honey Crisp apple and a Pink Lady apple. I need you to know the difference. I need you to know how it tastes. Once you can tell me how it tastes, okay, you could raise my child. Mm-hmm. You could raise my child. But what I don't understand is that here's a tip for ladies. I shouldn't even tell you this.
Go ahead, tell us. Spill the tea.
That's another term that came from the community, the rainbow community. Shout out to them. At the end of the day, shout out to the lady attorney. Listen. But what's all said and done, and he's not that, by the way. I just tease him. He's not that. He gets girls. Not better than mine, but he gets girls. So with that being said, woman, marriage is a young man's sport. And your white women counterparts know this. That's why when they go to college, they look for these men. When men get older and we get more established, we realize marriage doesn't benefit us at all. We start to realize that. And the only reason why I'm getting married now, I want to get married now is because I want kids. And I made an oath to myself, I'm not having kids until I get married. Knock on wood. Because you know I'm slinging money. But knock on wood. I'm joking, guys. But at the end of the day, just to be honest with you, it's a young man's sport. So please, I beg of you, when you're young, start looking for your men now and start embedding them that it's important for you to get married. Because as you get older, we're going to look like, why I need to marry you? Because I got all these houses. I don't want to lose it to you getting mad one day and say it was irreconcilable differences. That's what it's called, right? Irreconcilable differences, right? I don't know how to say that shit. Like, please. So that's all. That's all.
Yeah, I want to break down what Sherelle was saying. Sherelle, different men desire different things. I want to start right there because that's a very loaded question. That's like saying, how do you make love to a woman? You make love to a woman by the preferences that she has. Different women like being fucked differently, like different men have different needs. You get what I'm saying? So, for example, my needs would be, I need a woman who can understand that, for one, I'm a father. Can you come into my life and be a good representation of what my daughter should look up to as a woman? If you can't be that, it don't matter what you look like, because I'm done with you. That's like if Kim had sons and her dating Tristan Thompson.
Hold on. Holly, why you keep on saying these jokes like this? You saying that me want to have kids, how many years? Holly, come on, man. Is Holly a man? I don't do that.
I already told Holly to peace out, and I don't want to have.
Yeah, I don't play those games like that. Come on, Holly.
No, we don't do that.
I don't do that. All right, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But at the end of the day,
go ahead.
At the end of the day, a lot of men need different things, like a lot of women need different things. For me, Sherelle, I need a woman who can be a good representation to my daughter. I need a woman who is highly sexual, so like she can't That's something that we got to be able to do every single day. I need a woman who can speak love and peace and, and great energy into me. That's real big on me. I'm real big on energy. I'm real big on intentions. And I like honesty. I would look a woman dead in her face, whether it's the first time we met or we had like other conversations, and be dead as honest. I find you attractive. I talk to somebody else, but I find you attractive too. You get what I'm saying? I think that for me, that's what I expect out of somebody is honesty and just doing the stuff that a woman's supposed to do. Like, to me, it's almost like women say this all the time. Why do I got to tell a man how to be a man? I feel the same way. Why do I got to tell a woman what she should be bringing to the relationship when she coming to me with expectations, but you don't have any expectations of yourself? To me, it's a lot of confusions, that go along in these communities. That's why it's so easy for us to really find women that have kids by, at least for me, it was because women always want to fuck me. But when it comes to somebody really holding you down, you damn near got to go above and beyond. You got to be what women call a high value man. That's how Kevin got famous. How many women caught into Kevin shit, not looking like shit, like the average at best girl, saying, I make blah, 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 blah. And I don't want men to, this is what she said tonight, Kim. She said, I don't like men who are broker to me because they want to help me with my business. 10 minutes later, Kevin was saying, what can you bring to a high value man's life? I can help him with his business. What the fuck are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Are you fucking?
That's exactly what she said.
Thank you, Kim. That's exactly what the fuck she said. So if a man gets to that stature in life, what the fuck does he need you for? You can say, well, I look good as fuck. I'm not a duck. There's a million fucking women like that. And guess what? There's women that look like that don't bring any other drama, that don't bring any other men, that don't have any kids as well. So once a man gets to that level, whether he have kids or not, you think Future can go marry a woman right now with no kids? Of fucking course he can.
Yeah.
And not even in Future, the doctors and engineers. Even myself, I feel like I can go pull a woman right now with no fucking kids. Right? So at the end of the day, it's like, what are you actually bringing to us men? Because a lot of y'all be wanting without really bringing.
And I can understand if you're a 50 or 60-year-old woman and you want a man established because you can't struggle with that guy. You're 50 or 60. I get it. But if you're young, there's beauty in struggle. You know what it is to see somebody and Michelle say, I helped you become president, or I helped you start your business, or I helped you with your bakery store, or I helped you with your trucking company. There's beauty in struggle. And I think that our Black women need to understand that, right? Because you expect us to know beauty and struggle when we invest in businesses, right? But Black women do make sacrifices for their Black men, but they've been hurt before. But that's not my problem.
But that's where that whole starter wife conversation comes in at, because if you do go in with someone and you either have some blocks to build with, or you help him assemble his blocks and you help him build, you do run the risk of being a starter wife. Now, I personally think there are some ways around that whole starter wife thing. I think as women, we have to kind of stay ahead of the curve. And I think sometimes we don't want to be competitive because it's exhausting. Being pretty, being peppy, being peaceful, being a lot of the things that are kind of required to be competitive is tiring. It's exhausting. And I think because we have so many other things to fight, we sometimes don't want to do that. But I mean, that's the danger of building with somebody, is being a starter wife, and you kind of don't want to do that either. So again, a lot of this stuff just has, I feel like it's cheat codes around it, but it's really hard to guarantee an outcome. Now, to Sherelle's point, she was asking about what do you bring to the table? And I think that's where having an intimate connection with yourself comes into play, because it's little things about us as women. It's little things that we can say, little things that we do, how we smell, all that kind of stuff. And I think you have to be able to verbalize that. Like, I have no problem doing that. I have a background in sales, so I'm very used to like breaking things down and telling you the value of things. And I can very easily do that with myself. But I think that some women, again, we're not socialized to be able to do that. And we also kind of think that we don't have to compete. So we don't even have like our whole list of like features and benefits ready, because we're just like, I am the benefit, but I think it's always good to stick out. So again, it's just about how we're raised, and we're not raised with that being important, and we don't know how to do it. Essentially,
and you're gonna hate me for this. So everybody, get ready to unsubscribe if you have to. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Being a starter wife has nothing to do with you being a great woman or amazing woman or divine woman or great mother. It has everything to do with your looks.
Facts, and that's what I was saying.
I'm saying it in layman's terms. Like it has nothing to do with who you are. You are a wonderful mother. You are a wonderful wife. But where I'm going, it's embarrassing to be seen with you. I'm just being honest. I can't say I'm the man and I walk into a philanthropic gala with you. I can't say I'm the man if you're on a red carpet or Oscars with you. You're not doing it, boo-boo. You're not doing it. You're not doing it. And so you got to understand, when a man gets his money up, he's going to make a lot of choices based on vanity and how he's looked upon by his friends. So I can't say, yo, I got to look at my car outside. Look at that Ferrari. Look at that range. Look at that Rolls Royce. Look at that Bentley. And then you come inside like, well, look at your wife. Because there's going to be another rich guy named like Daryl. Like, but that's your wife, dogs. That's your wife. How rich are you, dude? How rich are you? This rich guy. Like, that's why I don't get mad at Darrell, because he.
It's true.
He's a reality check. That's what
merit in what he's saying. It's absolutely merit in what he's saying.
They're gonna men tease men on their wives. That's what you settle for. That's what you're doing. And women do it too. Women tease women on their husbands. Oh, that's your. Oh, you bad like that? You fly. So why you like that? Then you gotta come back. Well, my husband, yeah, he don't look good, but he owned the whole half of Detroit. What's up? What are we talking about here? And everybody keeps quiet. We can't do that. We can't say my wife owns the whole half of Detroit. Oh, you living with your wife then, dogs? Okay, I get it. I know why you like her. And they walk off. They're gonna play you. So a starter wife, I'll be honest with you, it's not that you're not a good woman. You're an amazing woman, and you will be taken care of, but you just don't look good. You look horrific for
sometimes.
The woman. Sometimes. Not one time.
I know some starter wives that are bomb and were pretty good looking the entire time. But I do think for the most part, I think you were definitely correct. That's what I was saying. Like, women, we have to stay ahead of the curve. And doing that is very exhausting. So when you hear women say things like, I'm not going to work and do all these things, some of that is kind of wrapped up into that, because we do have to have the energy and the time to look a certain way.
Right. Now, that's a long time. Maintenance is a lot of work. No, listen, listen, I was sitting with somebody very special yesterday, and we were at a beautiful restaurant called Zuma in the city. If you're in the Zuma, if you're coming here, go to Zuma. I was looking at a whole bunch of beautiful people, and you could tell there's people that spend their whole day just going to spas, shopping. These are women of leisure, because they men know it's very important for my woman to be kept, because when she walks into the room or she hosts an event at my house, she needs to be up to par. And you're not rich if your woman is working hard. You're not. Once a woman tells me that she's working like 2 jobs, I already know your man is not it. I don't care. You should be working from home and running businesses. You could be working from home running businesses. You could have a profession. I get it. But if your woman doesn't feel comfortable enough to leave her job, then there's something up. You feel me? There's something really up, right? And I'm not saying you're supposed to be millionaires. You don't have to be a millionaire for you and your woman to be comfortable and for her to take care of herself, right? Or you make sure she's taken care of, right? So even someone I'm dealing with now, she's like, this is the type of spa treatments I need. I need Lamar for my skin. So and she said we have to work on getting a chef, because we ain't gonna have time to be cooking. So she already let me know what it is, and I respect that. But she knows that she has to look a certain way, because the places I'm going and the type of shit I talk, I need her to come around the corner looking like something. And she needs me to be something. You feel me? Women need to look like something, and men need to be something.
And I think that a lot of times we take issue with that. And I think Red Pill Hustle the other night when we were conversing, he said that, and like it stuck with me and it really resonated. And I feel that like women, we hear what men are saying, but we also want to criticize it. But we got to just sit in it and hear it. And I feel like when you hear it and you accept it, then you know how to move around it, because I don't really feel that you guys are duplicitous in what you're saying. Like in all of the conversations that I've had to certain degrees, you guys are pretty much like, I want my woman to look good. She can change, she can be different, but she's always got to look good. Like that's something that's pretty common among a bunch of threads of men. So I think as women, even if we don't have a man that can't support us not working or whatever, I think that there are like little ways that we can do things to kind of keep ourselves up and keep ourselves going without it going to the extreme of, oh, he's got to be a millionaire. Like I think that there are like regular working people that can kind of achieve this looking good, kind of looking like somebody kind of thing. I think we can do it.
And I want to add to that, because when I ran for office, I was in politics. I didn't make that much money. I was a community strategist, advocate. I actually had a after school program in the local library, which is actually the first children's library in America in Brownsville, Brooklyn. Men don't always have to make more money than women, than your wife, right? But you have to at least have some type of prestige.
Mm-hmm.
So I could take a girl to an exclusive political event and she would make more money than me, but she wouldn't have access to those events without me. And I could say she's a doctor, she's a lawyer, and she made more money than me, but there was some power that I had, right? And that's what I'm saying. So Kim is right. You don't need to have millions of dollars. You don't need to be richer than your wife. It'd be nice.
Can I add to that too, King?
Yeah.
When I was dating Dr. Thomas, and it's something that me and her talk about, every so often when I talk to her, because she moved to Rochester, New York now, or whatever. One thing that me and her used to always talk about was when we walk in certain rooms, people would be like, okay, yeah, she's a doctor, he's in cybersecurity, she clearly makes more money. What they didn't talk about is that, most doctors was $500,000 in debt into school, which was another reason why she talked about all the time. It was hard for her to find somebody to really even want to marry her, because Kim, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when a man marries a woman, he takes on that debt, correct? Am I right about that?
That's not correct. That's not correct necessarily. But here's the thing. He doesn't take on the debt, meaning the debt is not connected to him from a credit standpoint. But if something were to go wrong down the line, if she's affected, then he could be affected. So let's just say her loans go into default and she does not pay them, then her wages are going to be garnished. So whatever in the household that she is responsible for, even if it's nothing, even if she's just putting money up to save, it's going to be less. So I think that men are indirectly affected, but with it being like that amount, then I do see how that's a big deal. Yeah.
And that's where the conversations, Mr. Rucker comes in, the prenup conversations come in, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of women don't want to sign those prenups. And to give a good example, I love giving examples that people can go back to. Steven Jackson. We all know Steven Jackson, the famous basketball player. He talked about how he was in love with a woman. $400,000 spent on a wedding. 6 months in advance, gave her the prenup papers. She would not sign it, to the point where the day of the fucking wedding, she came there crying with a whole bunch of people. And like he said, I know the law. You can't sign certain documents under duress. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, a lot of men, and he talk about, if you watch the whole hour video, he talk about how he came from the poor fucking inner city. He couldn't get a woman. And one of my favorite interviews is Tupac Shakur interview, pre-death row, right? When he said that he was in that same New York club a year ago, couldn't buy a girl a drink. They was declining drinks. They couldn't get a dance, couldn't get shit. Next year, he getting fucking fellatio in the club. You get what I'm saying? Fellatio with everybody around. So men, we understand. If we don't understand anything else about women, we understand this. Get to a certain amount of money, power, and status, and women would basically do whatever the fuck you want. You don't need a $20 or $190 marriage license. They will have your kids. They will give you head. They will cook you food. They would talk good about you. They would reinvest into you, get your money, power, and status up. That's something that when I used to talk to E Black about this when he was on a program, he would talk about all this different faith stuff. The reason why I don't care about faith all the time is because how many men out there praying every day, they believe in God every day. They the biggest fucking Christians, the biggest believers, and they can't get a woman because these women see them as broke niggas. And then when they go outside and they go to the club, they see niggas like Terry and Meech and all the drug dealers. They get the most beautiful women around, and they treat them like shit, throwing money at them, throwing, you know what I'm saying, champagne on them and everything, right? Fucking their friends, doing everything. Tristan Thompson behavior, right? Mm-hmm. Having babies behind their backs. But these women, they still going back to those kind of men because they have money, power, and status. So to me, that's something that I always feel like men got to obtain: money, power, and status, and then you will be able to get a woman to really, quote unquote, believe in you. The Ryan Coogler situation, that shit is 1 in a million. More than likely, in my opinion, you're gonna have the Steve Jobs situation where you can have vision and they still not gonna believe in you, to the point where she ended up having a baby. Sorry, she ended up getting with his best fucking friend. And then when Apple became profitable, guess who popped up? She did. Hey, Steve, here's your daughter. This is Lisa Jobs. That shit broke him the fuck down. If you really look into his story, that shit broke him the fuck down. And that's why he started focusing on other projects like Pixar. I'm just saying, like, this is a man that created 2 of the companies that are pillar to our like culture today. Everybody got an iPhone, and everybody watch fucking Pixar today.
Yeah, my iPhone just went off just now.
Thank you, brother. And he couldn't even keep a woman. She didn't believe in the vision of Apple, because to me that's just ridiculous that women say that men got to prove their potential, and then 70% of our community is fucking Christian or religious, whatever you want to call it, but you're not walking by faith. You're walking by sight.
No, they're gonna say you're not God. That's what they're gonna say. That's what they're gonna say. You're not God. So that's why I don't have faith in you. But that's funny to me because you're not God either. So why should I have faith in you? You feel me? That's what you can say to them. Because
at some point, though, I think we have to strike a happy medium. And I think the happy medium is both sides coming to the table, being able to have real life conversations and really saying, this is what I'm doing. This is what I can do. This is what I've accomplished, so on and so forth. So like, that's also why I get a little agitated with the whole men don't care about your education business. Because I do feel that education has allowed women to be higher earners. Again, apparently something y'all don't care about, whatever, but I feel like the more resources that are coming to the union, the better the union can be. So I think that education and accomplishments that women have do have a place in the conversation. I think it's just how it comes across, right? I think it's how it's delivered and how it can be used as a tool, because sometimes women want to use that tool in a singular fashion. But I think when you use it in a fashion to benefit the couple or the legacy or the outcome, it's different. So like, that's kind of why I push back on that. Oh, we don't care about your education business. I'm thinking like you should.
No. I think you're right, Kim. But the problem is, and I think this happens within the Black community.
Okay.
In white communities, the woman, I'm not gonna complain if you don't have money or not, because any man I'm dating has money. That's a prerequisite. I'm not even talking to you if you don't have money, right? And the white men, I'm not talking to you if you're big. You feel me?
Yeah.
I want the waif look. This is not in a conversation.
Yep.
I'm not talking to you. I think we as Black people make conversations when it's not necessary, which is basically the only reason why certain women, not you, because you're an anomaly in regards to this, they bring up education after they leave with education, is because they know they don't compete with the thing that we want the most, which is with visual. The education thing works when you're in a room full of all beautiful women and you want to set yourself apart. We're all beautiful, but I went to school. I got my master's. I went to Harvard. I went to Columbia. I went to Princeton. I went to Georgia Tech. Whatever I went to, I went to NYU. Whatever you went to.
Okay, I can see that.
That's like men. I'm in a room full of. We all got money, but I'm handsome. But I'm 6'5". Like we all got money though. Why you not in a room where everybody got So then you can use that. See, what happens is they be in a room with bad chicks and say, I got education. But Shorty, we didn't even get past the looks yet. You're not, what are you doing in this room? I don't care about the education. That's what they mean. I don't care about education because I want to be in a room with bad chicks.
Yeah.
Like a woman, I want to be in a room with all the get money dudes, the powerful dudes, the people that have potential. And then I'm going to start looking about who's handsome or not.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? Like, to speak to that, because I know you spoke to the whole attraction thing too. Also, shout out to the library in Brownsville. You know what I'm saying? I'm Mother Gaston. Definitely shout out to my people out there. But yeah, man, that's my hometown. Got to shout them out. But yeah, with that being said, like, attraction does matter. So, like, you have to be attracted.
Shout out to Mother Gaston.
Yeah, what's good? You heard? You know what I mean? So, shout out to White Park too. Got to shout them out. But yeah, with that being said, you know, attraction does matter. You have to be attracted to somebody. If you're not attracted, then the relationship is not going to work. It is destined to fail. You know what I mean? Because you're not attracted. Also, you know what I mean? The great fabulous said, is somebody mess with you because you're beneficial or you've been official? You know what I'm saying? Are they messing with you because you actually are somebody that they really want to mess with? Or are they messing with you because they're getting certain resources from you? Which one is it? So you have to find somebody that's on the same wavelength as you, that has the same aura as you, that has the same energy as you. If any of those things are off, if you're not attracted to them, if y'all have different views or opinions and your energy is not transferring the same, you're not on the same wavelength, then the relationship is going to fail. You know what I mean? It's destined to fail. So I think that's what people have to really realize. Money and status are attractive qualities. Yes, they are. You know what I mean? Of course they are. You know what I mean? Who doesn't want to live a certain lifestyle? I think we all want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Who doesn't want to eat at the best restaurants? Everybody wants to do that. You know what I mean? That's the American way, right? That's the American dream, right? That's what we live for a lot of sometimes, but it's not the end all be all. You know what I mean? So it is a part of it, but it's not the end all be all. You know what I mean? Because if you get with somebody and they just want to use you for your money and resources, then they're not really into you. You know what I mean? So you need to find somebody who actually is really into you, who shares your same vision, who shares your same beliefs and your morals, and is on the same wavelength as you. You may have to vet them out, of course, but it's definitely possible if you're willing to put in the work to do that.
Right. Now, sorry, I want to go back to Kim disagrees. Handsome counts.
It does,
and this is why it counts for Kim. It leads to my point. She's in a room full of people that have money and power, so that's not in the conversation. Kim is not going to be in a room with the Rays and Pookies, so I'm not in that room. She's not in that room with those guys. So everybody got money, everybody got power. So who's handsome? Because y'all all got that. Who's handsome there? Point me to the handsome one.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm in a room full of pretty women, so I want to know who's educated. Because being pretty is a prerequisite. Unless I'm having one of them drunk nights, and things happen. Yeah, things happen.
Yeah, looks do matter, man. Looks matter entirely. And one thing I want
to
say.
Hold on. Anybody on the stage, have you ever smashed an ugly girl or ugly guy before? Be honest.
Smash ugly? Nah.
No, but saying not. No.
Never.
Nope.
So I'm the only one.
Perhaps.
Sorry, bro.
All right, go ahead. I'll be by myself then, man. Fuck it.
For me, I always thought it was weird, man, as far as the marriage conversation about looks don't matter and all that different stuff don't matter, because we know it does. We know that looks matter. We want our women to look good, like women want us to look good all the time. All the time, brother. But one thing I will say,
and Darrell, tell them it costs more money for men to look good.
It does.
And clothes, women could wear anything, and if
you're right. With clothes, you're right.
Fucking God.
It costs more money. It costs more money for us to look good in clothes. Like, let's not play these games.
A man can have the same attire, like he got the skinny jean bullshit type look, but he wearing fucking American Eagle and shit. It's over. You're done.
You're like, what are you doing?
Are you talking about?
Right. Then as men, like, because I'm 40. Like, when you get to 40, I'm 41, about to be 42 in March. I came home, I had to spend $40K on a watch that I don't even wear jewelry. I had to, because women looking at me like, what type of watch are you wearing? Right? When you get to 40, you have to. When you get to 40 is definitely like, you 40, where's your watch, man?
Is it a Patek? What kind of watch is it?
No, this is a presidential rollie. Day. Presidential rollie. Yeah, that's what I do. So at the end of the day, it's like even Patek, even sometimes they don't like rollies. So you gotta have, even the Russians wear the Hublots. You know what I mean? You gotta have.
I was about to say Hublots going crazy.
Right. You gotta. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it because y'all look at it like, so a woman could wear an Apple Watch, wear a thing that costs probably like, no, she can't. And guess what? You pretty, and we're gonna be like, yup. And a smart woman's gonna do that. Why? Because she can have all the fly luxury watches in the house, but you gonna be like, I want to buy her something.
When I say that shit all the time,
we want to buy you something. We wear something like that. You like, oh, you can't buy me nothing because you don't like it.
Maybe the stallion can walk outside, or a woman who got a body like her can, and a face like hers can walk outside in a fucking pink outfit, right? Like the Victoria's Secret pink shit, and get helly motherfuckers.
Yep.
Yeah, you know I'm saying.
But wouldn't it be the same for like a Shamar Moore, Idris Elba? Like if they got a nice outfit from TJ Maxx and it matched and they smell good, right?
They got status though.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
They got looks.
They got not even the looks. You got movies.
Yeah.
And they fine.
You got movies. Like there's men that look better than Idris, but you know what? They don't got no movies, so he can't pull that suit off. He can't.
Maybe it depends on the woman, because like when a guy looks real good, real good, he gets attention. Like sweatpants out here doing their thing. So
okay, but how long though? For how long though? See, you know, let's be real. The gray sweatpants work when you know he got bread and he's dressing down. He's trying to downplay his money.
It depends on.
That's actually when a man downplays his money. Like if he wears Scully's and college sweatshirts, but you know he's sitting on 10 M's.
Yeah, but my point with the gray sweatpants. No, the gray sweatpants is something beyond money. That's not what we checking for. We're not checking for pockets in the gray sweatpants. Yikes. You feel me? Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, demon time.
Yeah, I understand where you come from.
It is what it is, yo.
Yeah.
Look, if you got it, then you got it. You know what I mean? Whether you're a man or woman, if you got it, you got it. Especially if you know you got it. You know what I mean? Once you know you got it and you got that swagger, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I think swag plays a big part because there's a lot of dudes out here that are corny, and that's why they are not getting chicks.
So I do that's corny with money. That's who's coming up. Hold on.
Why you say uh-oh?
Huh?
Being silly as hell.
Hey, I was watching something too. It was 8 Mile. It was these dudes from Plymouth, some rapper named from the Plymouth Street. Dog. His name is Dog. He's nice though. From Plymouth Street in Detroit.
Yeah. Shout out to Plymouth.
Yeah. So what's up, Lucky?
What's up? Y'all said a lot tonight. Listen, I just want to talk about the potential part, because I think a lot in this conversation, y'all say a lot like, just because men are saying they want to be married does not make them husbands. Ooh. Does not mean they're prepared to actually lead a family. So how are we having all these expectations for women to be something, to prepare themselves for men that aren't even ready to be men? We're actually arguing the right to have a plan or a vision, and we're referencing power and Meech and Terry. I'm just so confused.
Okay, let me ask you a question, because this is a big disconnect between men and women. And I'm glad I'm having this conversation with you because one, you're intelligent, and also you have a lot of stats to back up what you say. And she's great in finance. So that's a woman that's going to be whoever she gets married to. Hold on. Whoever she gets married to. Just wanted to do that. Whoever she gets married to, at the end of the day, they're going to be happy. But what are the things that make a man ready to be a husband? Can you tell us?
But that's the thing. That's why we listen to these shows, because only men could tell women what a man would look like as far as what we should be dating, what's the right kind of potential, kind of like what Sherelle was saying, because I don't really like to mention all these other people I don't know. I can just look around of people I know and experience and things like that. Based on experience,
right?
Most women that I know of are okay with potential. It's the same thing like we mentioned in Kevin Samuels. There was a caller on there where he said, so if you dated a plumber, I think I told Daryl this, if you dated a plumber and he made 60,000, that's all he made. She was like, yeah, I'm okay with it as long as he's driven, he has this, and the other. Most of all the callers said that. He's like, nope, that's all he makes, that's all he wants to do. But to me, it's just like most men now that you meet that are considered potential, they get comfortable with a woman being helpful to them. Then the woman starts to feel like she's their mother. Like, for example, different things that I do in finance.
Yes.
I've been doing that for a couple years now.
Yes.
If I'm dating a man who's quote unquote potential, they don't even ask me for that type of information at all. They'll talk about everything else. I'll try to give them information on that, real estate, different things. Oh, I'm not sure if that's something that I'm into doing. I'm not sure if that it's like an argumentative thing. Oh, you're trying to be my mother. There's different things that factor into that. That's a lot of work to try to build up a person's mindset when you're trying to also grow yourself.
Right.
So if we're talking about potential, you can only be potential if you're actually striving for something, because we all know 2 incomes are better than 1. That's why earlier when you talked about statistics, I thought it was interesting. And it said 54% of households are led by women.
Wow.
They're the
Wait. Say that again.
So,
say that again so we can hear you, please.
Is that in the Black community or
54%.
all households?
I'm sorry.
Is that all households, all races included, or we're just about?
I mean, we're talking about statistics. It's just like the statistics on single mothers. Is that all, or is that just?
So yeah, so we're talking about all. Then to answer my
tally?
question, we're talking about all. So we're talking about not just Black people, white people, Mexicans, Jewish.
Right.
So people, exactly. All right. So just because stats have to be always really brought into like what are we actually talking about? But the first thing you said was men. A lot of men like want to be husbands but don't know how to be. I think that's an anecdotal statement. A lot of women also want to be wives, but they can't actually prove that they are like wife material, right? That's the whole point of Kevin Samuel's show.
I
and
mean,
other
there's
shows on YouTube.
things on both sides.
Right, exactly.
So let's just say
I would have
don't
answered that statement by saying exactly. Can people in these situations want what they aren't really able to provide? But also with with when it comes to potential, the reason why I argued it the way I argued, and I brought up Meech and Terry, and I would use myself now. I would meet a woman and say, all right, cool. Because this is a resume transaction type conversation. Did you graduate from college? I did. No, you didn't. Okay, cool. I have a career. You have a job. Correct? All right, cool. So I have a career. And as far as holding down a family, I'm not on child support, never have been. And I was a father at 19. I'm 31 now. So I've been doing this for over 10 years, taking care of my family for over 10 years. No judge has ever been able to indict me on that. Right. And also I stayed completely by myself. I haven't been in Detroit or around any of my parents and lived with them for years, even though admittedly my father helped me a lot. He helps me a lot. He signed off on this place and he signed on my car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what I find is that a lot of women, how much does a man so graduating, taking care of your family, taking care of your kids? There's plenty of men like that right now. King is a great example, right? Graduated, prestigious school. How many women can say they graduated from a school that's Ivy League? But they would say, well, he don't have kids. That's a red flag. To me, it can be a red flag that you're not educated.
I mean, how many of us come from families, let alone 2-parent household, that actually can afford to give us that life? How many people don't have a degree but are more financially comfortable than people with the degree? We're talking about the Kardashians right now. How many of them actually have Ivy League school degrees, but they're the topic of this conversation? So I mean, that only matter, that only holds something to a certain extent to brag about. I get it, but at the same time, I can't say that really makes a big difference depending on who you're talking to. So I mean, you can say that, but I mean, what does that hold in 2022? You got people making money from their phone.
I think it depends, though, because I think if we look at school only as a way to make money, then yeah, you're absolutely right. It's tons of people who, I mean, I have advanced degrees, and there's people who make way more money than I do. But I think if you're looking at an experience standpoint, if you're looking at some of the
somebody who builds society, somebody who can
right,
help write in laws, et cetera, et cetera.
and the intrinsic and extrinsic things that you get from going to school and from being around those types of people, I think that's more so what women can say they offer versus just the degree, like the experience of getting it. But to your point, Lucky, you can get that in other places. Like if you've worked in certain industries, if you've been around certain people, you just have certain proclivities that are going to make you successful in other situations. So that's also why, like, I don't think you can discount any of that, because I think it all matters. It just depends on how you position it and like how you're presenting it to other people.
And like my whole point is if men have to bring these things, and it's not potential if we have to prove what we are. It's not potential at that point. If I have to prove,
don't women have to prove what they are?
I think that's why I said I think both sides should. If you come into a relationship with somebody, I don't know what you're going to be 5 years from now. You get what I'm saying? I can get into an accident and lose my fucking legs or some shit. You never fucking know. You know what I'm saying? It's like, do you love this person? Are you willing to hold them down?
That's exactly why looks don't matter.
They don't matter.
I should know, because I've been paralyzed before. So at the same time, we can say looks mean something, but it doesn't. Because at the end of the day, when you old and your dick stopped working right, or anything starts to happen, you want somebody to love you beyond your physical attributes.
Absolutely.
You want somebody to give a shit about you internally. If something happens, you get into a fight, somebody busts you in your shit, and your nose ends up crooked, and you don't look the same. You also have to have a woman that cares enough, more than just your money, to stick around and not about to be stacking up your money while she's sleeping with someone else.
None of us said that. Hold on, King. None of us said that looks was an N or B or. No, one of us said that. Oh, you said that, King. Well,
yeah. That's why I want to respond back to that. And I didn't say N or B, but I said something close to it, because I agree with you and Darrell, Lucky. I agree with both of you, but I want to say for me, I want my lady to look good. So even if she does, I want at least have a period where she does look good. So when she does get old, I have those memories. If she does get in a car accident, I have those memories. If she just does get paralyzed, I have those memories, right? That's all. I just want a brief moment of our experience together where she was, I thought she was the prettiest woman in the world, inside and outside. That's all. That's what I meant by it.
I don't think it has to be all or nothing. Like I don't think that looks are the end all be all, but I think they are very important. And
I'm ugly. I need kids. I need beautiful kids. So I have to get a pretty girl. The fuck.
But
I'm saying looks don't matter
that,
to a certain extent. Like, of course, looks matter, because when you take your clothes off, I don't want no ugly man on top of me. So
wait, hold on. What I gotta do with looks? You got handsome men that's not in shape.
I'm sorry.
They got handsome men that's not in shape. That has nothing to do with looks, being in shape, right?
It sounds like you speaking another language.
Look, but to me, Kim and Lucky, to me, I think that a lot of women do themselves a disservice by not actually putting their stock into men. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because once we get to a certain level, a lot of men they have no interest in this love shit. Today's marriages don't really benefit men the way, they do it. And we was talking about, let's be honest, we was insinuating about people like the Dirty Pastor earlier. He talks about that on his page about the benefits of marriage. And like he said, you break it down, most marriages equal a few $1,000s. How many men are actually benefiting every single day from their marriage, unless they have a wife like Beyonce? And speaking of, I hate to even use people like that, because people don't want to use celebrities. That's what we call people who work hard as fuck these days. But at the end of the day, what we have is a woman from Texas met a man from Brooklyn who had no fucking education. So, like, I'm gonna talk about that in a second as well, right? Because this woman said that everything that she does when she walk into a room, that seals the deal for him. It's not that many women that's doing that for their husbands. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not a woman that can do something like that, what are you actually bringing to the table? I can cook for myself. I can cook very well. You know what I'm saying? I take care of my daughter every single day. I cook. My family's taken care of. So I always thought, what is the woman bringing me extra? Okay, so cool. She teaching me how to make money. I know how to do that. My family being taken care of is proof of it, right? If I didn't know how to make money, my family be fucking starving. When the judge came after me, I would have lost. So, and even that, how many women have to fight for their kids? That's something else that they don't talk about too. You know what I'm saying is how many men are out here. I've never met a woman that had to pay what I had to pay for the right to be a parent. And then after that, now I got to pay for you to love me. You know what I'm saying? That's, to me, is crazy because, like I said, there's plenty of men out here that we see every single day that are good, solid men that can't get a solid woman.
I guess it just depends on where you live.
Yeah,
because I don't see men every single day that's really out here trying to be good men. I see men every single day more than good men that are making excuses as to why they can't perform to adult capacity. Like I said in the comments, and I think you said something when I said I've dated potential and I don't like being asked for money. You said, well, men give what you say? Men give women money all the time.
Did you get your return on investment?
What is that point? Because if we look at the way it's dating, if we're talking about regularly, a man normally shouldn't be asking a woman for money in a dating stage, right? And usually when a man is courting a woman, it has to come with money.
Hold on, Kim said no.
I said no. If we're dating, if we're not in a relationship and we're dating and you ask me for money, that's going to.
So both of y'all would have passed up on Barack Obama. That's what y'all saying right now. Because that's what Michelle said. Hold on.
And
you're forgetting Obama had a vision. He wasn't just a bum working at a donut shop.
But like he said out of his own words, it was hard for him to date women. He ended up meeting Michelle, who a lot of people thought that she wasn't attractive, and she paid for their very first date. The very first time that they met, he didn't have the money to pay for a fucking cheeseburger.
That's a fact, though.
So it's like, this is what we're talking about.
You got to pay what you weigh, ladies.
I mean,
that's a whole different. Hold
on, but Mr. Best in the world. Hold on. That's why I brought up Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler, look at where he's from. He's from Los Angeles. He's from the West Coast. Right. He was dirt fucking poor. He couldn't afford. I have 3 MacBooks in my house right now. He couldn't afford one, not fucking one. But what he did have that I didn't have was a fucking story that made him $1 billion.
Right.
That started from his wife. That wasn't even his wife at the time. Investing $1,500 of her hard-earned cash.
But here's the point. This for Kim and Lucky. Kim and Lucky, I gotta be honest.
Go ahead.
You two have your perspective is appreciated and respected, but it's a little messed up because you are pretty. You both are exceptionally pretty. So pretty woman, pretty woman. There's certain rules you gotta live by. I'm not paying for this date. You're bugging out.
That's not true. Sure. That's not my experience. I'm gonna be honest. Lucky has been a trick so many times.
For the first date, Lucky? The first date?
This is how I date. If I like you, I like you. And I expect you to like me the same way. Now, if it starts to be I can tell I'm doing a lot more that I shouldn't, where I'm looking stupid, and I'm just like, okay.
Lucky, the first date, you're not answering. The first date you paying for? Come on,
I have not.
Can you explain to me who was the person you paid for the first date, and how did that person look?
I was with him for 1.5 years.
And you paid for the first date?
Yes, I did.
What did he say to you? Hold on, let me get my pen so I could take notes. What the fuck?
What do you mean? What did he say to me?
Right, let me take my fucking notes.
Yeah, because you complain about doing stuff for people in a date, and you did it.
Who said I'm complaining?
You just said that it's you said it, and Kim agreed. It's problematic for men to be on a dating stage to ask you for money, and you pay for his date.
That's not really a complaint. I'm just saying, because you also have to think, once you've done something and you didn't get shit out of it, you start to change the way you go forward with things. I'm not going to go forward doing the same thing I did before, especially it could be, and I could be wrong. It could be a good potential the next time. But if you are a quote unquote potential, and then it comes, oh, I need help with this. Oh, I need money for this. Or you got this for this. It's a red flag to me, because it's just like, okay, if I need money, let's just say, do you have it? No, you don't, because you're asking me.
Right. So I get what you're saying. You're saying, I get what Darryl was saying. Darryl made a good point that you wouldn't have been with Obama, but Michelle didn't pay for Obama the donut store worker. She paid for a Harvard Law School graduate lunch.
And that's your point. Your point was,
okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
What tools does he have? So to me, she looked at her risk and she assessed them properly.
Right.
So she was like, he might not turn out to be shit, but he got the tools to be it. So I feel more comfortable. I think sometimes women just go out the window for somebody that doesn't even have the tools at their disposal. Now, I am traditional in thought sometimes, and I'm going to call myself out in hypocrisy because I'm not traditional, but like, I don't want to pay for a first date because more times than not,
right,
the guy is inviting me. And I feel like if you invite me, you should pay. Now, when we find ourselves in a relationship, I pay, I buy gifts, I do a whole bunch of other stuff that I am not going to talk about on the internet. But all I'm saying is that that's relationship. That's some level of commitment versus dating.
Yeah, I'm paying for everything because I want head when I want head. I'm paying for everything until we get to that point. I want sex when I want sex. I'm paying for every. I don't want no excuses. I don't want no flashbacks. If you pay the bill and you say, if I ask you for any type of sex, you catch a flashback. Well, hold on, I just paid my own bill. You want what? I don't want.
I mean, that increases your chances of getting it, but that still don't mean you're gonna get it because
I know, but I just don't want any flashbacks.
You don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, okay. But okay, back to Darrell and Lucky. She had a good point. I thought Darrell won that argument by saying you're not going to marry Obama, but she says the reason why Michelle did that because she was paying for lunch that was from somebody that was a Columbia and Harvard grad, so it wasn't like paying for a regular dude. Any rebuttal to that?
No, I have no rebuttal to that. But let me ask you this, King.
Right.
Everybody that went to your school successful?
I don't know everybody, but I don't think so.
There we go.
I don't think
they go to facts. They go to facts. At the end of the day, nobody that went to every fucking school is successful.
Right.
Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? And we can try to act like, well, somebody went to this school, that's going to automatically make them successful. Like you said it earlier, somebody go to certain schools and certain people that didn't go to school make more money than them. Period. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, people use those different crutches when they want to, but that's a crutch. At the end of the day, what really happened, in my opinion, based on the books and the reading, was this: she listened to what that man said. Like that's why I use Jamie and Tasha, not because I'm using Ghost and Power, but I'm using something that we all can reference. There was a man who was trying to talk to a woman, but she was not fucking listening. Michelle listened to that man. Not only, baby, am I going to this school, I'm about to become the first black fucking president. I'm about to become the first black president, and I'm gonna inspire hope in young boys. And before I do that, I'm going to run for the Illinois senator, and then I'm going to run for Illinois governor. Will you be by my side the entire time? And she said yes. Was that a guarantee? Can any of us say back in 1999 that Obama was going to have a guaranteed seat in 2008? Go ahead.
No, but I can say one thing, Daryl. If a person that works at a donut shop told Michelle, I'm going to be president of the United States, she's going to be like, how? He went to a school that produced presidents, so it was it's a gamble, but it was still it was a better chance of winning.
Thank you.
I got another one, Dan. I got another one, King.
Right.
So that's not.
I got another one, Dan. Because listen,
I need to
what
drop
exactly
off,
are we
family.
trying to justify right now?
No, he's not. He's making good.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm making reasoning. I'm making reasoning, right? We all know Giveon. Giveon is a singer. If you go and watch the interview on Apple Music, he talked about how he worked at a pizzeria. So if this pizzeria dude told you, hey, listen, next year I'm going to be top 5 in R&B sales.
Right.
I want you to be my girlfriend and hold me down. The same thing that Trey Songz said, just got to make it. These motherfuckers all worked at regular fucking jobs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So are you really going to say, yeah, I'm not going to hold you down? Drake, Aubrey Graham, he got a song called How About Now? You thought your little effort that you put in enough was How About Now? How he used to give his girlfriend CDs and she would say, I don't want to hear it. Play Ludacris instead. Did she think that he was going to end up becoming bigger than Ludacris? One of the biggest streaming artists in the last 10 years? Probably not. And everybody make fun of Drake. Look at that girl he was dating. She was fat. That was his options at the time. And he probably would have married her. But what happened? She didn't believe in him. I go to fuck on. And he made the song How About Now? Because you thought that effort that you put in was enough back then. But how about now? because I'm up right now and you stuck right now. He would have never had that message had she listened to him.
I mean, that's a fire song, and I think that's a great sentiment. But like, again, you need some type of tangible evidence to be able to justify your risk, depending on where you are in life. When you're younger, you tend to engage in more riskier behavior, right? You can jump out the window at any time. You young, it's whatever. But as you get older, as you mature, as you begin to want more, and as you begin to build yourself more, you tend to take less risk. So that person is going to have to bring something to the table. And I get what you're saying, but as many success stories as you have of that working, I'm sure Lucky and I'm sure even you, Daryl, and you, King, know of the opposite. So
I think women are strategists. I think Michelle Obama. I think women are strategists, and I think Daryl is right, and also you're right, Kim. And the fact that Michelle, in my opinion, said, "Look at this fucking handsome mixed ass motherfucker. Tell me you're gonna be president and senator."
And he wasn't working. They did not meet at school. I want to make sure I make that clear. He was working at a law firm already.
Yes, right.
He was working at a law firm, and he still could not afford. Right. He still couldn't afford the fucking date. So that just goes to show you he was in debt. He got a lot of stuff going on, and she accepted him for what he was. That's all I got to say.
Right.
But she was what she knew that he could possibly be, and that's the point.
That's why I said strategist, because she's like
she walked by faith.
Yeah, but no, but that's why I said strategist, because what happens is she's like, he wants to be senator, he wants to be president. I don't care. How tall is he? He's 6'3". He's a lawyer. He'll get a job. Yep. If all fails, he'll get a job. That's how women think. Women think like that. They'd be like, whatever you. So Lucky, a man can have a vision, but a woman's gonna say, okay, I get what you're saying about your vision, but if all fails, are we still gonna be good?
Can I say this real quick? Because I gotta drop off.
Okay.
I think with the Obamas, I think they were dating a different time period than what it is now. So right now the standards and everything else are different now than it was back then. You know what I'm saying? You can't compare the modern day woman now to Michelle Obama or to that dating scene. It's way different. It's way different. They didn't have social media back then. It wasn't all these dating apps. It wasn't none of that. It wasn't all these options. You know what I'm saying? So the mindset, the way people dated, everything else was just different. I don't even think there wasn't even no cell phones back when they were dating, from what I believe. So yeah. So it's like they had it was a different time and space and place. So with that, family, much love, y'all. Shout out to everybody. Please like and subscribe to Conversations with King. Like and subscribe to Uncut with Daryl Long, Lucky Marie.
Bye, Mr. Best.
Later, and definitely like subscribe to Kim of Level of Approach, and definitely Not Relationships. Later, y'all. Peace and love.
Peace.
Oh, so somebody's saying to you that Ray Alexander said, Director Ryan Coogler completed a master's in USC School of Cinematic Arts, a bachelor's degree at CSU Sacramento. His parents sent him to private prep school, St. Mary's College High School FAC. So
that's still he
had tools, though.
He wasn't really gamble. You're not a gamble. You have tools. Yes. You went to school, Alpha. You good with tech, so you're not a gamble. So that's why I'm trying to get the point. You're not a gamble.
I think what the ladies are talking about is the guys who do absolutely fucking nothing. Like the guys who have access to shit, but they don't take advantage of absolutely nothing.
Okay.
But that's not the kind of guys that we're talking about.
No, we're not.
But what we're saying
no,
but what we're saying is that you have to deploy some type of strategy, some type of intelligence in ascertaining who is who. Because me and Lucky are both saying it's not bad to invest, it's not bad to build, but as women, sometimes we don't do it correctly because we don't look at the risk and we don't look at who's got the tools. And so that's what I think we've been able to nail down in this conversation, which is great, right? Because we're solutions oriented. Like that's what I think we're doing. Because sometimes, depending on what that guy says, the guy who has the tools and the guy who doesn't, they can look the same if you look at them with your eye. But you have to go beyond that and kind of give them some type of litmus test to determine who is who. Because we can't act like the guys who are the scumbags are not acting like the nice guys out here. Because there's a lot of that shit going on. I mean, a lot of that stuff going on as well.
And last thing I'm going to say about the Obamas is like what OG Patrice said. And that's a fact. When they had their first daughter, Obama had a fucking car with a hole at the bottom of it. And that's also something that you can find in her book and on the Oprah website. But he had a fucking car with a hole in it. know what I'm saying? So potential in his words was one thing, but it was like, did she believe in him? Somebody can have potential for days. I think that he probably could have ran into a lot of different women that didn't believe his potential. They didn't have faith in it. Because they didn't have faith in it, they wasn't going to push it forward. They wasn't going to invest into it. You know what I'm saying? And if you read through history on their first date, she bought them ice cream. She couldn't afford a big day either. She bought them ice cream and they went and they watched a Spike Lee film outside of the fucking museum. That was their first date. They're still married. So,
That's dope.
you know what I'm saying? And even after she bore him a child, he couldn't afford a new car. Nothing. The car had fucking holes at the bottom of it. So what she did, in my opinion, was she had faith. And her faith in their marriage took him further. He said that whoever she married would have became president. Because of the, I mean, to me, that's just powerful.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Of course.
I think the point you're missing, and because most niggas are not like Obama.
They always say that.
At the same time, what do I have faith in? I get you keep coming for Christianity,
but most women not like Michelle either.
What we're trying to say, the point is the point. You have to give me something to believe in. You can't just say, you know what, I'm about to be a rapper, and you turn in the closet into your studio, and I just need all this money. I quit my job. No, you have to show me, what am I believing in? Now, whether or not you have to pivot from plan A to plan B, a lot of the times things happen. So you might have to make some adjustments, and that's where she comes in, or your man come in, because some women are potential as well, where they actually should be your support system. They should be your eyes in different places. That's why sometimes when men have certain situations, their only help is their wife. So it's kind of interesting that you keep going back to them, but you're missing the point that he still had a vision and a plan that she believed in. Most dudes don't even have a car with a hole in it. So while they're going to school and pushing the pavement, I'm trying to tell you, like, so when we talking about women won't pay or do certain things, I don't know what y'all talking about, because I'm different. If I see that you are doing something, I don't mind. I'm 30. And if that's one of the reasons why I like to date men older, because this conversation usually happens with men around my age, where there's typically an argument as to why you can't just see this, or I'm more driven than most people that I meet. It could be where I live. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie to you, Mom. If you read the book, his wife wanted to leave him because he wasn't coming home.
I was just about to say that.
Right. So there's a lot of things that he was using the family money. So it took but it took him to say, you know what, this is my dream. If you leave me, I don't care. Mm-hmm. That's what he said. Go ahead then.
And plus, what she said about her like dating older men, that goes into what I was saying. Once men get to a certain power and status, that's what we want to do. We want to date beautiful women, have sex with them, etc. That's what men do at that age, and they don't complain about it, because what's there to complain about? If I'm already set, you're coming into my life, we going on dates, why would I complain? But a lot of those situations where I hear women say I date a lot of those men, they're not married to those men. A lot of those men, they just recycle those women. All right, yeah, I got one bad one here, I got one bad one there. That's kind of what Jim was saying about King, about him being in that age range, having a different set of women. Not to bring that up again, sorry. But that was her whole point, was that because he was in the upper echelon of looks, the upper echelon of status and money, he was now able to have women of different age ranges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whether he wants to actually keep one is a different conversation in itself.
I mean, I don't think that you are without a point, Daryl, but I also completely see where Lucky's coming from. And I think that's the beauty and the nuance of this conversation, because now we have to figure out a way to put both of those together, right? We got to figure out a way to be like, okay, it's cool to invest in potential, comma, semicolon, when X, Y, and Z happens. And I mean, I think that you gave us a lot of knowledge about Obama, but to a lot of people's point, and even to your own, like, he definitely had something to bring to that. So the faith that she was distributing and putting into the relationship, it got weary because it came a point where she was like, this is too much. But also B, she really had some tangible things that he was doing and had already accomplished that were going to support what he was trying to do in the future.
I really understand what you're saying, Kim, and I feel like it's easy for us to say that knowing what we know he has become.
Right.
Like, I just feel like it's so fucking easy for us to say, well,
Daryl said that. You know why Daryl said that? Because like he said, she paid for a guy. She was talking to him for a year, and she says she would never do it again because she saw the outcome of that. But what if that guy she paid for that first date became a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company? She's like, I did the right thing.
But I bet that he's chief firefighter. Contribute though, y'all. That's the point that you're missing, Daryl. You're right. Maybe we are coming from a skewed perspective because we knew what he became. But at that time, he still had stuff going on. He wasn't coming from a place of nothing. That's my point.
You're not giving Michelle credit. Michelle,
I mean, she gets all the credit.
You know why? Michelle did two things. He wouldn't have been able to become senator if she was for her and her connection with the black church.
Facts.
That's number one, right? So she used all her resources to hedge the bet of him becoming successful. And that's what Daryl was saying. If you want a man to be successful, a woman has to have resources and exercise those resources to hedge the bet that she wins. Women are not hedging that bet. They're not using their resources to fix the fight.
But we don't know if he would have ever became president if she didn't take that leap of faith in him.
Right.
That's my point.
And right, I'm saying that's one thing, but I'm saying she used her resources and her network to make sure he won. Because that's what she wanted her husband to win. And I'm also saying Michelle had a timeline. You can believe in a man's potential, but have a timeline.
Right.
And she had a timeline, right?
And she had something to believe in.
But she fixed the fight.
Great. She should have, because she
how many black women are fixing the fight so their man could be successful?
It's some out there doing it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, and if that's your point, if you're saying that there's not enough, then I think, again, we have to come together and say, if you want me to do this, then this is what I need to see.
Right. Like for example, I'm gonna marry a woman and she wants me to have a chef. But the question I want to ask her is, how are you making sure that we get to the chef outside of me? Right? Or what are you doing to make me get to the chef for us? Yeah. Right. But what happens is I respect her a lot because she's saying these are my standards. I respect that. But Michelle was saying these are my standards and this is what I'm going to do to make sure you get to those standards. Because she said in the book, what would happen if we had married a restaurant guy? He would have been president too. So she's the game changer. And we as black men are asking you, women, y'all want us to change our world and shift our paradigm, right? And you deserve that. But don't act like the ones that's winning are not the game changers. Beyonce has a song called Upgrade Them. That's a game changer. I'm going to upgrade she upgrade Jay-Z. She got a upgrade. So you can't tell, I'm sorry, I take it back. A black woman has the right to get a king already made, come into their life and take care of them. But because there's a lack of those qualified men, now the onus goes on to you. Are you the game changer? Are you the one? Can you upgrade them? Because if you can't upgrade them, then you better take the Ray Ray and Pookies and go to City Hall and get the certificates and call it a day.
I mean, I think we can if we put our energy into it. But again, we have to do it in a way that is wise, in a way that is prudent for us to pour those resources in. And that's my point. It's no shame in doing it. I think we need to, because I know a lot of men support women completely. And so I don't think that there's anything with reciprocity, but I think on both sides, you need to make sure that the investment that you're making is a sound and a wise one to the best of your ability, because no one's perfect. No process is perfect, but I think we need to put a little bit more energy and intention there so that we don't continuously do it wrong. Because let's just say I invest in you, King, and you turn out to be something, but we end up not working out. Well, then I'm going to walk away from that saying I invested in him. We didn't really work out, but my time didn't go to waste. My resources were not wasted because he's successful. So I am then more likely to go on to Daryl and say, you know what? I've seen this happen before. I'm going to pour my resources into you. But that means like you're yielding something. So I think we got to get to the point where there's more yield. And then I think women and men are going to be more apt to doing that kind of thing.
I never seen, and you're going to get mad at me, I have never seen a woman invest in a man holistically and she didn't benefit. Anytime a woman invests in a man and they feel like the man left them with nothing and they did everything for that man, is because they didn't really invest in him. There's no way you can invest in a real man, a successful man, a great man, and not benefit. To this day, or when she was, I'm not sure, correct me, Coretta Scott King, she's alive, right?
No.
She passed away.
Yeah, she passed away, right? I apologize. She passed away, but when I was in college a long time ago, she came and gave a speech in Boston College, I believe, and they paid $50,000. They paid a lot of money, $50K. Because she was his wife, let's throw that in there, and she put up with all the stuff that he put her through, she was able to give speeches about her husband for the rest of her life and be paid handsomely.
Never remarried.
Y'all woman, I don't get mad. Y'all like, yo, I gave him my tax refund and he motherfucker bought a bad, some whack ass, a pound of weed and he fucked up the bag. You mad at him?
I mean, that's
not investing though, right? And that's not investing into a man that's gonna make sure you're okay. These people invest time and day. So even when that man leaves them, like Kevin Hart's wife, he left his wife, she's still good. You know why? Because my husband's Kevin Hart, and I used to write jokes for him. Now I got my own comedy special. Now like women are not really invested in men like to the point that even if he leaves you, you're good.
Well, that's because sometimes we don't make the sound investment. So that goes back to the point of this entire conversation, vetting properly and investing properly. Because I do agree. I think that if you are building someone, you should at least be trying to build yourself as well. But I think that goes to the point that you were making earlier, King, about having the empathy for that person and having the low self-esteem, and that kind of all rolls in. So I think when you do it from a place of wholeness, you're building them and you're building you. So you're never going to come out void. There's never going to be a rack in your life.
That's the key, because what it sounds like usually, how old are we? Are we all over 30?
Yeah, I'm 52.
Yeah.
If you meet a 45-year-old woman, are you trying to build her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's crazy. Me personally, I'm not trying to build an adult. Most people have children at a certain age. So that means I have to, I feel like even with me, no excuses for me. No man should be trying to build me or anybody. Once you make the conscious decision to use your body parts to have sex, I don't think there should be any excuses once you start dating someone to say, oh, I need you to build me up. Let's do this struggle relationship. You should be, it's always pressure for the woman to be all these things for a man to be something that he should be when he meet her. So I'm just so confused as to what happened to come whole and meet each other and then deal with building the relationship. I should not have to build you. I am not a counselor. And then as I'm building you, who's pouring back into me in the relationship? You? No, that's not happening. I just don't agree with that. And if that means I'm gonna have to buy a dog, that's just, I guess I'm getting a Pomeranian.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know who gets more girls than a Kappa or a weed man or party promoter? An old, washed up, famous, used to be rapper. Because they still got groupies that still believe they're gonna come out and win again. Right? And you know why they think that? Because they thought they had oh, you had a platinum album before. I'm gonna fuck with you because I know it's coming. I know you're coming around the corner. You're gonna go on tour, right? So when y'all look at these guys with potential, with these accolades and these credentials, they could be using that to run amok. Like they could just be playing with you. Then because someone has, huh?
I said, yeah, they could be, but that's why the vetting process goes further than do you have it? Is it accessible? And do you have like multiple things? Do you have the possible degree? Do you have the network? Do you have the family support? Do you have the assets? Like you have to kind of look at it full spectrum, because anybody can have anything and not use it. But I mean, even to your point, a rapper who had a platinum hit, they're closer to maybe getting another one than the person who doesn't, because they got the connections. So you have to just look at it And again,
I get it. If you did it once, you could do it again.
Exactly. I mean, because they're closer than somebody who has never done it, because at least they got the connections. At least they got somebody's
Kim,
phone number.
I want to add something into that too.
Okay.
Something that somebody just reminded me of to bring up. They told me that when men are in situations where they need a woman to help them get to a certain level or whatever, shaming techniques are brought up.
Ooh.
Shaming techniques are brought up. You less of a man. So you got the vision, right? You got the blueprint. Ooh. But you need me for anything, for a fucking dollar. You less of a man. And when men go through, I've been through that. I've been through that personally, right? I've been up, I've been down. So, when you hear a woman say something like, well, I shouldn't have to do A, B, C, D, and F. Again, that's where men, I can understand if King ever said, man, I would never date a woman with no kids. Why the fuck would I do that? Because he's at a certain place in life where what can she give him now? You know what I'm saying? And if she did that for a man who gave her nothing, why the fuck do I gotta marry you and spend whatever the fuck for you? Come on. I'm not about to play I'm not about to pay Mercedes-Benz price for a Honda. I'm not doing that. That's how men like that think. Right. So that's why I said she believed in him. I'm talking about Obama again, and other men like him. And like the narrative too of like, well, because somebody graduated, that they are automatically believed in. We all went to college. We know that's not true. We know there's plenty of men. I graduated from Central Michigan. And when Suresh graduated, there were other black men from other countries that were doctors too. They said the same exact thing. Women had a hard time dating them, maybe because they was in debt. But what they always said was, it's not a guarantee that you're going to go through residency and get a job. You're not. There's plenty of people who went through residency, didn't come out doctors. They end up becoming fucking pharmacists and shit like that. And they get shamed. So I'm saying, like, that's something that women don't like to talk about, is men don't even want to come into a situation like that because often they're going to be shamed all the fucking time. That's my opinion.
I mean, it's true. It's true, but then everything I think that you're saying regarding men, it can be reversed to where it's not beneficial for women. And depending on that woman's perspective, that's what she's going to lean on. So again, that's why I'm saying we have to continue to have these conversations. We got to talk about it. So we got to have that what do you bring to the table conversation in good faith and really have a good conversation, because I think that men, as calculating and as strategic as women are about partnership, I think that men should be the same way. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think that changes the outcome, that like this needs to really be a conversation and both people need to come together. Like this is what
I
we're
agree
doing.
with him though, as far as the shaming tactics, because it's often frowned upon when a man does have a downtime and he can't provide. Also, it hits his ego. So it's like, well, it should hit his ego. But
you should look at that. It should hit his ego.
It should. You should not be okay with being down. That is out. But yeah,
I'm down.
They
with the
are
king.
shamed for it.
That's
but I think
I'm down for the king, right?
I think a lot of the times, and I've done it before. I'm not even gonna put myself out there. I've invested a lot for somebody who did have a vision. I don't regret what I've invested, because that's not why the relationship didn't work out. However, I think that when we're dating or boyfriend, girlfriend type thing, we start to feel like we're married. So we start to play house and have these, for better or worse, type of mentalities for boyfriend, girlfriend relationships, to where it's like, oh, you should be doing this and this for me because I'm your man. If how you expect for us to get married if you're not doing this and that and the other? And I think that that's where, to me, it just gets a bit confusing, because if I'm not your wife and you're not my husband, what expectations do we truly have on each other? I'm not really obligated to your pockets and vice versa. So I think that in these conversations, it just kind of sounds like with most people, I've not been married. I don't know if Daryl's been married. King has not been married. So at the same time, it's like we're really talking from dating boyfriend girlfriend experiences where we've done things that should happen in the constitutions of marriage, but it didn't. So I think if we just stop playing house and actually wait to get married, and like you said, Kim, be more intentional, I think we can avoid a lot of these problems and conversations. Or like me, a man saying, oh, I need this, and that, and the other. Or maybe in one of y'all instances, like, I think if King had children and different families or different women's, like on a Tristan Thompson or Future type of thing, I think he would be looked at a lot differently, because he would be looking for a stepmother. So I would look at him strange if he was saying, oh, well, I couldn't do a baby mama. It's like, you a baby daddy.
Lucky, I didn't say I couldn't do baby mama.
I know, that was an example.
I said, okay.
I would look at you strange. So
I do. Some people have an exception. Some people have a exception when you got a little fatty and your thing looking right. You get an exception for me.
Facts.
So I have a question, and Lucky, I understand what you're saying. I think it needs to kind of be aligned, but then and I'm not going to say if I agree with this or not, but what I'm hearing from men is that they don't want to extend the courtesy, in their words, of marriage on something that hasn't been like tested. So it's almost like they don't want to marry women who are not investing first, because they feel, I don't know if you are going to, I don't know if you have the tools to, unless you show me that before we get married. And I hate leaning on celebrities, because I feel like their life is different. But let's think about Jay-Z and Beyonce. Like, they dated for a minute before they were married. And I think some guys kind of think along that fashion of, you got to prove it to me before I will give you this ring. I'm not going to just give it to you on GP. So it's like, I even personally don't know where the line is, right? Like, boyfriend, girlfriend, long-term relationship to marriage. Like, I don't know. Because one thing I can say is that just because you automatically have a ring on your finger and you have a certificate that's filed downtown, if you're not in the practice of certain things, they don't come to you overnight. So, I mean, I don't know where the line is, but that's just kind of what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that, like, they want to see certain things happen before they enter into marriage.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, I agree when it's men, younger men, middle-class men on the rise, but I believe men who have true financial freedom don't need to see anything.
Because it ain't tricking if you got it.
They create their own narrative, right?
Okay.
But as we know, not everybody has financial freedom in this world. People can front what they want, but the majority of people don't have financial freedom. So so what are you doing? What circles are you in that you're meeting these men that just don't care about that? Because in America, especially living in these big cities, it's joint income that's going to make something happen. I have this girl. I want to bring her up one day, and she's married to some rich dude who takes care of her. He makes millions, black dude. And she said to me, if a woman has a man that makes 40 to 50K and he's there at home to help fix the house and take care of the children, she's winning. And that's the core thing that your uncle Kevin Samuels is saying. She's saying, y'all all trying to get this high value men, but they don't want you. So y'all should start going for men who are regular, because those are the ones that want to actually build with you, because you're asking for somebody that you're not qualified for. That's what he's saying, but he says it such in a mean way, in a very toxic way.
And I also think he's saying that sometimes those men that women think they want, they don't know what comes with that lifestyle.
Right.
But if they knew, they might. Because now he is a meanie, but one question that he does ask is, do you know these men? Are you like networking with them? Are you kind of intimately acquainted with them? And
you're so stupid. Leave my frat brother alone, man.
And I think he asked those questions because what he's really trying to vet out is, ma'am, you say you want this man, but you don't know what comes with it. Because those are the men that are usually always working. They're not the ones that are going to go to the PTA.
No, they're not.
Do a lot of that stuff.
And they're going to have other girls.
Possibly they're going to exercise their options. But I think that like women don't take that into consideration. Like they want him to have the money, but then they want him to cook dinner 3 times a week and go on dates every weekend and do all this stuff that his time just isn't going to allow him to do. So I think, to your point, sometimes we don't qualify for those men, and then sometimes we don't qualify for that lifestyle because we're not built for it. A lot of women are not built for that, and we're built to spend the money, but we're not built to endure some of that that goes along with it.
And I think your uncle was right. See, what happens is we use these celebrities as anomalies. We use people in this reality TV world that have multiple children and still find a way to marry a rich guy. That's rare. If you're a man with multiple women, you could still marry a beautiful woman. If you're a woman with multiple children, it's hard for you to marry. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know the reason why Lucky and Kim could get a rich guy, a well-to-do guy.
They both fine as hell.
No, that's not the reason. They both over 5'7".
Hey.
Rich men, no matter what height, short, tall, they want a tall woman. It's really that simple.
Hey, let's get it.
Tall and beautiful, not like Leslie Jones tall, like tall and beautiful. So
that's why they could get. It's like, you gotta understand. Like, they want a statuesque woman that could come into a room and then like everybody's like, whoa. It's hard. I go to these events and I see the woman that's like statuesque. The man's not even that tall, but my woman needs to be statuesque. Why do you think all the hills are high? Like, it's a reason for that.
That's interesting.
People don't go into these events with kitten heels or flats. You laughing, Lucky? Right or wrong?
No, it's all fact.
Why she laugh like a truck driver? Why you
Hey,
laughing?
that's funny.
Am I right or wrong though?
You're right. You're right.
I know all my dudes is not tall, but all they women is statuesque. They come in the room and they bodies like, what's up?
That's all we want.
I guess it depends, and I think it's the caliber of guys you're talking about, because a lot of guys complain about tall women. So I guess it just depends on the guy and the caliber of man.
When you said Kevin Samuels and they say they want high value, I think that's what he projected on them, because a lot of the times it's the questions and they ask. High
standard, of course. Thank you, Cheryl. It's just what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what it is, man. I didn't make these rules up. They're looking for, now some men don't want a tall woman because really and truly, the gowns, the shoes, the bags, the invoice that comes with your choice, you can't handle it. Just say that, fellas. And then guess what? A girl's gonna respect you, and then when you get your money up, then you get with them, it's like boom, 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 right? But me personally, I wasn't always rich, right? I wasn't, and I'm still not rich, in my opinion. And certain girls, I told you when I first started the show, certain women like Rihanna, I'm not gonna waste her time like that. Now, if she wants to deal with me, cool, but I'm not wasting her time like that, because I can't do certain things that I would like to do with her, right? And if I can, it's gonna hurt me to the point that I can't bounce back from. You feel me? Like financially, like if I could do it,
but it's done.
Yeah, I could do it, but it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. I can't bounce back from that yacht, that mega yacht. You said 100,000. I might. How I'm getting back home? I'm getting back home. That's what I'm trying to tell. But I'm honest though. I'm real about it. Like 100,000 for what? For a weekend and win? Listen, boo boo, I can't do it.
You got to pass up on that one.
Yeah, go and get. What's his name? The one she talked to right now from Harlem.
She dating the Prince nigga right now, ain't she?
No, she's doing that. The guy from Harlem.
ASAP Rocky.
Yeah, go to ASAP. Go to ASAP. Yeah. Go and smoke your cigarettes with ASAP. Go him. Because
let's be real. If somebody like Rihanna had a baby, ain't nobody gonna be like, oh no, she's a baby mama. No. Well, even if she was an average earner, nobody is gonna say that.
No, people say that shit all the time about people like look how people talk about Six the Goddess, because she got a kid and she's tall as hell and fine as a motherfucker.
Hold on. You tried for Rihanna. She didn't take it for real. Damn, son. I'm telling you.
He probably mean Brianna.
Damn, Lucky.
I love you, One Community.
Yeah, you see how rude you are? That's crazy. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you just gotta know your, and women, you gotta know your place too. A lot of y'all be stepping into these rooms, not looking whatever, expecting to get the boss, and y'all look crazy.
Some women do that. I pride myself on being very, very, very self-aware. And
He said, "Drop the link." Now he want to fight.
I know where I'm supposed to be and where I'm not, but no, I think that again, because we're socialized. Women are the prize. Women are beautiful. You got something glorious you're sitting on. All this stuff we've been told our entire lives, and sometimes women can't sit and be critical of themselves, not in a bad way, but you got to just know where you got to get in where you fit in, and some of us don't know where we fit in it.
That's what I'm saying. You just look crazy out here.
Yeah.
You look crazy. Like, I know, I'll kick it to Rihanna. I'll be in an event with her, but to take her seriously, I need to feel like I'm a man, right? So I need to be able, because you're gonna end up like party, and her, they broke up.
Yeah, shit fucked up. Or
What,
like
man, what
Chris
up,
Humphries,
baby?
man.
What's the box?
Oh God, you about to come here yelling at me.
What it be like, man? What it be like, bloody? Listen, check this out.
You know the bot, you know what I mean? No, but I mean Rihanna.
I know the bot. Check this out though. We want to hear your Rihanna story. First of all, shout out to you having that beautiful woman in London. We saw the beautiful woman you had in London, but what happened with Rihanna?
Hey, Clyde, shout out to Clyde.
She
was East African, you could tell. Beautiful.
Yeah, I love Rihanna. I most definitely love Rihanna too, man. And
so tell us the story, man.
Champagne bottles, everything. She was drinking a beer, son. She drank a beer on me, son. She turned down the champagne and all that. Was drinking a beer, son. And then the guard got crazy. Then the security said, I'm like, you serious? And son, she turned down the rosé, all that, and drinking a Corona beer, son. I said, I love this woman behind this. I said, nah, son, she too different, son. She too gangster, bro. When I say she too gangster, bro. Facts. I thought about that shit.
Yeah, I was around her one time. I had my Australian girls in here, and I went to a party, and they came. We were just chilling. We all chilling. She doesn't know me at all, so I'm just in the section. I feel like a clown, so I just left because I'm like, I'm here to look at Rihanna, but I'm just chilling. You feel me? And I had nothing to say to her. What I'm gonna say?
I couldn't chill, nigga. She was right next to me, right here. I can't chill. What the fuck we chilling? Right. I'm not gonna chill, son. I'm not with the chill factor.
Right.
I'm not with that. You know what I mean? I'm not with the regret and the thinking of life. I'm with, we with whatever, man. That's the bot. You know what I'm saying?
So, let me ask you a question. Say again?
I'm sorry. One Community, what did you say to her?
I came and I spoke to her, but I wanted to offer her a bottle and just get her some champagne because I was drinking champagnes and stuff, and I wanted to get a champagne and all that. Look, she turned down my bottle of champagne. I sent it over there to her and everything. She was drinking a Corona. You hear what I'm saying to you?
She a real
one. Wanted to drink her Corona. She did not want the champagne. I swear to God. I swear to my mother. I was like, yo, I had to respect it. I was like, yo, her shit is just different, son. Like, really, really? Her shit is just really, really different. You know what I mean? Like, really, she was drinking a Corona. So when I look, she said like this with the Corona. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
Let me ask you a question. How you feel about the Tristan and the Chloe situation, him having a baby by someone else? What does that say about, and why does she always bring him back to her life? What's going on with that?
With Tristan and Chloe, I think besides love, besides, you know, sex, besides those things that could be good that she's missing or she wants, you know, I think that when you're in certain lifestyles and things like that, you know what I mean, when you're up there, I think a lot of times people be having secrets on people. They be so different, you know what I mean? So, you know, you want to be with the people that really kind of know you, like, you know what I'm saying? Instead of being with somebody else sometimes, even if you're going through other lights and different lights, I believe that she felt like she made Tristan, even though LeBron really made Tristan.
Right.
LeBron got Tristan the deals that LeBron got Tristan.
Right.
Know? Literally, he said, like, look, you're going to give Tristan a deal or you're not playing it. And they gave Tristan the bag that they gave Tristan.
Right.
LeBron got Tristan the bag. You know what I'm saying? But he did level him up and take him to a place that, you know what I mean, not even LeBron ain't take him to as well. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's some of that. When you build a person in some way, or you feel you got some stake or some ownership in some building of a person, even though you rich and all that, I can still add to your rich and all that. So we're not gonna play the game. So sometimes you got some stake that you feel maybe that she got some, like, I helped build you.
You know what? That's a good point. We didn't talk about that. The point that I want to
build him. Regardless if he had 100 million or not, she helped build him as a man. Regardless,
we didn't talk about that.
Jay-Z got helped built by Beyonce.
Right.
They took him global,
and he allegedly he cheated on her, but she still kept him because I helped made you, so I'm not going to let you go and have somebody else. A lot of times, women don't let you go because they want another woman getting what she worked so hard to.
Territory.
That's true. That's
territory.
True.
You
That's
about
just
to
looking
put
at your investment.
with him, and then she about to take this, and she like, what we doing? Like, so it'd be a lot of time. It'd be so much other factors, but sometimes that's a real factor right there, because she helped his whole vibe. She helped him.
Yeah.
That's just looking after your investment, and but that can get to a point to where it's detrimental to self. So I think again, that's where you got to sit down, take a look at it, and really evaluate what you're doing, because sometimes it's not going against you as a person and it's not going against your growth, but in that particular situation it is. So whatever she invested, she's gonna have to just go ahead and cut her losses, because in business that's the name of the game. Like, you cut your losses, you move on, you reinvest, you re-up, you do what you got to do. So
is that easier said than done? She has a child by him.
Yeah, I mean, because she's never going to really be able to let him go. And so to our point earlier, that's why like having children is so monumentally important, because even if you're not with that person, you are still connected to the people or the persons you have children with. So I mean,
wait, hold on. This is the biggest argument of this 20th century.
Yeah. I just said this. I just told you.
Hold on. OG Patrice is coming on here. Look, this is a big who made who?
No,
Jay-Z made Beyonce, or Beyonce made Jay-Z? That's the biggest thing. As a Brooklyn dude, I'm going to say he made her.
I agree.
Nobody.
He was a bigger star. He was a bigger star.
He added some of the gangster to her thing that he added to her. But what she added to him was making him more of a household name, okay? People in every country know who she is. Woman, man, and child know who Beyonce is. That means more people know who Jay-Z is. Jay-Z's a hustler from where he's from. Okay?
Yeah, I go the other way, man.
That. She's a pop artist. That's who she is. She ain't from no. She's a pop artist, popular artist. You know what I mean? She's around the world. And that's what she does for Jay-Z. And Jay-Z can't. That's why Jay-Z got with her. He don't know we're not gonna play that game. Jay-Z will tell you himself, you're not gonna play that game.
See, this is where I disagree.
Can I
like,
speak
will we
to
look
OG
at Jay-Z the same?
Respect.
Yeah.
Hi, OG Patrice. I wasn't speaking to you before because I don't know if this was really your page.
I know that. It's all good. I just want to say, because I've been in this industry for over 20 years. So for sure, because I know a lot of people that work with Jay-Z. Jay-Z put Beyonce's career at a pinnacle because he was already there. He was already like bigger than her. But they are two smart business people. So when you have two business people like that come together, then you that power couple. They helped each other. Darrell, y'all was talking about Rihanna earlier.
Yeah.
My girlfriend is dating Rihanna's dad. Text that picture I just showed you. I just texted you that picture. I'm in the rooms with these people.
Yeah.
The picture I just texted Darrell is the picture of me and Rihanna's father. My girlfriend's dating him right now.
Wow.
So I'm in these circles.
Hold on, let me show you my mixtape. Can I show you my mixtape?
Yeah, send it to me. And you young ladies, that's me and that's me and Rihanna's dad at his birthday party in Vegas just several months ago.
Yeah,
okay, so when I tell you I know what I'm talking about certain circles. When y'all be hearing me talk about the entertainment industry, because I'm in the room with these people.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. My girlfriend was Jaguar Wright. She worked with Jay-Z on on his Unplugged. She used to be with the Roots. She worked with Wu-Tang and all those people.
Mm-hmm. But she's still on live. Shout out to Jaguar, because she's still on live, being very vocal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's talking about the music, and she exposing a lot of people. That's my girl.
Yes, she is.
So I mean, she was in the homes of Whitney Houston. She was a ghostwriter for a lot of people that they don't even know that she ghostwrit for.
Mm-hmm.
Like real talk. And a lot of those stories she's talking about is true. I'm just gonna tell y'all, for real.
Damn.
I already know. That's a fact.
That's why people hadn't really come against her. Like they might say a little something, but nobody has out and out said you're lying or I'm suing you for defamation of character. And that to me is very, very telling in that industry that's super litigious. I think it's something to what she's saying. I always have.
Yeah, I agree. Totally.
Absolutely. And listen, ain't nobody sued her yet. Hello. Ain't nobody sued her for defamation, character, slander, or any of that. So just pay attention. Her and Jill Scott used to be best friends.
Mm-hmm.
But OG, like the argument that I used to argue against this is like, well, we look at Jay-Z the same if he had married Khalees or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, maybe I'm a big Beyonce fan. Shout out to the Virgos. But I used to always argue that like if he married, I don't know, like like somebody who just came and gone.
Yeah.
He married somebody who is arguably the greatest female artist of all time, the greatest female entertainer of all time. That's what I'm saying. So to me, I like to argue, and he said it out of his own mouth. My wife Beyonce, I brag different.
The baddest in the game went.
Yeah, got the baddest woman in the game wearing my chain. He speak about that a lot. So I think like
he knew what he was doing.
She elevated him, like even though they had a career together.
Oh, son. Like a street dude. I'm a street dude like King. We street dudes. I get it. Even though
but that's the thing. She wasn't that big yet, guys. Let me tell you what pinnacled her career, right? Once her dad,
I'm thinking. Okay. Now I'm just talking to King, right? I'm just saying something to King, right? Because we could talk about artists if we're going to talk about artists, but let's just relate it to this, right? Him being a street guy, right? I'm a street guy too. I can't.
How you just cut her off?
And King.
She was making a point. Can we let OG Patrice please rock out?
I thought she stopped for me to just. I was just saying. I thought she stopped for me to just tell King something. That's.
I know, but let's let her rock. I'm sorry, OG Patrice. Please.
I'm just celebrating my bro King.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Y'all celebrate JD. I'm from Brooklyn. I get it. We both from Brooklyn, so I was just telling my bro King something. That's all. Okay. Yeah, OG.
Like you were saying, OG.
Yeah, OG.
Thank you.
Okay, no, I was just saying. This is how it went down with the situation. A lot of people don't know that Jay-Z and Beyonce were really dating like long before, like when she was like maybe 17. They were sneaking around dating before she even got signed. Okay. Yep. And then what happened once she went solo, once Beyonce went solo and her dad took her, before she fired him, he took her to that pinnacle in her career. There was a young lady who was really supposed to have that spot, and her name was A. Marie. Yep. So A. Marie got pushed to the side because all her writers, producers that worked with her, Jay-Z bought them. He was like, what y'all doing with A. Marie, I want y'all to do with Beyonce. A. Marie got kicked to the curb. Beyonce got put up on that pedestal, So he's a good businessman. He knew what he was doing by doing that.
Wait, you mean A. Marie, this just one thing that got me tripping?
Yep.
She was hot.
If you listen, don't Beyonce sound a lot like her? Listen, the same producers and writers. The same producers and writers.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying with that. But like OG Patrice though, right? Even on that same thing though, right? Like even like Jay-Z was with it around that time, right? Because like around that time, it was like things circling like she was with Bleak. Like people saying like she was with Bleak. Remember, she was like around the camp and she was around the people. So people was thinking and saying like Bleak was with her. But she was really around Jay-Z when she was around the camp at that time too. They were saying at that time too.
You talking about Memphis Bleak?
I'm talking about, yeah.
Are you talking about Memphis Bleak?
Around the circle. So remember, but she was younger at that time. You see what I'm saying to you though, right? So people were putting her energy to be around Bleak when she was around that whole energy at that time, even, you know what I'm saying? At that time, that's what's.
When she was 17, isn't that young?
But she was like 17 at the time.
Wait, how old was Jay?
Bro, y'all heard what I said. Listen, Jay was rocking with Foxy when she was 14, 15, right? We all know that, right?
Hold up. What's going on?
Allegedly.
Yo, hold on. What's going on here?
Yeah, allegedly. All this is alleged.
Allegedly. This is allegations. There's some serious allegations you're saying right now. So Jay-Z, the one that
I'm saying her career when she first started, she was like 14.
not romantically.
No. I'm talking about career. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that was some serious.
Career.
Well, allegedly, it does say romantically.
Yeah,
wait, hold on.
Yeah, that part is allegedly. Like,
You
yes.
got to bring that shit back. Oh god.
Wait,
let's
one
keep it a
time
buck.
they was messing around romantically.
Allegedly, yeah.
Foxy.
They ended up messing around. Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, they messed
and
around. Yeah.
Bro, these are
Definitely.
the legends that was going. We from Brooklyn. This is the legends that was going around. Even in some of that with OG Patrice talking about. But I'm just even with the Beyonce. I know that she was around the energy at least around 17 at the time. You know what I'm saying? She was around that energy. But you know what I mean? They wasn't putting it to Jay. I remember at that time. You know what I'm saying? Me doing. I know I do music. I act. I do stuff too.
Wait, so let me ask you a question. So this is the reason why when R. Kelly came out, there was like a lot of celebrities would be questioning if they were messing with younger women. Was that the case? Because was Aaliyah underage?
Yeah, Aaliyah was 15.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And Aaliyah also was rumored to be dating Dame and Jay. And I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but
she dated Jay-Z. I'm sorry, allegedly. She dated Jay-Z first and was passed to Dame Dash.
Dame, exactly.
The thing about Aaliyah is definitely true. I don't got to use the word alleged because the pastor was brought in for testimony where he actually they
were married. She was 15.
Exactly. The pastor who married them, he was actually brought in and indicted it where he said that he married them together. So R. Kelly married her, and if you guys go back and look at her first album cover, he's in the fucking background. You know what I'm saying? Just chilling like a motherfucker.
I mean, we all know about R. Kelly. I thought we were talking about Jay-Z.
Not just that.
Yeah, of course. You know they lied on the birth certificate. You know. And
hey, everybody, somebody give me one more like to get to 100, please. Thank you.
Give me a like. But there was an interview besides that, right? I think it was on BET or something.
Yes.
And they both had on the matching outfits.
Yes, and she was like, "He's my best friend. And we spend all our time together." Aaliyah and our.
I remember that shit. That shit was wicked.
It was so creepy. And I'm just like,
hold on. This is getting crazy now.
It's crazy, bro.
This is getting crazy.
And
they did.
So, Darren, what you said is getting what again?
I said shit getting wicked. Yeah, they definitely got the same outfit on.
Oh my god!
You never said that. I gotta play. When you said that, I gotta play this. I gotta play this. It's down to repeat show, man.
I heard it catching bodies with my like, what you saying? On script about the streets and them projects like who you playing. I feel like with my nigga that say about what we had. Ain't gonna take none of your charge, my nigga like what you saying,
She get wicked. I promise I won't put somebody on there. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yo, hold on. I didn't miss. It was in Jet. I was in the Feds, and when that came out, they was showing it, right? And I stopped listening to R. Kelly music a long time ago when he had the tape of him pissing on the girl, whatever. So I stopped listening to him, right? But I don't know what's going on with that thing because but when I found out he did that, I don't support his music. Everybody knows that. But my thing is this. I'm surprised to hear from OG Patrice in one community that Jay-Z was messing with Beyonce at 17. I didn't know that. And I didn't know he was messing with Foxy Brown at 14. I didn't believe that.
But
she was young, and I mean even my boy Choke No Joke tell that story. Choke No Joke used to be with Rockefeller Records.
Choke don't let up. OG Choke don't let up.
He even said it.
He don't let up.
So are you gonna stop listening to Trey songs?
Who?
I don't listen to him either.
I don't listen to Trey songs anymore. Why? What happened?
Okay, so I'm by myself on this.
He had a lot of allegations, bro. Kiki Palmer came out a few years ago and did that Breakfast Club interview.
I stopped messing with him.
Wait, Kiki said what? What happened?
Kiki Palmer said that basically, allegedly he sexually assaulted her. You know what I'm saying? And that young lady.
She said she was scared in the closet.
Yeah, he intimidated her. Like he wouldn't let her leave.
Yeah, because he put her in a video without her permission. Is what he did. She told him no. And he was kind of pushing it, and I guess she felt uncomfortable, and she ended up hiding in the closet from him. But the video still came out with her in it.
I know a woman personally. Me personally, I know
real funny as hell.
I know a woman personally that dealt with Trey Songz. This is worth to everything I love, right? And her story is bugged out. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And then my homegirl got a story of her sister used to deal with him too. So that was when our conversations came together, me and her both spoke about the situation because her sister dealt with him. But my homegirl dealt with him. You know what I'm saying? So that's crazy. And my homegirl story was crazy. But when I heard my homegirl talk about her sister's story, that was kind of crazy too. And I mean, so yeah.
So let me ask.
Well,
what happened? You're not saying the story. What happened?
Yeah.
Just physically violent, like just being like demanding, being physically violent, being mega controlling, being
just
like
a weirdo overall.
I'm gonna say all the allegedly too though, but being like mega controlling, being like, you know what I mean, just being a weirdo, or like real, being mega aggressive, being
So
like.
what you was about to say, Lucky, about Trey Songz?
I was just gonna say in general, I think it's easier to highlight celebrities and say, oh, we're not gonna support them because like I like Trey Songz music and I like R. Kelly music. Okay. So I get sometimes people can't separate the personal from the music, but what's the difference in these YouTube streets? A lot of people have podcasts and platforms and they do things behind the scenes that's different from what they portray and people still support their podcast. So what's the difference?
I agree, Lucky, but with me, specifically with R. Kelly, if you listen to the music, that is the difference. It seems like you're ready. Age ain't nothing but a number, and you listen to the lyrics.
Pretty Ricky made the same thing.
But I don't F with them either. Like I'm even personally
oh, you crazy.
When it comes to Marvin Gaye. I love me some Marvin Gaye. But Marvin Gaye was not on the up and up, and he was dipping in the underage pool as well.
Wait, but Marvin Gaye did that?
Most of people in entertainment does that. That's
powerful
a part
people
of
do
a
that.
ritual.
So can you let me know so I can stop playing the music?
I mean, it's King. Your playlist would be empty. So I mean, Lucky, I totally understand your point, and I think. I mean, it's some hypocrisy in it, and I'm going to admit that. But I don't listen to R. Kelly.
What's the name of that fine girl that Diddy just got rid of?
Yeah,
she got like a white boy now.
Cassie.
Wow.
Cassie. He definitely was fucking her before she was 18 for a fact. And
okay, he was messing with this guy named Ryan Leslie before I heard. But OG Patrice, can I ask you a question? Can you give us a top 10 celebrities we might not know that have some form of pedophilia?
Don't make her do that, King.
I can't do that. I'm still in the business, and I need my phone ringing, and I have a major television deal right now. Like
okay, I'm good. So we need that television.
But I can tell you my own R. Kelly story with because I told it before. I think I told it on El Guapo's platform, like when that trial and stuff first came out. At the time, I was managing a girls group. I was dealing with this real popular producer, and we was getting an album ready. And I was living back home in Chicago. That's where I'm from originally. And we went to see Tamar Braxton perform. A lot of people don't know Tamar Braxton had like a a solo song out back in the day. I want to say this was like 90s that did pretty well. And my girls opened up for her. We met R. Kelly there at this camp. This was at the McCormick place in Chicago. When we met R. Kelly and his team of people there, and I got his people's cards information because he liked my girls, and this was before the 14-year-old girl incident and all of that. So it's way before all of that came out, and before Aaliyah, and so we started going to the studio. The girls started working with them, but then they start, because I had management deal with them. I could see the manipulation that they was trying to do. They was trying to tell the girls to get rid of me and all of that because they wanted his camp to take over control of the girls. So it was a big old mess. I ended up letting them out their contract, but and two of the girls was underage at the time when I was manager. Only one of them was 18. I called their mothers. I let them out the contract. I lost a lot of money with these girls. I let them out the contract because they wanted to, they was going and hanging out at the studio. And I was so afraid that when that Surviving R. Kelly came out, that I was going to see them girls' faces on there. I was so afraid because I know when I left them, they started hanging around his camp and his boys. And I think a couple of them ended up going with some of them guys in his camp. I don't know if he ever himself, R. Kelly, did anything. But when that Surviving R. Kelly came out, I thought I was going to see their faces because a couple of them ended up in Atlanta. Actually, 2 of them still in Atlanta right now. Their careers never went nowhere after that. And they tried to come crawling back to me later because I started getting up there a little bit in the industry and making connections, touring with some famous people and stuff. And so they tried to reach back out, but I was no longer managing. And they wanted me to try to, get them pool and stuff with producers and all this and that. But they ended up getting, I'm pretty much sure, shelved by R. Kelly and his team of people. Whatever happened to him, I don't know. I haven't seen him since. So that's my R. Kelly story.
Damn.
A lot of stories, man. It's a lot of stories.
That's wicked.
A lot of stories.
That's
freaking she get wicked. Like what you saying? Wrong. She get wicked. Yeah.
So it's crazy. That's funny because surviving R. Kelly, surviving Lapeef is wicked out here.
It's real.
I just hope we, seriously, on the jokes aside, I don't want to compare Lapeef to R. Kelly because that's not the situation. But in real jokes, I don't know. That's a tough, thing to hear. I didn't know it was that prevalent in our Black communities. Men messing with younger women at that age. I don't even know what to say. I'm at a loss for words. To be honest with you.
There's been things like that, man. You know what I mean? Even when I was in high school and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Guys pulling up in the V's and coming to get the young girls when we was in school, you know what I mean? Junior high school, you know what I mean? Me personally, when I was in junior high school, things like that, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? It's things that I've seen, you know what I mean? In my neighborhood, you know what I mean? But what's crazy, like my teacher, what's crazy is, I started writing music, you know what I mean? Singing music, writing, I play instruments, I play saxophone, all types of stuff. And like when I was 12, I found to get music and I started doing music and stuff like that. And then I got a music teacher in my school, right? And I had a girl in my class, her name, I don't leave her name, right? A girl was in my class, you know what I mean? 12 years old, she was in 6th grade, you know what I'm saying? And my music teacher, Mr. Williams, I'm gonna say his name, right? Mr. Williams, right? Mr. Williams was S.A., sexual assaulting, my classmate, right? And he was lying, and the whole thing was because my school didn't have no after school programs. Like we had home ec, I was cooking, we was doing mad stuff, we cry, all type of stuff, but we didn't have no after school programs, right? And my teacher, Mr. Williams, she was telling, I guess, her parents that she was staying after school, right? Mm-hmm. And Mr. Williams was S.A., right? My classmate, right? And he was discovered because Miguel, who was a janitor in my school, you know what I mean? Shout out to Miguel, man. Hope you still here rocking on earth. You know what I mean? Like for real. Shout out to Miguel, man, because Miguel came and I guess he was cleaning or whatever and he found out and he, you know what I mean? It was whatever and he exposed them in the whole thing and that's how that went, man. So, that's something that I've seen, especially at a young age, you know what I'm saying? My classmate, that happened to one of my classmates, bro. And by my music teacher. And that was crazy. You know what I mean?
I was about to say that too, man. To be honest, if you from Detroit, you will meet plenty of women, right? Who you meet plenty of women like kind of like how Lucky was saying that they date older, and they start with that mentality very, very young, man. Like there was women who I knew at Cass Tech High School. Cass Tech is the best school in Detroit. That's the school where all the girls that go to, they got good families, et cetera, et cetera. They talk to men that's 21, 25. They, these girls have men buying them shit, taking them places, you know what I'm saying, getting their booties done, all kind of different shit, bro. I'm just being like, I'm being facts about it right now. It's all facts right now. They really be doing that shit. And I just think it goes to like kind of like again what the ladies were saying earlier. These women see these men at a very young age as men who are resourceful. They're not making excuses. Like everything that they said earlier, they don't got to worry about potential, none of that shit. They go to these men and they got a bag. They got they got something ready. Very transactional, usually, in my opinion, those relationships. And it's completely wrong. But mean, OG Patrice, do you think I'm wrong in that? Like that women at a very young age, even sometimes in high school, they seek out men in college. They seek out, men in the neighborhood who are doing better, who they know, here go $1,000, twerk for me, and they're gonna do it too.
Yeah, but they not women though.
I mean, you're correct because I
Hold
mean,
on,
I remember
They're girls though. They're not women. They're girls.
Facts.
That's the first thing. They're girls, not women. We need to identify women as women, and we need to understand and identify girls as girls. That's two things we're gonna understand, and that's what we need to make prevalent. A girl is a girl, and a woman is a woman. When I see a girl, I know a girl. I can look at her and know that she's not what she is. She's not a woman. So she's not a woman. She's a girl. Get it, OG Patrice.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, Darrell's correct. I mean, even when I was in high school, I remember a lot of the kind of faster girls were having a lot of the older guys. A lot of them were drug dealers and so forth, coming to pick them up in their cars. Giving them money. They would come to school with new clothes, new purses, new, money in their pocket. So yeah, absolutely. And these guys were in their 20s and 30s, and these girls were 16, 17. Some of them maybe 18, but yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Wow. I'm about to end this real soon because this just threw me off. You feel me? That kind of threw me off. Let me see what he said. Ill Doctrine said he's telling you facts about the high school scene. Years ago, I effed with Detroit 300. We went to high schools in Detroit to keep grown men away from these girls. It was insane. They still tried. Is that big in Detroit, man?
I'm trying to tell you, brother. Listen, that's
big everywhere.
I just about to say it's big everywhere, brother. Because there's one girl in particular. I don't want to say her name, but she was built in high school because I went to high school with her. She was built like if she had came to one community or not, sorry, brother, let me not use you. If she had came to a lot of different men and said, I'm 21, they're not asking for IDs. And it's the same way that like in Detroit, a lot of these young girls that are built a certain kind of way and look a certain kind of way, they get into clubs that's 21 and up with no problem. There was a young lady who was like 15 years old in Detroit. She was stripping. She was fucking working poles. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it's like, maybe I do think like Lucky said it's everywhere, but in my city, it's heavily prevalent for women who like at a very young age to exercise their sexuality at a very young age. And that's just what we see happen all the time. That's why I'm really against that whole thing. I think it's better for men to really meet a woman, get married, y'all the same age, but that don't happen because men have to put themselves in a position to really even be seen. And then women are usually not dating their counterparts. They're dating men 5-10 years older from high school and moving on forward.
I think age gap dating is appropriate when both people are adults.
Over age. Yeah. We all do.
I think but I think that's the part that we're missing, because I think in the Black community, people used to do it back in the day. Again, we talk about survival and resources and all those things. But like, I think that it has just gotten a bad rap in our community. And now we kind of just tend not to, because there are girls whose parents don't care, but then there's girls whose parents are also like, you can't date anybody older than you. And that was my folks. Like, I dated somebody a couple years older than me in high school, and it was a big deal. Like, it was a huge deal, and we had to like be at my house. It was like a whole thing. But like, I think that it's okay, providing that the two people are adults, and that's the part of the balance that I don't necessarily think we have in our community. It's either the old guys picking chicks up from high school, or it's you being told don't date anybody older than you, and so you tend to date people your age.
I just want to say, Kim, were you conditioned to think like that based on where you were raised, or are we ignoring biology? Because I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
Okay.
We always say I went to school with the same type of women OG Patrice was saying, and not even placing blame just all on the men, because they are the adults. So of course the responsibility is on the adult primarily. But I'm gonna keep it real. If I was 16, I was a huge B2K fan. I don't think kids now, they're adults, right? I don't think a 16-year-old would turn down having sex with Omarion. You get what I'm saying? Even though he's a grown man, her body is telling her she's hot. She's a woman. So I get it, like, legally you have to be 18, right? But I always wondered in these conversations, are we ignoring biology to just focus on the 18 and over type of thing? Because you even have women who are 18 who would date a 40-year-old and they'll still look at him like he's nasty. So I always go off of, like, in these situations, it is bad for a man, of course, to be hanging around a high school. But also there are girls that put themselves in situations to lie about their age and different things to go seek out older men to get things from them as well. A lot of the times, well, that happened at my high school. So I don't know about y'all's, but their parents wasn't getting them certain things. Their mothers weren't getting them certain things. So they had to go to the men to get certain things because they were teased at school. They didn't have the fly as this. They didn't have the fly as that. So I think, like, technically, if we ignore the 18 and over rule, and he's what was Tyga and Kylie Jenner? I think Kylie was what, 16?
She just turned 18, basically.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think when they first started dating, she was
I
like
think that was
16.
before that, like Lucky saying.
Yeah. Nobody blinked the eye.
Damn.
And matter of fact, Kanye West praised it and said if he would have caught someone younger, and nobody said, "Hey, Kanye, what are you talking about?" But we're talking about other instances like a R. Kelly, but that's allowed on so many different situations where it's like we pick and choose when to be mad about it. At 16, Kylie Jenner was probably more mature than any 16-year-old I know, but she's still 16. But people ignored it because of how mature she carried herself.
I think
So I'm gonna just say, like, I get the 18 overrule, but based on biology, she could have handled a relationship with a 26-year-old man. Maybe that's why no one said nothing.
I don't think so. I think she could have operated as if she could handle it. I don't know. I really don't, because I know if we look at 30, 40, 50 years ago, people who were 14 and 15 were working and raising kids and doing certain things. But I think, like, the society that we're in now, like, the teenager is kind of a new construct. And so I think there's a lot that goes along with that. I think maybe because of what she's been exposed to, she could possibly have things to talk to that would interest a 26-year-old. Plus she has money, plus she has access. So she doesn't have like a normal life like a 16-year-old. Like when she was 16, she didn't have a curfew. If they wanted to go somewhere and be alone, they could do that. So I think that her case is a little bit outside of the norm. And I do understand your point about the whole thing with maturity. I mean, I think it is individual. It's based on the individual, but like, I think the law is there for a reason. It is something to be said that our brain does not fully develop until we are 25. And so I just think that it's a really contentious situation where you got someone that's that much older with someone that's much younger, because there's that whole power dynamic, and we know whose side the power rests on. Not in her case because she's rich, but the people who are not. It rests on the person that has the resources, which is generally the man who's older.
So what do you think of Kevin Samuels saying he doesn't date women over 27? If the brain is fully developed at 25, what are we really telling people? Should they wait till after 25 to engage in relationship? Or are we really telling them, the younger women, you should date older because they can be manipulated into being, I'm not going to say manipulated, they can be more molded into being what that man wants them to be?
I mean, that's kind of why I think some of these guys date younger women, and they admittedly say it, because a lot of them say, oh, older women have baggage. Older women are stuck in their ways. They want to do what they want to do. And they essentially are saying that older women sometimes have a little bit more experience and they can't really be manipulated as much as younger women can. That's kind of what I think is code for what they're saying.
Yeah, and I don't want to think this, because if you try to date my child at 16, I'm going to jail.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a whole problem. It's not going down. Like, it's just not going to happen. But that's the thing. And that's where I think the balance comes from. Because, I would definitely impart on a young woman, it's fine to date someone that's older when you're both adults. It is not okay when you are technically not an adult and they are. Like, that's just when it's not okay. And I think that's a very easy thing to say. I just don't think we want to say it. And Lucky, I mean, I think you hit the nail right on the head. I do think a lot of men do tend to gravitate towards younger women, and they say, oh, it's because you have a younger womb and you can have kids. Yeah, but it's also because you think that you can manipulate them a little bit more. But what they don't know is that these young chicks, they not listening either.
Well, I thought in Chicago, 16 is the legal age. And in some states it's 17. And I know that there is a pedophilia law trying to be passed in different states that says, I want to say, is it 12 or 13?
We only got to even talk about that. That's not, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, so, I mean,
that's
they about to change
now.
all
They already
that.
have that, though, Lucky. In some states, is already that you could get married at like 13 in like 7 states.
Right.
It's already there. I do streams on
Yeah, that's some goofy shit.
I do streams on it. I did a stream. A guy came on the stream, was talking and brought the stats up. I was like, what? He brought
that's crazy.
He showed me that. I was like, what? He showed
me. But see, Ken, like,
fucking Raj Clyde.
For real.
Why the fuck?
It's wicked.
Who the fuck would even want that? Like at 13, a woman, a child is not fucking developed, bro. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that conversation is not in void of what we've been talking about tonight, because you know it's indicative of what we actually want. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I need a woman who feel like a woman, who think like a woman, who understands like a woman.
Yeah.
Who loves like a woman. Like,
then you gonna have to build her, Daryl.
Hey, then
or accept her baggage and her kids and her masculine attitude.
I'm willing to accept a woman with kids. I'm willing to accept a woman.
What about if she's masculine, Daryl? What if she's like femininely masculine though?
If like, to me, that's a term that men use like too often. There's no woman more masculine than me. So at the end of the day, it's like no matter what she's doing, like it is what it is. Like I don't like arguing with females. I don't like doing certain stuff. So if she masculine, like let's smoke a blunt, let's fuck, and let's watch a movie or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Throw on your favorite chick flick, Twilight, whatever it is, and let's chill. Like, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to fight you. So like I don't run into that. Even when I went into, usually women who are called masculine, right? Like, let's say, for example, Jen. People say, well, Jen is masculine because she argues a lot, but really what's happening is she's voicing her opinion, and men are not used to women voicing their opinions, so they put a label on them. I'm not doing that.
I agree with you, Darren.
I'm not doing that.
Smart man.
I agree with you.
I'm not talking about with Jen. I don't think Jen's in that aspect. I think it's how you voice your opinion.
I agree with you, Daryl. Totally, bro.
Yeah,
so
I
you
agree
can
with
voice
you
your
too.
opinion and not come off masculine.
But I've never seen that as masculine. I see that as
like, but it's also it's also soon as you raise your voice a little bit. It's also as soon as you raise your voice a little bit, now you being the angry black woman, you being combative, argumentative, yada. So you know what I mean? So it's like, come on, where do we draw the line here? Because when I'm in my conviction or passion or my righteous indignation, you're gonna get that. That's what you're gonna get.
Facts.
You know, so where are we gonna draw the line?
They don't call Iyanla Vanzant masculine, and she gets you all the way together. She's very assertive.
Yeah. I think it depends on who we're talking about, though, because I think what we're talking about is rational people and rational men who understand tone. And to Daryl's point, I've never heard anybody say it like that, but I mean, he's absolutely freaking right. Like, okay, I may be masculine, but I'm not going to out masculine him. You know what I'm saying? So I think we're talking about people that are rational, but let's keep in mind that a woman even being on a panel like this and saying something and even talking to men, there's people in other chats that would be like, they're masculine.
Those are usually feminine men.
That's how I look at it. I look at it like Lizzie's saying, right? Because me
soft ass niggas.
I never really felt that until I started seeing these things like on YouTube. Like women that I know, my homegirls, my moms, my sisters, like the women I know, like they got a toughness about them. You know what I'm saying? And I just look at that as strong women. And strong women, they speak their mind. They're going to tell you what they're going to say. They're going to speak their mind. But I'm so used to that. That's what that is. I never saw that as masculine. You know what I'm saying? She's still a woman. You know what I mean? I just think that she's strong. She's been through what she's been through. She had to seen what she's seen, so she's speaking up. She's talking. She's very vocal. That's it. If it's whatever, she gonna check it. She could transition. She could do this and that.
That's masculine.
Yeah, let them tell it.
I like that. Though. I think that's land and seek. I don't want a woman that's too when she went. I want her to turn up when she turn up too. I want her to have that other.
But that's still masculine, don't you think? Any woman who feels like she can equally match a man's level of aggression, or she thinks she can fight him, or fuck you up, anything like that, she's masculine.
Well, I think that's overly aggressive, and I don't think that is
we trying to find so many words. She's masculine.
I'm not gonna call it the M word. I'm not gonna call it masculine. I don't.
We don't have to call it that, but that's what it is.
I don't know. I mean, I think you're listing an extreme, and I think that like women don't even get to that point where we can even outmask. Okay, so let me say this.
Maybe it's because I'm from South Central.
Maybe, I don't know. Like what
that got to do with anything? What they got to do with anything? Like,
listen, it's a lot of beautiful masculine women that feel they can go toe to toe with a man in anything. I'm gonna check him. No, because he just did. And a man could be saying, no, chill, it's not that big of a deal. It's probably not that big of a deal, but she want to turn up and give him a piece of her mind. That's masculine. Feminine women don't act like that.
I mean, I think what you're saying is extreme. So let me pick your brain about this, Lucky. All right. So Kevin Samuels tells this story, and this is a way that he can tell if a woman is like masculine or not. He's like, you see a woman in a parking lot and it's dark and you run up on her. And if she says, oh my gosh, don't kill me, then she's feminine. But if she's like, who the fuck are you, or what's up, what's going on, then she's masculine. So that's a way for you to tell. Now, do you think that's bullshit or not?
Myself.
I'm sorry.
No, because I said, no, I get that. I'm not saying in that, because I think Kevin gave an example as well. Like let's say your man is getting beat up, right? And you have the potential to jump in and help. You jumping in and help is masculine. I don't think that that's masculine. I think that you protecting your family, or like you just said in your scenario, protecting yourself. But let's say you're out with your man and you're at a restaurant and somebody get your order wrong. Where am I?
Okay,
loud,
yeah, that's stupid. And that's
ghetto, doing the most, embarrassing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, it don't just come from I hate the angry black woman stereotype as well, but stereotypes come from somewhere.
They do.
So
but the angry black woman ain't angry till you make her angry. Someone has to make her angry. Someone has to do something. Like I got a sister, right? I'm from the south side of Chicago. I grew up in Inglewood. That's one of the most dangerous neighborhoods right now in Chicago, right? So we grew up with a certain, like we had to, because we got into fights. You know what I mean? But my sister's like, she straight up, she was that.
Right? They say Joe, and the folks say Mo. Just want to make sure.
What's that?
The vice lords say Joe, and the folks say Mo in Chicago.
No, vice lords and the Stones say Mo.
Okay, Mo. Thank you. I just want to get that.
And the disciples, they say folks.
They say folks. Okay, Joe. I thought they say Joe too. We write Mo. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and so so growing up like that, and I had a sister, like she was a tomboy, so she was like a lot harder and aggressive more than me. Like one time we was playing pool with these two guys, like in a little bar, and she's younger than me, and like they started like harassing us and stuff. Like, listen, I watched my sister. I barely had to do anything. I watched my sister damn near whoop two guys, and then get right back into her feminine self. So when you grow up in the inner city in like the hood, like I did, like on the south side of Chicago, where you had to fight, you had no choice. There's a certain amount of aggression that's gonna come out of you, and then if you make me angry, you're gonna see that. Okay, so now it's being called toxic masculinity. But when I'm resting in my femininity, I'm cool. But if I have to go there, it's like I can and I will. You know what I mean? And then, but when you go there, that's when, you get labeled as that, the angry black woman. Oh, she's masculine. And let's be real, women got a certain amount of masculinity in her already. So it's like, it's when, I think it's when, I think it's when you choose to use it and how you choose to use it. Like my sister is that, like in the neighborhood was that sister that guys barely wanted to F with, like real talk.
Right. That's crazy. But we're going for a long time. We all have our own personal lives, but we want to get back to our personal lives. We want to say, first of all, shout out to the queen of the day, Kim. Thank you so much for holding it down. Shout out to OG Patrice for coming through and always giving her wisdom. And hopefully next time when you close that big TV deal, you could give us the tea on the celebrity gossips for me and Kim's exclusive content. Thank you.
Okay, and I got plenty of celebrity pictures that people I worked with in the industry. And Lucky, I'm gonna be in Vegas in March. I'm in a stage play there. I would love to meet you and you come and support. So
I would love to buy you dinner.
Oh, let's kick it, girl. All right.
Wow.
I like fine dining, girl. I'm not cheap.
Let's do it. I have no problem with it. Let's do it.
That's so nice.
Okay.
Lucky, I'm never coming to Vegas, so don't worry about it. Shout out to.
I'll buy you dinner too, King.
I'm not coming to Vegas. I don't want to see you. Shout out to one.
We'll take your ass on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Me, Lucky, and Jen can kick it because Jen is there too.
Right.
So all three of us can have a girls' night.
That's what I'm saying. But if y'all come to New York, make sure you call someone else because my money is going to. I'm joking. Y'all can always hit me up. Shout out to One Community. What's up, brother? Give your final words before we out.
Man, peace to the queens, man. Peace to Kim. Peace to OG Patrice. Lucky, always a blessing. Peace to all of y'all. Always great conversations. I like to talk with great people that got great views. Y'all always got your own points and views. But I think that we all centered, that we all Black, and we all feel the same ways in a lot of ways. So I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you, King, being a great content creator.
Thank you.
Keep cooking up. Keep doing the things that you're doing. Keep staying passionate. It's a new year. You know what I mean? You did some great things in the last year, and you got a lot of great things ahead of you. You know what I mean? You were able to monetize in 5 weeks. You know what I'm saying? I did the same thing like you.
Well, shout out to One Community because he took his show to London. He didn't say nothing about that though.
Nah, we chilling, man. We got a lot of places to go, man. I want to go to Africa, man. I want to go to the tombs. I want to go see everything, man.
Right.
So we gonna
to London.
You done seen a lot of things.
Well, why you didn't make it to exclusive content?
You done seen a lot of things. I got a lot of footage. I got some things I documented while I was there too as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man, I got a lot of things that I'm doing, but you know what I mean. But most definitely appreciate y'all.
Right.
Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Thank you.
Keep the concepts, keep the questions, keep all the things that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's why I was sent to you. Somebody told me in my chat, was a moderator, told me to come to you. And that's why I came to your channel. And when I came to your channel, you know, it was when a lot of people was trying to slander me. I came there building one community. I ain't come here to be a gangster. I ain't coming to be none of the things that I've ever done in my past life. You know what I mean? And they told me to come to you and come over here and come check you. You know what I'm saying? And when I came over here, it was the first piece that I got in a little space of time after I was building one community.
I ain't gonna front you in a war zone over there in your thing because y'all go at each other hard.
It's crazy, but you know, it was all peace at one time, King.
Word? It was crazy when y'all was going at they went to war over there.
It's war. But you know, it's like that though, King. But you know, it's one community, right? And it was crazy. It was like that for 7 months. You know what I'm saying, King? And I was telling people like, there's so much, the beef thing and the beef sector, a lot of people's in everything, man. You know what I mean? It's all my people I see. The beef sector, this sector, that sector, still my people. You know what I mean? And it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But you know, I think that anything that is worth getting is worth taking. Freedom is gonna be taken. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know, you're gonna have to live and die for it or go to jail for it sometimes. And I'm willing to take all the chances and I'm willing to take all those options. So you know, but
yeah, that's where I met One Community at over there, because that's when that whole
you met during the peaceful time or the war time?
Well, it was peaceful. It was peaceful. I met One Community.
Peace, right?
We was all on that case with what's his name?
Brother Polite and them?
Brother Polite. That's why I met One Community. It was peaceful then because
he was He was back when
And
I was
got crazy, and I had to step away. I was like, nah, they lost their mind now.
These people done doxed me. They done doxed me. They done this, they done that. These people having conversation about my sex life. They talking about my genitals right now. Men is on Clyde Diva right now, talking about my genitals. All type of thing right now. This 2 days ago.
When did that happen?
Every day. This is crazy every day.
What community you expose, Brother Polite, or?
I've been on these type of topics, especially like Brother Polite. I'll be talking about Sonetta.
He got a Sonetta.
Down.
You got 15,000 views on that one, right? 15,000 views.
Let me tell y'all, look, I got a call from, I don't know if conversation with King on One community, I know y'all in New York, but I got a phone call from my dude in New York that was like, step back from that conscious stuff. He was like, you don't want none of that. Do y'all know Fat Joe?
Yeah. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. What's up?
Well, yeah, I did some tracks and on with him, and some of his people called me and they was like, "No, you step away from that. Like, don't do it." That's why I said, guys, I'm telling y'all seriously, it's certain stuff like y'all have no idea.
Nah, I don't even be on those topics like that. That's one community. He not afraid to go over there. He be going to war over there. I'm telling you, he exposed people. He don't care.
He was. That's what we met at. Because the same thing. I'm an advocate, right? Because like I wanted to go, to the trial to support the mother and the little girl. It got so crazy over there, though. I got that call saying this, step away, and I step away. I can't. Like it's too toxic.
Yeah, it goes really deep. I kind of know about it based on someone I used to follow, and he used to expose a lot of them, and like it goes deep, and like Rizza Islam and that other dude, the one that
he was doing COVID and stuff like that. Rizza Islam does bad stuff too.
Oh yeah. Oh, we'll talk about it, King. We're not gonna.
Yeah, that's a conversation that definitely got to be happening behind the scenes. It's certain conversations need to be had, like for real, behind the scenes, like real talk.
Yeah, I'll hit you on the chat, King. I'll tell you all about it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Even a consumer of it, I wasn't involved in any conversation. Just watching it, I personally had to step back because that stuff is on another level.
Crazy, yo. It's crazy. But what's so crazy?
We got to wrap up, though, don't we?
Yeah, we got to wrap up. So that we talk about later. Listen, I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming through, and have a good night. Thank you for everybody for coming through. And remember, we are tomorrow at 5:00. I will be on Nikki's page doing the King and I, and on Sunday I will be on Lucky's page doing her amazing topic. Lucky, what's your topic again before you finish?
It's the wall discussion. So we're discussing are women desirable after 35?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna be like that because everybody knows I love more experience.
Let's go.
That's what I like. All right. Thank you. I like people like
Kim.
Kim.
And tomorrow Jen's coming on with me too. We're discussing female narcissists.
Oh, that's gonna be juicy.
Yeah.
I have like things listed, but I want everybody to add to it.
No, she's gonna be there right. It's gonna be on her page. You going to her page one?
I'm gonna come over there and come and listen and come see it because I was dealing with a female narcissist and I want to know what you got to say about it.
I want the callers to kind of run it, but me and Jen are gonna like talk about the traits and different things like that and what's identifying. And
that's crazy. Rizza Islam. I gotta call you. I gotta listen. I'm
coming to listen.
I'm out. I gotta figure out about that Rizza. That's crazy.
I'll tell you all about it, King. Hit me up.
All right, I'm good.
I already know what you're gonna say because not
Rizza.
I know what's up.
Yep.
All right. Peace, everybody.
Peace.